Xie Qiang unexpectedly crossed into a novel about interstellar guides and became the despised villainess in the story. In this world, the status of a guide is noble, but her original self was a bully. Not only did she humiliate her fiancé, who was an SSS-level war god, and abuse her S-level personal guard, but she also viewed all sentinels as lowly slaves to be bullied at will, ultimately leading to a plot against her and a tragic end. To save her life, Xie Qiang decided to keep a low profile, no longer humiliating the war god or beating the sentinels, and spent her days indulging in mental purification and playing with fluffy creatures. When her emperor father asked about her progress in winning over the S-level sentinels, she did her best to bluff, saying, "Everything is under my control." Little did she expect that those S-level sentinels would look at her with increasingly dangerous gazes. The irritable and authoritative Golden Tiger war god resisted yet fell deeper, saying, "You can't abandon me. I must be your first national husband." The cunning and dark silver fox genius youth tempted her in every way. "Sister, step on me." The rebellious vermilion bird prosecutor, who spoke contrary to his heart, remarked, "So skilled. Have you practiced on my brother?" The empathic black wolf guard became proactive instead of dull. "Your Highness, if my brother has it, I want it too." The suave blue flood dragon finance officer even confessed deeply, "I was born because of you. I belong to you." And when the emperor asked again about her leveraging the support of sentinels to ascend the throne, Xie Qiang looked at the group of dangerous fluffballs beside her and, stealing herself, said, "Dash everything.is under control." Chapter 1. Becoming the despised villainous guide. "Xie Qiang, are you brainless?" A deep, angry voice rang in her ears as Xie Qiang opened her eyes to see a handsome man in a black military uniform, with blonde hair, looking at her with disgust. The man, suppressing his anger, quickly said to her, "My frenzy value has reached 89. If we go out now to deal with the bug tribe, if I fall into frenzy, we are both in danger. So, you purify me first, and then I will go out to deal with the bug tribe." The last sentence was spoken with great emphasis, clearly showing his anger. Xie Qiang was somewhat bewildered by his fierceness. She looked around and realized she was in an unfamiliar room, standing next to the man by a large metal door, with sounds of wild beasts scratching and roaring outside, causing her to instinctively step back. Where is this? Wasn't she in medical school, attending a class? Why did she suddenly appear here? And what did the man just say about the bug tribe? Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through her head, and a wave of memories that didn't belong to her but felt somewhat familiar surged in. After processing, Xie Qiang finally understood the situation. She had actually crossed into a recently updated Interstellar Guide novel and had become the despised villainess with the same name. The blonde man before her was none other than the disabled fiancé of the villainess, Sun Ji. In the book, the villainess was the highly favored second princess of the Star Sea Empire. At the age of 18, she differentiated into an S-level guide with a mental entity resembling a ragdoll cat. To secure her position on the throne, the emperor arranged her marriage to the empire's only SSS-level sentinel. That person was Sun Ji, known as the war god. However, Sun Ji was born with a disability that prevented him from being purified by any guide. Coincidentally, only the villainess could purify him. But the villainess looked down on Sun Ji, not only refusing to purify him, but also repeatedly humiliating him. The same went for other sentinels. She viewed them as lowly slaves and commanded them to obey her various perverse orders. If they displeased her even slightly, she would throw them into a water prison and torture them for fun. The sentinels were furious but dared not speak out. Even though they hated her, they could only tolerate her arrogance. Soon, the villainess's retribution came. The bug tribe suddenly launched a surprise attack on the logistics guy department, and Sun Ji rushed to save her in the midst of his busy schedule at that time. He was on the verge of frenzy, so he asked the villainess to purify him first before going out to deal with the bugs outside. However, the villainess strongly pushed Sun Ji out the door, leading him to fall in a frenzy while dealing with the bug tribe. Afterward, the villainess actually refused to help him, stating that a defective product like Sun Ji deserved to die and did not deserve her purification. The sentinels were indignant, and that night, the villainess was assassinated by an A-level sentinel named Wu Zhao. Although she survived, she lost half of her arm and became even darker and more twisted in personality. Xie Qiang instinctively touched her left forearm. That moment. Sun Ji's restrained voice echoed in her ears, Just 5 purification is enough. Just 5, and I can clear all the bugs in the logistics department. Yes, just 5. But the villainess was stingy even with this little mental power, tossing out a frosty taunt. Even 1 purification I would never waste on a defective product like you. As soon as the words fell, Sun Ji's expression changed drastically, and his gaze turned colder as it shot towards Xie Qiang. She quickly covered her mouth, her beautiful almond eyes widening in shock. Did she just recite the villainess's line? I didn't mean it like that. Xie Qiang hurriedly grabbed his arm, but he violently shook her off. Her body tilted back, and her shoulders slammed heavily against the edge of the metal cabinet. She couldn't help but let out a pained gasp. Sun Ji stared at her, his eyes filled with uncontainable anger. You've humiliated me for so long. Isn't that enough? I tell you, I'd rather go out and die than be under your control again. With that, he attempted to open the door. Xie Qiang covered her shoulder, tears welling in her eyes from the pain. But seeing Sun Ji genuinely looking like he was going to throw his life away, what do you want to do now? Sun Ji impatiently shook her off, turning to look at Xie Qiang. But when he saw the tears at the corner of her eyes, he paused slightly. She actually cried? I will purify you. Xie Qiang reached out, her tear-soaked almond eyes clear like a purified glacier, and softly said, So, please don't shake me off again. It really hurts. However, Sun Ji took a step back. What trick are you trying to pull now? He looked at Xie Qiang with suspicion, clearly unable to believe her good intentions. Xie Qiang took a deep breath, her pink lips lightly parting, telling herself not to get angry. Sun Ji, I don't want to repeat myself. Sun Ji walked over half convinced, staring at Xie Qiang's hand for a long time, and finally, she couldn't hold back and grabbed his hand. Sun Ji instinctively wanted to shake her off, but as soon as the thought crossed his mind, he felt an exceptionally gentle mental power surge into his limbs with overwhelming force. The tingling sensation along the way caused his body to tremble uncontrollably, and within just a few breaths, his cold and handsome face uncontrollably flushed with an alluring hue. Damn it, he knew she had ulterior motives. Sun Ji felt a mix of humiliation and anger. Clearly, a simple surface purification could be done with skin contact, yet she insisted on this deep mental purification, making him show such embarrassment. Sun Ji suppressed the heat in his body, but after 200 years, his mental sea had never been visited by a guide. He couldn't withstand such intense purification, and with a pop, his tiger ears and tail burst out from his body, the golden tail excitedly whipping against the ground, making a series of sounds. Sun Ji was so humiliated that he wanted to die, but he could almost predict how Xie Qiang would mock and humiliate him. Xie Qiang, however, was astonished as she looked at the tiger ears that suddenly sprouted from Sun Ji's head. In the original book, sentinels fought against the bug tribe for years, and both their minds and bodies needed healing and purification, that a guide could bring them mental healing and physical purification by touching their beastly parts or mental entities. Since Sun Ji revealed his tiger ears, it meant he wanted her to touch them. So, Xie Qiang reached out with her other hand and gave them a gentle stroke. The soft and plushy texture made the tiger ears tremble slightly under her touch. At first, there was some resistance, but soon they drooped submissively, actively rubbing against her palm. Xie Qiang was engrossed in petting, but suddenly, Sun Ji, who had just woken up, slapped her hand away, his expression more shocked than hers. You. Sun Ji looked at Xie Qiang in disbelief. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately pressed his lips into a hard line, saying nothing, and turned to rush out the door. It felt a bit like a hasty retreat. Xie Qiang stood there, dumbfounded, but wasn't he supposed to be purified? Why did he run away? Her little nose wrinkled slightly as Xie Qiang thought to herself that men's hearts are indeed as difficult to fathom as the ocean. However, not feeling reassured about Sun Ji's condition, she walked to the door and secretly opened a crack to look outside. Sun Ji had already retracted his beastly form. He swiftly cut through the insectoids outside, his tall figure weaving through them effortlessly, harvesting their lives without a drop of their insect blood staining his military uniform, as expected of an SSS-level sentinel. Xie Qiang thought, her fear of those ugly and fierce insectoids reduced by 3 parts. Once the insectoids were almost cleared away, the other guide from the rooms emerged. They looked at the insect corpses on the ground in fear, grateful that Sun Ji had arrived in time. One of the guides stepped forward to Sun Ji, a gentle gaze filled with concern. Commander Sun, Can your body still handle it? Xie Qiang recognized who she was. Chapter 2. Everything is under control. She was the female protagonist Xie Qiang from the original story. Xie Qiang was once the most powerful S-level guide in the entire star system. Compared to other high-ranking guides, she was kind, gentle, and approachable, treating sentinels of all levels equally. She often rushed to various battle zones to provide free purification for sentinels, earning her the title of the Star Goddess. However, an accident caused her to lose her purification ability, and she ended up in the third battle zone as a guide consultant. She advocated for better treatment for sentinels, pushing for resources in the battle zone to be more directed towards sentinels fighting on the front lines. She actively persuaded the guides in Zone 3 to purify more lower-level sentinels, allowing them to focus more on the battlefield without worrying about frequent berserk episodes. The sentinels in the third battle zone admired her greatly, and some even privately wished that Xie Qiang were the second princess of the Starcy Empire. After all, compared to the vicious and domineering female antagonist, the divinely radiant female protagonist was much more worthy of the sentinel support. Wasn't that what the A-level sentinel who attempted to assassinate her said before he died? Speaking of that assassin, Xie Qiang felt somewhat troubled. Although she had purified Senji, no one could guarantee that Wu Zhao wouldn't choose to assassinate her again tonight. She needed to find someone to protect herself. Xie Qiang opened her holographic computer and sent a message to the female antagonist's father, the Emperor of the Starcy Empire. Xie Qiang. Father, can you send a few trustworthy S-level sentinels to protect me? The message received a quick reply. Emperor Xie, didn't I already send an S-level sentinel to you? Xie Qiang suddenly remembered that there was indeed such a matter. However, that person had angered the female antagonist a month ago and was punished by being locked in the water prison. Because of this, when the insectoids attacked the logistics department, and when a female antagonist was assassinated by a mysterious person, he was not there to protect her. Now that he was seriously injured, he probably couldn't protect her, right? Xie Qiang lowered her head and continued messaging the emperor. Xie Qiang. He was ineffective, so I threw him into the water prison as punishment. Emperor Xie. What about Sunji? Sunji. Huh. Thinking of the disdainful look and behavior he had just shown her, Xie Qiang felt a slight pain in her shoulder. She shook her head in frustration. The difficulty level is too high. The holographic computer chimed again. Emperor Xie, be nicer to those S-level sentinels. Don't forget, you need the support of 5 S-level sentinels to inherit the throne. Xie Qiang tilted her head, somewhat confused. Was this mentioned in the original text? She couldn't remember. Let's just muddle through for now. Xie Qiang typed a few words and sent them. Everything is under my control. After sending off the guides, Sunji intended to return to the command room. As he passed by Xie Qiang's office door, he paused. Sunji's expression was cold. He knew better than anyone how much Xie Qiang despised him, let alone physical contact. Just making eye contact with him made her want to whip him twice. So, he never expected that Xie Qiang would take the initiative to touch his beast ears. What was hardest for Sunji to accept was that he had actually enjoyed her touch just now. His self-esteem took a significant hit. He took a deep breath, ready to leave this place quickly when a curious voice suddenly rang out. What are you doing standing there? Sunji looked down and saw a small head poking out from the crack of Xie Qiang's office door. Xie Qiang was staring at him, her round apricot eyes blinking with confusion. Somehow, it was a bit cute. Sunji thought he was going crazy for having such a thought. He quickly shook his head to dismiss it, replying coldly, nothing. Then come in. The little head disappeared back into the doorway, like a cat, quickly vanishing from sight. Sunji hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to open the door and walk in. This was entirely out of consideration for Xie Qiang's earlier purification of him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone in, inside the room. Xie Qiang pretended to fold her arms, seemingly looking down on Sunji with her chin held high. But in reality, she was secretly observing him. In her view, the man stood tall, with sharp features, deep-set brows, and an air of sharpness and danger reminiscent of a tiger. The dark green of his pupils hid a glint of dark gold, revealing a primitive wildness. His long, dark military uniform accentuated his imposing presence, and the sharp, long knife at his waist added an untouchable aura. Who would have thought that such a wild and imposing man was once a disabled sentinel who could not be purified and was doomed to die young due to berserk episodes? Xie Qiang felt somewhat enchanted. She had no immunity to such a strong yet tragic character. If circumstances allowed, she would have said, "You don't have to be strong anymore, because your Qiang is here." But recalling how fierce he had been to her just now, she retracted her compassion and waved her hand. "Come here." Sun Ji frowned and didn't move. Xie Qiang was not angry. She took the initiative to walk over, noticing his suddenly wary expression, and reached out to hold his hand. As he instinctively tried to shake her off, she suddenly let go, covering her shoulder and frowning slightly. Her voice trembling, "Ah, it hurts." Sun Ji reflexively pulled his hand back and upon hearing Xie Qiang cry out in pain, instinctively looked at her. He saw her pulling up the strap of her dress, revealing her fair and delicate shoulder. There, a noticeable bruise showed, clearly from a hard impact. It must have been when he had pushed her away earlier that she hit the edge of a metal cabinet, leaving a bruise. Sun Ji hesitated for a moment before frowning deeply. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Xie Qiang lowered her eyelashes, pursing her pink lips and remaining silent. Her frail shoulder slightly curled up, making her look pitiful, like a little cat drenched in rain. Sun Ji suddenly felt a surge of annoyance. Thought if she was dissatisfied, couldn't she just hit him back and scold him? Why put on this act for whom? As if he had bullied her severely. His tone grew colder. "All right, what do you want? Just say it." Finally, Xie Qiang lifted her head, her wet eyes fixed on him without wavering, carrying a hint of longing. "Sun Ji, can you come to my room tonight at 8? She wanted to make a deal for purification, asking Sun Ji to come to her room to protect her, but unexpectedly, before she could even speak, she saw Sun Ji step back in shock, as if he had heard some terrifying sound. "Are you crazy or am I crazy?" Sun Ji looked at her with disbelief. How could she possibly allow someone she despised so much to enter her room? How could she be willing to go to the room of someone who often humiliated her? Xie Qiang clenched her little fists, feeling a bit speechless. Does Sun Ji have a masochistic tendency, needing her to speak harshly like the female antagonist for him to believe she's normal? Suppressing the impulse to punch him, Xie Qiang imitated the female antagonist's tone, saying, "I just wanted to give you more purification points, so you wouldn't keep bothering me." Only then did Sun Ji's shock subside, but his eyes were still filled with unyielding coldness and suspicion. Xie Qiang sighed inwardly. She didn't want to deal with these messes either, but she had to restore some of the female antagonist's reputation. Otherwise, when she encountered danger in the future, she couldn't expect these sentinels to protect her. Now was the perfect time to clear the air and let Sun Ji lower his guard around her. She slowly said, "Sun Ji, I did indeed dislike you in the past, but that doesn't mean I would watch you die without helping. You are an SSS-level sentinel, the most valiant and loyal warrior of the imperial family, and the most trusted god of war by the people of the empire. How could I possibly watch you go berserk and die?" Sun Ji furrowed his brows tightly. "Non-committal, but you clearly said before that you'd rather marry a bug than purify a defective product, and you did just that." "That was all said in anger. I was just upset that my father matched me with you." Xie Qiang silently apologized to the emperor in her heart and continued to explain, "Now that I've calmed down, I naturally won't make things difficult for you." Sun Ji fell silent, staring at Xie Qiang's face, but found her expression sincere, with no hint of deceit or pretense. However, this sudden change did not bring him any joy. He fixed his gaze on Xie Qiang, his hands clenched into fists, and then suddenly sneered. "So, your simple statement that you've calmed down and won't make things difficult for me can erase everything from the past. If you were unhappy with His Majesty's arrangement, why didn't you refuse the marriage back then? Were you too afraid to resist His Majesty, so you helplessly vented your anger on me?" Sun Ji stepped closer to Xie Qiang, his voice gradually turning harsh. He mockingly said, "Valiant and loyal warrior? God of war trusted by the people? If you truly thought so, you wouldn't have treated me that way, leaving me with no dignity. Xie Qiang, do you really think a few kind words will make me believe you? Dream on." His last words hit Xie Qiang hard in the heart. Xie Qiang opened her mouth, then pressed her lips together tightly, tears welling up in her eyes, but refusing to fall. She felt so aggrieved. She was inexplicably pulled into the world of the book and had to bear the consequences of the vicious female antagonist. She thought of easing the relationship, but was met with Sun Ji's harsh questioning. Moreover, Sun Ji wasn't wrong. Years of humiliation and disdain couldn't be easily smoothed over, could they? Biting her lip, she looked up at Sun Ji sincerely and said, "I'm sorry, I was wrong before. I will treat you twice as well in the future." She spoke in fragmented sentences. I will purify you, and I will explain to others that I belittled you because I was afraid I wouldn't be worthy of you. If you're still not satisfied, then Enough. Sun Ji interrupted her with an irritated tone. He looked at Xie Qiang's red-rimmed eyes and couldn't understand why. After all these years of being humiliated, it was now Xie Qiang who looked so aggrieved. If there's nothing else, I won't stay any longer. Sun Ji turned to leave, not wanting to remain there any longer. Behind him, the sound of the girl's low, suppressed sobs echoed. Sun Ji's body stiffened, his lips turning purple from pressing together. He opened the office door to leave, but ultimately stopped, facing away from Xie Qiang, and said, Xie Qiang, do you know? I've been waiting for your apology. He had waited for 3 whole years, only to receive daily humiliation and neglect in return. Before closing the door, his last words reached Xie Qiang's ears. I will come by tonight at 8 to receive purification. It's what I deserve. Xie Qiang looked up, but there was no trace of happiness on her face. She sniffed and wearily wiped the tears from her cheeks before walking to the office door and locking it. Then, like a stray kitten looking for a cozy spot, she sat down on the sofa chair, laid her head on the table, and closed her eyes. Having absorbed too many memories and digested so many things and emotions, she was utterly exhausted. Drowsiness washed over her, and Xie Qiang's eyelashes fluttered before she quickly fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 3. 8 o'clock tonight. Come to my room. Xie Qiang was awakened by hunger. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she followed the body's memories and groggily made her way to the cafeteria in the 3rd War Zone base. Take tea this time. The cafeteria was bustling with noise. The sentinels who had just finished fighting were already starving and flocked into the cafeteria in groups. As soon as Xie Qiang walked in, she received attention from all directions. The sentinels all looked at her with expressions of disdain, showing no concealment of their disgust. Some of their beastly spiritual forms were exposed, baring their teeth at her fiercely. One small dog-like spiritual form even started barking aggressively at her. Xie Qiang, still groggy from sleep, misinterpreted the barking as the little dog asking for a hug, so she squatted down. In her past life, she was very popular with small animals. While walking along the road, stray cats and dogs or pet cats and dogs would often come and nuzzle her and act cute. So, she instinctively reached out to pet the little white Pomeranian's head. Little Pomeranian, woof, initially angry, then confused, and soon after, the gentle petting made the little Pomeranian completely relaxed. By the time it realized what was happening, it was already lying on its back with its 4 paws in the air, enjoying itself without a care in the world. Its owner, on the other hand, was blushing furiously, the white dog ears popping out, desperately trying to direct them towards Xie Qiang. He struggled to suppress the twitching dog ears, and when Xie Qiang withdrew her hand, he quickly retracted his spiritual form back into his body. The little Pomeranian suddenly disappeared, and Xie Qiang looked around in confusion, only to be startled. All the sentinels nearby were looking at her in horror, and one sentinel couldn't even bear to look directly at her, his face turning a shade of purple-red, trembling all over. Xie Qiang felt a bit lost. Wasn't the female antagonist universally hated? Why did it feel more like she was universally feared? Scratching her head, Xie Qiang proactively distanced herself from them, not wanting to affect their appetite. After she left, the sentinels immediately began to whisper among themselves. Am I seeing things? Did she just pet Xiao Bo's spiritual form instead of kicking it away? She didn't even get angry or call us lowly sentinels. Could it be that the bugs have wiped us out and a miracle has appeared? I heard the bugs attacked the logistics. Maybe our noble princess got scared and finally remembered the good of us sentinels, so she came to curry favor with us. You're not wrong. It's quite possible. If it weren't for the fact that we can only rely on guides for purification, could she really be on top of us with her weak strength? Just catching a bug would scare her to death. Hey, stop talking, stop talking. There's still good guides. Exactly, Jiang Xian is a good person, 1,000 times better than Xie Qiang. It's a pity that fate is cruel. TSK. Why isn't it Xie Qiang who lost her purification ability? The sentinels shook their heads and sighed, quickly stopping their gossip, fearing that if they talked too long, Xie Qiang would find out and they'd end up in the water prison. Xie Qiang didn't hear any of these whispered conversations. She was focused on holding a tray and picking out her favorite dishes. The food in the 3rd theater is generally average in taste, but it excels in variety. Xie Qiang clutched her chopsticks, ready to attack the meat. Suddenly, a beautiful, fair hand reached over from beside her and snatched her chopsticks away. Then, a voice like honey drizzled over her ear said, "Your Highness, what do you want to eat? I can help you pick it up." Xie Qiang looked up and met a pair of silver blue eyes. Those eyes were extraordinarily beautiful, with a standard fox-like shape, now filled with a playful smile that carried a hint of unintentional seduction. The two small black moles at the lower corners of the eyelids made that exquisite and enchanting face both pure and alluring. Xie Qiang recognized him. Song Jiao, the chief tactical officer of the Third Theater, responsible for formulating strategies to exterminate the insect race. This person displayed a strong talent for combat, thinking even before his differentiation, and he became a tactical officer in the Third Theater right after turning 18, climbing to his current position in less than 3 years. However, he was always elusive. The female antagonist had tried countless methods to purify him and gain control over him, but she could never find him. Why did he suddenly talk to her? Xie Qiang couldn't understand and instinctively felt that his sudden kindness was not genuine. She quietly took a step back, grabbed another pair of chopsticks, and began to pick her food. But Song Jiao was relentless. "Why are your Highness's eyes so red? Did you cry? Or did someone bully you? Was it Sun Ji? Did he force you to purify him?" Xie Qiang didn't want to talk. After choosing her food, she turned to find a place to eat. Song Jiao felt neglected and raised an eyebrow in surprise. How strange. In the past, she would go to great lengths to talk to him, but today, when he approached her, she ignored him. Moreover, she had just publicly purified Xiao Bo's spiritual body, which was something that would have been impossible in the past. What was she up to? Surely it couldn't be that she suddenly realized her character flaws and planned to start anew? Song Jiao, intrigued, followed Xie Qiang and spoke to himself. "Your Highness, why won't you talk to me? Did I do something wrong that made you angry? Can I apologize? Please don't ignore me." Your Highness, Your Highness?" Xie Qiang felt overwhelmed. She turned around, looked at Song Jiao, and sincerely asked, "Could you be a bit quieter? You're affecting my appetite." Song Jiao was taken aback. He assessed Xie Qiang's expression and realized she was serious. He then squinted and nodded with a smile, making a gesture to close his mouth. Thinking Song Jiao would be quiet for a while, Xie Qiang didn't expect that as soon as she found a place to eat, he couldn't sit still. With an innocent expression, he sought her help. "Your Highness, do you have a small hair tie? My hair seems a bit troublesome." Xie Qiang looked up. Song Jiao's silver-white hair was neither long nor short, loosely cascading in front of his chest. With his pair of fox-like eyes gazing at her with a pitiful look, he was impossible to refuse. Xie Qiang searched herself for a hair tie, but didn't find one. Just as she was about to refuse, she noticed Song Jiao staring at the light blue silk ribbon in her ponytail, and his meaning was clear. "Xie Qiang," she sighed inwardly. "This person is so selfish. He borrowed her ribbon. So what about her? Is it not allowed?" Song Jiao looked at her with an innocent expression, but in his heart, he was determined to get it. He knew very well that he was the only S-class sentinel Xie Qiang valued. Xie Qiang hesitated. She wanted to say no, but remembering that the Emperor wanted her to gain the support of 5 S-class sentinels, she sighed inwardly. She took off the ribbon from her ponytail and handed it to Song Jiao. "Here, it's yours now." Song Jiao received the ribbon and revealed a distressed expression. "Then what about you, Your Highness?" Xie Qiang felt a bit exasperated by his theatrics. She couldn't figure out Song Jiao's intentions and didn't want to think too hard about it right now. So she simply stood up and took a metal chopstick from the holder nearby. With her delicate little hand raised, she quickly gathered her loose hair with a metal chopstick point. 2 slightly curled strands fell perfectly beside her cheeks, making her look both gentle and cute. Song Jiao's eyes flashed with surprise. "Your Highness, you have that skill too." Xie Qiang pointed at his food plate, kindly reminding him, "Eating is a silent affair." "What's that rule?" Song Jiao asked, puzzled. "Talking while eating can choke you." Just as Xie Qiang finished speaking, a sentinel at the next table who was talking suddenly coughed violently. Xie Qiang immediately showed a knowing expression. "The ancestors do not deceive me. What about the rule about silence while resting?" Song Jiao continued to inquire. Xie Qiang wanted to continue explaining, but suddenly thought of something. She hesitated for a moment and then gestured for Song Jiao to lean closer. Song Jiao obediently leaned in. "At 8 o'clock tonight, come to my room, and I'll tell you what it means to be silent while resting," Xie Qiang said mysteriously. Such words could easily lead to misunderstandings, like she was warmly inviting Song Jiao to stay overnight. Of course, Xie Qiang had no such intention. She just thought that having two sentinels protecting her was clearly more reliable than having one. And there was another reason. Xie Qiang pressed her lips together. She didn't want to face Senji alone. Songju still smiled on the surface, but the flicker of interest in his heart vanished instantly. He lazily fiddled with the chopsticks in his hand and felt bored that Xie Qiang had exposed her ulterior motive so quickly. The smile in his eyes gradually became indifferent. He raised a distant smile and said lightly, "Then I'll figure it out myself. There's no need for your highness to trouble herself to teach me." Xie Qiang responded with an "oh," not really believing he would agree. She lowered her head and began to eat. Seeing that she didn't pursue the matter further, Song Jio's gaze flickered a few more times. Is he really giving up just like that? How strange. It's not like her style. Song Jio's interest was piqued again. "I thought about it and feel that your highness teaches better. I'll be there at 8 o'clock tonight." Xie Qiang. Xie Qiang looked up at him in confusion, then lowered her head to continue eating. Deep down, she believed once again that saying, "A man's heart is as hard to fathom as the depths of the sea. What he says cannot be trusted." As it got closer to 8 in the evening, Xie Qiang slowly made her way to her room. The novel didn't specify what time Wu Zhou entered the room, only mentioning that after the female antagonist entered at 8, Wu Zhou waited until 9 to act. But where did Wu Zhou hide again? If she remembered correctly, it should be in the wardrobe of the bedroom. Just as she was recalling this, Xie Qiang suddenly bumped into something. She looked up and saw Senji, draped in a commander's cloak, looking down at her. The dark officer's cap was perfectly placed on his head, and his slightly wavy golden hair peeked out, paired with a pair of piercing azure eyes that exuded an air of cold handsomeness. Below there was a broad chest, and through the taut tactical straps, the magnificence of his chest muscles could be vaguely seen. By the time she realized it, her little hand had already reached out, even grabbing it a couple of times. Xie Qiang was startled. "My hand seems to have a mind of its own." Chapter 4. Can't say it. Xie Qiang quickly withdrew her small hand and stumbled back 2 steps. Oh no! She had just managed to apologize to Senji and then turned around to touch his chest muscles. Wouldn't he think she was some kind of dual personality pervert? Would he? Just as she was contemplating how to explain herself, she suddenly heard the clear and lazy voice of Song Jio coming from behind Senji. "Your Highness called Commander Sun. Why didn't you tell me?" Xie Qiang looked up in confusion and saw Song Jio walking over. Song Jio glanced at Senji, then at Xie Qiang, with a playful accusation in his pretty fox-like eyes. "Your Highness, are you trying to have a threesome?" Can't say it. Xie Qiang was shocked and wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Feeling the immediate anger from Senji, she couldn't help but sigh. Can't he say less? Does he have to make my already precarious reputation even worse? She wiped her small face and said to Song Jio, "Don't talk nonsense. I invited Commander Sun here to purify him." "Oh, is that so?" Song Jio elongated his tone, then smiled at Senji. "Sorry. Your Highness called me over for something related to sleeping, so I thought you were too." Xie Qiang. "Who taught you to talk like that?" "Commander Sun, don't listen to his nonsense. He's not serious." Xie Qiang decided to explain to Senji that Song Jio was just here to make up the numbers and would leave soon. Senji's face was cold. "I don't care. No need to explain to me." Xie Qiang touched her nose. "Okay, then you both come in." She opened the door and walked in first. While Song Jio glanced at Senji, smiled, and quickly followed Xie Qiang. Senji lowered his gaze, his emotions unreadable. She just called him Commander Senior. This was the first time Xie Qiang used a title to address him, suppressing the subtle fluctuations in his heart. Senji lifted his military boots and stepped into this place he had never entered before. Senji and Song Jio sat on the sofa in the living room. Xie Qiang stood in front of the refrigerator, slowly picking out drinks while secretly glancing towards the bedroom. If Wu Zhou had come, he should be hiding in the wardrobe in the bedroom now. Soon, she would find an excuse to trick Senji and Song Jio into the bedroom, and then accidentally spill some water, making Senji open the wardrobe to get a new blanket, just in time to see Wu Zhou hiding inside. Even if Wu Zhou wasn't inside, it wouldn't matter, as her excuse was quite legitimate. Xie Qiang clenched her small fist, her eyes filled with determination. Great. Everything is under control. She took out 2 bottles of icy drinks from the refrigerator and firmly pressed them into Senji and Song Jio's hands, then ran to the water dispenser to pour herself a cup of hot water. She tried to sound casual, commander's son, tactical officer's song. The living room is too big. And there's an echo when we talk. Why don't we go to the bedroom? Song Jio held the cold drinks. Smiling innocently, I'm fine with it. Your Highness. Sen Ji frowned slightly, showing some resistance. Xie Qiang quickly said, the purification might take all night. Lying on the bed is more comfortable. Don't worry. There will be a blanket between us. I won't touch you. Xie Qiang declared confidently. Song Jio couldn't help but laugh softly. How interesting. It used to be that Xie Qiang wanted to stay as far away from Sun Ji as possible, but now it seemed to be the opposite. What happened in the logistics department during the day that made Xie Qiang's attitude towards Sun Ji completely different from before? Song Jio was very curious. So he decided to stay and find out, Commander Sun, if you're still not at ease, I can sleep between you two. Xie Qiang immediately shot a horrified glance at Song Jio. He was so perverted. No wonder the female supporting character liked him so much. They were birds of a feather. Song Jio suddenly sneezed, rubbed his nose, and looked at Xie Qiang with a hint of understanding. Xie Qiang quickly hid her expression, cleared her throat. Yes, yes. With tactical officer Tsang here, I definitely won't do anything to you. Sun Ji's suspicious gaze scanned the two of them, and finally, he reluctantly nodded. Just put down the blanket. He really didn't have a habit of sleeping in the same bed with two people. Seeing Sun Ji relent, Xie Qiang also breathed a sigh of relief. She led the two into the bedroom, then found an opportune moment to spill the hot water on the bed. Xie Qiang pretended to be surprised. I'm so careless. Commander Sun, could you get a new blanket from the wardrobe? Sun Ji frowned slightly, but said nothing. Walking directly towards a wardrobe, Song Jio watched leisurely, intending to see what trick Xie Qiang was trying to play. Xie Qiang held her breath, staring at Sun Ji as he stepped closer to the wardrobe, 5 meters from meters, 3 meters. A scene suddenly flashed through Xie Qiang's mind. Wait, what is that? Xie Qiang's expression shifted from nervousness to confusion, and when she finally recognized the scene, her face turned pale with horror. She remembered that the wardrobe was filled with the female supporting character's terrifyingly scanty, sexy pajamas. Xie Qiang roared in her heart as she rushed over, quickly darting past Sun Ji and grabbing the handle of the wardrobe. Wait, Xie Qiang squeaked. How can I let the hard-working commander son do such a small task? I'll do it. Sun Ji frowned. Xie Qiang, are you mocking me? Well, has he ever cared about how hard he worked? No, I said I would treat you better in the future, Xie Qiang explained in a fluster. I'm not very skilled yet. Yes, not very skilled. Song Jio burst into laughter, unable to straighten up. Xie Qiang couldn't help but glare at him angrily. What are you laughing at, you stinky fox, just adding to the chaos? Sun Ji found it somewhat speechless and a bit astonished. After a moment of silence, he turned back to the bed, leaving behind a sentence, do as you wish. But don't think that such small favors would make him forgive her for her past actions. Xie Qiang sighed in relief. She released the wardrobe handle and stared at the wardrobe, suddenly feeling a bit regretful. What if Wu Zhao was inside, waiting for her to open the wardrobe and then immediately attack her? Wasn't that just asking for trouble? She was putting herself in danger just to avoid an embarrassing situation. But it was too late to backtrack now. Just as Xie Qiang was racking her brains, a shadow suddenly fell in front of her, and a hand reached over her shoulder, pressing down on the wardrobe door. Xie Qiang looked up in surprise, and Song Jio's exquisite and beautiful face came into her view. He smiled gently, his lips parting to reveal neat white teeth. With a small sharp canine visible on the left side, Your Highness, let me do it. Xie Qiang's heart skipped a beat. No one could remain indifferent to a savior who suddenly appeared, especially when the other person was particularly handsome and beautiful. Xie Qiang clutched her racing heart and unconsciously stepped aside. Sun Ji saw this and scoffed coldly, then turned his gaze away, no longer looking at the two. Song Jio opened the wardrobe, stepping closer without changing his expression. With a creak, he leaned down and pulled out a brand new blanket from the bottom of the wardrobe. Closing the wardrobe door, he smiled at Xie Qiang. Your Highness, it's done. Seeing that there was no unusual expression on his face, Xie Qiang couldn't help but feel curious. Could it be that she remembered wrong, and the sexy pajamas were in another wardrobe? Just as she was about to open the wardrobe door to confirm, Song Jio pressed down on the door, urging, Your Highness, Don't keep Commander Sun waiting too long. Oh, right. Xie Qiang's attention was immediately diverted. Since Song Jiao was fine, then Wu Zhao must have given up on his assassination plan upon seeing that Sun Ji had gone berserk. Great. She had saved her little life. Oh no. Her little arm. Chapter 5. The Spirit of the Ragdoll Cat. Having confirmed that she had survived the first assassination attempt, Xie Qiang's previously tense and fearful heart finally relaxed. She sighed, sat at the end of the bed, and happily patted the space beside her. Commander Sun, sit down, and I will purify you. Unexpectedly, Sun Ji's attitude was exceptionally cold. No need, I can stand. Xie Qiang was taken aback by his harshness. Sun Ji's cold demeanor was beyond her expectations. She had thought that apologizing would ease the tension between them, but it seemed she was mistaken. Xie Qiang lowered her gaze, a look of sorrow appearing on her face. I'm not trying to please you on purpose. It's just that my shoulder is injured and I can't keep my hand raised to purify you. If you insist on standing, then Xie Qiang bit her lip, her tone a bit petulant. Then I will stand to purify you as well. Since this is what I owe you. Seeing her like this made Sun Ji feel indescribably irritated. Again like this, he was the victim, yet she looked so wrong that it seemed she might cry. Closing his eyes and furrowing his brow, Sun Ji finally strode toward the end of the bed and sat down, but he was still nearly half a meter away from Xie Qiang. Xie Qiang blinked, the sorrow and grievance on her face finally dissipating. She chuckled, her cat-like bright almond eyes curving into crescents as she said softly, I knew it. Commander Sun is a tough guy with a soft heart. She reached down to take Sun Ji's hand. Unlike during the day, Sun Ji's hands were now clad in black leather combat gloves, with only a semicircular cutout on the back, revealing a bit of skin with visible veins. Xie Qiang allowed a soft sound. This meant she could only purify this small area of skin, although she wanted to mutter that men were really hard to serve. Thinking that this was a consequence of the original owner's actions, Xie Qiang had to swallow her discontent and extended her index finger to poke it. Since you only allow me to touch this bit of skin, then I'll just purify you with one finger. She would also hold a grudge. Focusing her mind, Xie Qiang began to channel her mental energy. Because she was only touching a small area of Sun Ji's skin, the mental energy she input felt like a stream of water, gently flowing into his mental sea. As soon as it entered, it felt like falling into a cold and damp deep sea. Xie Qiang's mental energy coalesced into a small ragdoll cat, its little paws lightly touching the surface of the mental sea, creating ripples. It licked its small paws, its beautiful glacier blue cat, eyes curiously surveying its surroundings. Surrounding, it was an abyss-like black fog forest, within which faint sounds similar to insectoid creatures crawling and screeching could be heard, eerie and terrifying. A transparent barrier stood tall between the ragdoll cat and the black fog forest, obstructing its further exploration. Behind it, a massive white-striped golden tiger blended into the black fog. Looking down at the soft little ragdoll cat from a height, its dark green tiger eyes flickering with fierce light. As if sensing something, the ragdoll cat turned its head, but saw nothing. Meow. The ragdoll cat tilted its head in confusion, and in reality, Xie Qiang also tilted her head, puzzled. Strange. She clearly felt like something was staring at her just now. Shaking her head, Xie Qiang continued to concentrate. In the mental sea, the ragdoll cat tentatively raised its paw and poked at the transparent barrier in front of it, easily breaking through it. The moment it stepped into the forest, the surrounding black fog receded like the retreating tide, and the ragdoll cat held its head high, diligently beginning to purify this polluted mental sea, its fluffy and plush tail gently sweeping over the flowers and grass in the forest, causing petals and blades of grass to sway and tremble. Meanwhile, in reality, Sun Ji was suppressing the slight tremor in his body, pressing his lips tightly together, his fists clenched until the knuckles turned pale. He had thought that controlling the area of skin contact with Xie Qiang would prevent too strong a physical reaction, but when the ragdoll cat entered the mental sea, he found it hard to suppress the impulse of his golden tiger spirit wanting to pounce on the ragdoll cat, as well as the desire to sprout tiger ears and let Xie Qiang pet him. Sun Ji gritted his teeth, turning his head to the side, forcing himself not to focus on the soft little ragdoll cat in the mental sea. It was said that the form of a spirit was similar to its owner's character. But how could the cold-blooded and ruthless Xie Qiang possess such a cute and obedient ragdoll cat spirit? It was as if it was telling him that Xie Qiang truly felt sorry for her past actions and wanted to make amends to him. If that were the case, wouldn't all the humiliation he endured over the past few years become a joke? Sun Ji hardened his heart and told himself that he could never forgive Xie Qiang. On the other side, Sang Jiao was watching the two purifying each other, slightly leaning back, his hands propping himself up on the bed, the thin soles of his military boots swaying slightly with his long legs. The boy squinted his eyes. It seems she really wants to repair her relationship with Sun Ji, but Sang Jiao believed more in the difficulty of changing human nature. The previous Xie Qiang would not bother to please Sun Ji. The one she had worked so hard to win over was only him, Sang Jiao. So rather than believing that Xie Qiang wanted to make amends with Sun Ji, he believed she was trying to attract his attention through this unusual behavior. If that was the case, then he had to say she succeeded. Sang Jiao leaned back slightly, his gaze fleetingly passing over the wardrobe. Then he forcefully inserted himself into the subtle atmosphere between Xie Qiang and Sun Ji. "Your Highness, have you offended anyone recently?" Upon hearing this, Xie Qiang couldn't help but show a bit of embarrassment on her face. "Should I say I have been offending people all along? In the third war zone, there isn't a sentinel who doesn't dislike me." Speaking of this, Xie Qiang couldn't help but think of the sentinel who was supposed to assassinate her. In the novel, the female antagonist shot at Wu Zheo's leg, which delayed her until Sun Ji came to rescue her. Afterwards, the female antagonist locked Wu Zheo in a water prison and tortured him until a sick leave prosecutor returned to duty. Wait, Xie Qiang suddenly widened her eyes. She seemed to have an S-rank sentinel guard being punished in the water prison. Annoyed, she slapped her forehead and quickly released Sun Ji's hand to stand up. "Commander Sun, I just remembered that I have something to take care of. So come to my office tomorrow, and I will purify you then." After saying that, she hurriedly ran out of the bedroom. Sang Jiao tilted his head, watching her back, and lightly clicked his tongue. His intention was not to have Xie Qiang leave. He didn't know what urgent matter could make her abandon him and rush out in such a hurry. It couldn't possibly be for another sentinel, right? Beside him, Sun Ji coldly glanced at him and suddenly asked, "The person in the wardrobe, did you kill him?" Sang Jiao raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. "Oh, so you noticed?" The sound of a broken throat was so obvious that it was hard not to notice. Sun Ji said coldly, "To just directly snap someone else's neck without asking anything. Only someone like you could do that." Sang Jiao shrugged, his silver blue fox eyes filled with laughter. The other party could hide their presence and had a knife in hand, clearly here to assassinate her. Why keep such a person alive? Sun Ji frowned. "If you killed him, how will you investigate who is behind him?" "All right," Sang Jiao exclaimed in surprise. Then his face was full of regret. "Sigh, I'm still too young and inexperienced." "Sun Ji, since it's the trouble caused by your fiancé, then you can take care of the body." Sang Jiao stood up, stretched, and waved his arm at Sun Ji. "Bye, I'm going back to sleep now." Chapter 6. The limbless supporting female character, Xie Qiang, hurriedly ran towards the water prison. She had actually forgotten such an important matter. In the Qinghai Empire, there are 3 major hereditary families, among which the most famous is the Zhuge family, where each generation of the family head gives birth to a pair of twins with empathic abilities. The twins of this generation are Hong Ke, who serves as the prosecutor of the Third War Zone, and Mo-in, the sentinel guard assigned to the supporting female character by the Emperor. Mo-in was punished and thrown into the water prison by the supporting female character, and because of their empathic connection, Hong Ke would feel the same pain. That's why he took sick leave in the novel and couldn't personally interrogate Wu Zheo. The supporting female character vented her anger about losing her forearm on Mo-in, worsening his injuries. Soon after, she was summoned back to the palace and fell into a wormhole with Mo-in on the way, due to his severe injuries and inadequate protection. The supporting female character had one of her feet bitten off by the insect tribe. Muttering about the plot, Xie Qiang couldn't help but shiver. She glanced at her own soft right foot and comforted, "Don't worry, foot, I'll go save your bodyguard right away." Xie Qiang quickened her pace, just about to turn into the corridor leading to the water prison, when suddenly she felt a tightness at the back of her head, and a strong sense of foreboding surged in her heart. Her fluffy, soft white hair slightly frizzed up, and she instinctively took a step back. Suddenly, a masked person appeared in front of her, brandishing a dagger aimed straight at her face. Ah! Xie Qiang was so frightened that she stumbled and fell to the ground. Watching the sharp dagger stabbing fiercely towards her, she resignedly raised her left arm to block in front of her. It was her carelessness, thinking that Wu Zhao would definitely assassinate her in the bedroom, never considering that the other party might have changed the assassination location. Was she doomed to follow the same plot as the original book? Did becoming the supporting female character in the book mean she was destined to lose this forearm? Feeling wronged and wanting to cry, Xie Qiang bit her lip to suppress her voice, afraid of provoking the other party's excitement for killing. But the expected pain did not come. She looked up in surprise, only to see a large mass of red wavy hair slightly swaying in front of her. In the third war zone, there was only one person with such striking red hair, and that was Hong Ke. Hong Ke swiftly dealt with the assassin and turned to look at Xie Qiang, instantly frowning, his golden eyes filled with disgust and annoyance. His expression clearly said, "If I had known it was you, I wouldn't have come out to save anyone." Xie Qiang felt a bit awkward, got up and said, "Thank you for saving me." Hearing her gratitude, Hong Ke looked as if he had seen a ghost. He kicked the assassin's body and spoke uncertainly. "I can't be going crazy, can I? Am I hallucinating?" Xie Qiang then realized that Hong Ke was in a bad state. His waterfall-like red curls were unkempt, messy on his back, and his thick, red eyebrows were impatiently furrowed. His handsome, rebellious face was filled with exhaustion. His broader and sturdier body was wrapped in a loose black nightgown, and a large area of wheat-colored skin exposed on his chest showed a sickly flush, with a thin layer of sweat forming beads that dripped down. It was clear he had heard the cries for help while recuperating and had forced himself to come out to save someone. Xie Qiang immediately labeled Hong Ke as a good person. Hong Ke seemed somewhat disoriented, convinced that everything happening in front of him was an illusion. He lifted his foot and walked towards the water prison. Xie Qiang hurriedly followed him. As she passed the assassin's corpse, she saw the bloodstains spreading on the ground, and her heart trembled slightly, quickly withdrawing her gaze. It's fine. This is a novel world, and none of this is real." After convincing herself, Xie Qiang quickened her pace to catch up with Hong Quebec. Upon noticing that Xie Qiang was following him, Hong Ke couldn't help but speed up, muttering, "What bad luck, so unlucky. Why is she following me? It's bad enough to be sick in reality, but she is still so annoying in a dream." Xie Qiang. She silently followed behind Hong Ke, watching him enter the water prison, and she followed him in. The interior of the water prison was spacious, with a large central pool filled with cold water, which presumably mixed with the blood and bodily fluids of countless people, faintly emitting a foul smell. Surrounding the pool were various instruments of punishment, comparable to the 10 greatest tortures. As soon as Hong Ke walked in, he frowned tightly. Sentinels have keen senses, and this smell was clearly unbearable, especially since he and Mo.En shared an empathic bond, meaning he experienced it doubly. And the discomfort he felt now was all thanks to Xie Qiang. Damn Xie Qiang. Hong Ke irritably raked his messy red hair, cursing, when will she accidentally fall to her death in the water prison? Xie Qiang. Feeling somewhat helpless, Xie Qiang rubbed her forehead, telling herself not to get angry with a sick person. She then looked towards Mo.En, who was hanging by chains at the edge of the water prison. His dark gray hair was tied into a high ponytail, and 2 strands of long bangs and some loose hair covered his face, making it hard to see what he looked like. However, from his sharply defined facial features, it was clear he must be very handsome. His arms were suspended by iron chains, and his wrists were rubbed raw. The black sleeveless tight-fitting outfit was already tattered from the whipping, sticking to his cracked and bleeding flesh. He hung there motionless, and if it weren't for the slight rise and fall of his chest from breathing, one might easily suspect he was already dead. Being tortured to this extent by a guide who was useless except for purification was truly something. Hong Ke sat at the edge of the water prison, one leg bent, one hand resting on his knee as he looked at Mo.En, unsure if he was chatting or complaining. "Why are you still so useless? Since you had to be punished anyway. Couldn't you have shown some backbone and slapped her a couple of times to vent before the punishment?" Xie Qiang, who had just sat down, was confused. "Slap who? Me? Inside the water prison, the gray-haired youth slightly lifted his gaze. Under his wet bangs, a pair of dark golden wolf-like eyes subtly revealed themselves. He looked at Hong Kei, who was complaining, with an expressionless gaze. Whether it was from being punished and injured or because he was naturally taciturn, he didn't say a word. However, when he caught sight of Xie Qiang, his gaze paused slightly before it returned to Hong Quebec. In his dark golden wolf-like eyes, a trace of barely perceptible confusion flashed by, as if he didn't understand why Hong Kei dared to say such rebellious words in front of Xie Qiang. After Hong Kei finished venting his frustrations, he finally stood up. "I'm going back to rest. I'll come back tomorrow morning to bring you food." He turned and walked a few steps, suddenly remembering something, and turned back. Xie Qiang was puzzled about why he was back again when she saw Hong Kei towering over her, and then a wicked smile appeared on his handsome, unruly face. The next second, Hong Kei lifted his right foot and kicked Xie Qiang in the chest. With a splash, Xie Qiang was kicked into the murky pool. "Huh, that felt good." Hong Kei laughed heartily and walked away. Cough, cough. Caught off guard and kicked into the water, Xie Qiang choked on several mouthfuls of water. She frantically reached for the edge of the water prison, but the pool was deeper than she had imagined, quickly swallowing her body like a gaping abyss. Fear finally surfaced in Xie Qiang's eyes as she gasped. "Help! Help me!" Hong Kei muddled and confused. Didn't he hear her cries for help, and left the water prison without looking back. Xie Qiang was submerged up to her nose, desperately turning to look at Imoen, reaching out her hand, hoping he could save her. But when her gaze met his emotionless eyes, Xie Qiang realized how could she possibly rely on a sentinel she had tormented for over a month? Chapter 7. The fluffy and huge wolf tail. Xie Qiang didn't want to give up, not even a glimmer of hope. She choked on water, struggling to shout, "Imo!" Cough, cough, Imoen. Her body felt as if it were tied to a heavy stone, rapidly sinking. Xie Qiang tightly closed her eyes, trying hard to hold her breath, her arms still reaching towards the surface in a desperate bid for survival. "Help me, anyone." The only response was the endless darkness and silence. The icy water was bone-chilling, and Xie Qiang's consciousness gradually blurred until she completely fainted. With a loud clatter, the sound of chains clashing echoed. Soon, a long but scarred hand emerged from the murky, cold water, suddenly grasping the girl's sinking arm. With a splash, Imoen surfaced, carrying the unconscious girl and climbing ashore, placing her beside the pool. On the cold tiled floor, the girl lay with her eyes tightly closed, her once fluffy and soft cream-white hair now matted together, making her look like a drenched little cat, utterly pitiful. She lay motionless, her face pale as if she were already dead. Imoen, like a gray wolf, leaned in to sniff the girl's cheek, confirming she had a faint breath before raising both hands and starting to press on her chest. Yet, there were still no signs of her waking up. "Why isn't she waking up? Did I press too hard?" Remembering how Hong Kei often said that a guide was so weak that a gentle punch could knock out 10 of them, Imoen lowered his head, his nose once again close to her. Suddenly, the girl coughed violently, her head jerking up with the force of the cough, her pink lips meeting Imoen's nose. The unexpected soft touch brought a hint of purifying power, sending a tingling sensation through his body as if struck by electricity. Imoen's dark golden eyes narrowed, and a moment of astonishment crossed his otherwise expressionless face. Once he regained his composure, he looked at the girl, whose color was gradually returning to a healthy hue, silently turned back to the water prison and reattached the heavy chains to his arms. "Huh!" Xie Qiang suddenly woke up, coughing heavily. Cough, cough, cough. She was still alive? Soaked to the skin, her chest hurt badly, and the back of her head also throbbed for some reason. Covering her head, Xie Qiang struggled to sit up. But who saved her? In the water prison, there were only her and Imoen. She couldn't help but turn back, only to find Imoen still hanging there, bound by chains, motionless like a wooden puppet. Wasn't it him? Thinking about how Imoen, as her protector, had actually left her die, Xie Qiang felt a mix of anger and fear, her tone growing heavier. "Why didn't you save me?" She glared at the chains hanging in midair, not believing he couldn't break free. In the book, the female lead had visited the water prison and tried to persuade the female antagonist to let Imoen go, only to be impatiently pushed into the pool. When the female lead called for help, Mo-in easily broke free from the chains to save her. Recalling this, Xie Qiang's cat-like eyes glared fiercely at Mo-in. "Speak up." Mo-in glanced at her. Whether it was Xie Qiang's illusion or not, she felt his gaze seem to brush over her lips. Then, as if he hadn't heard anything, he lowered his eyes and continued to act like a wooden puppet. Xie Qiang clenched her fists, her chest heaving with anger. She was really going to be driven mad. Xie Qiang wanted to storm off, but seeing Mo-in injured and hanging in the water, she couldn't completely ignore him. Despite her anger, Xie Qiang knew that Mo-in's reluctance to save her was not about her, but about the female antagonist in the book. Taking a few deep breaths, she told herself not to be angry. Mo-in, the punishment is over. Come up yourself. Seeing Mo-in remain still, she feigned a cold snort. "You saw just now? Hong Ke is very sick. Do you want to continue being punished, making your brother suffer with you?" In the novel, although Mo-in was taciturn and seemed uninterested in everything, he actually cared quite a bit about his brother, Hong Quebec. Sure enough, Mo-in's body shifted slightly. His wolf-like eyes, devoid of much emotion, fixed on Xie Qiang, as if assessing whether she was speaking the truth or not. Finally, he raised his hand, pulled a key from his high ponytail, and unlocked the chains. Seeing this, Xie Qiang was instantly furious and amused, turning to leave. She felt so foolish. Mo-in clearly had 100 ways to escape the water prison, yet she naively thought he was truly being bullied by the female antagonist. Behind her, she heard the sound of the young man stumbling after her. Not wanting him to catch up, she quickened her pace, but the footsteps behind her only grew faster. She suddenly stopped and turned to look at Mo-in, her eyes reddening. "Mo-in, do you think I should die too?" The gray-haired youth didn't answer, silently lowering his head like a mute gray wolf. Xie Qiang's gaze fell, and she let out a bitter laugh. She turned back to continue walking, passing the spot where the assassin had just been killed. Seeing the assassin's corpse still lying on the ground, she could no longer contain her sadness and kicked it hard with her small foot. These bad paper people. She vowed never to invest any more excess feelings into them again. Fuming, Xie Qiang strode towards the room, but suddenly she heard a dragging sound from behind. She turned around angrily to see Mo-in dragging the assassin's body along, leaving a long, bloody trail on the floor, which was quite terrifying. Xie Qiang was nearly choked with fear. Was this his silent threat? Because she had yelled at him earlier? Fortunately, after dragging the corpse a few meters, he tossed it at a doorway. Xie Qiang looked closely and recalled that it seemed to be Hong Ke's room. The blood from the assassin's corpse quickly seeped into Hong Ke's room. Xie Qiang's eyes widened slightly, and before she could figure out Mo-in's intentions, she heard Hong Ke's furious voice erupt from inside. "Damn. Who dares to throw stinking blood into my room?" Xie Qiang. Realizing Hong Ke was about to come out, she disregarded everything and quickly grabbed Mo-in's right hand, fleeing the scene. It wasn't until they returned to her room that she finally let go of Mo-in's hand, bent over laughing uncontrollably. "Ha ha, what a pity. I didn't get to see Hong Ke's furious face." She turned around to praise Mo-in, but was astonished to find that too large. Pointed wolf ears had sprouted from the front of his high ponytail, and behind him, a fluffy, huge gray wolf tail was swinging vigorously against the wall, making a thudding sound. Mo-in's head was lowered, his face obscured by his bangs, making it hard to see his expression. He desperately tried to suppress the wildly swinging wolf tail, but it slapped his already scarred arm hard, turning it red. "Montak Uin." Xie Qiang couldn't help but laugh again. This scene was simply too adorable. But why had Mo-in's wolf ears and tail suddenly appeared? Did he want her to comfort and purify him? Remembering how her hand had been hurt by Sunji earlier, Xie Qiang gently bit her lip and tentatively reached out her hand. Before she could touch the seemingly soft wolf ears, Mo-in turned his head away, obviously very resistant to being touched by her. However, the wolf tail couldn't wait to pounce on Xie Qiang's cheek, rubbing against her face. Xie Qiang felt a tickling sensation and pressed down on the wriggling wolf tail, feeling the soft fur like cotton, which made her gently squeeze it. Mo-in's body trembled slightly. He rarely exuded a more dominant aura, suddenly yanking the wildly moving wolf tail back from Xie Qiang's hand. "Don't move." His tone was very stiff. Xie Qiang's smile froze on her face, and with a self-deprecating shrug, she turned and opened the door to enter the room. Soaked all over, feeling sticky and uncomfortable, Xie Qiang found a change of clothes and went into the bathroom to freshen up. When she came out, she saw Mo-in still standing at the door. She lowered her gaze, bit her lip, and finally pulled out the first aid kit, striding over and forcefully shoving it into Mo-in's arms. "Here you go." She threw down this sentence and angrily shut the door. Mo-in looked down at the first aid kit in his arms, his wolf-like eyes showing no emotion, and after a long while he squatted down against the wall, still holding the kit. Chapter 8. Mo-in, take it off. Xie Qiang woke up, rubbing her still aching chest. Remembering the half-shoe print left on her chest for being kicked last night while showering, she couldn't help but pout, her face clearly showing her displeasure. She would definitely get back at Hong Kei for this. After freshening up, Xie Qiang went to the dressing room, opening the closet to see a whole row of sexy dresses that would need to be pixelated in modern times. She felt a bit embarrassed and patted her face. The preferences of the female supporting character were just too hot. After rummaging through the dressing room for half the day, Xie Qiang finally found a decent outfit in the corner. It was the work uniform worn by guides, resembling the white coat of a modern doctor. Putting on the white coat, Xie Qiang also took 2 seemingly expensive pens and tucked them into the pockets. Very good. Little Dr. Xie is going to work now. Humming a tune, Xie Qiang left the room. Just as she was about to close the door, she caught a glimpse of an indistinct figure squatting at the entrance, startling her. What is that? Looking closely, she realized that the indistinct figure was actually Mo-in. His wolf ears and tail were tucked away, and he hadn't changed clothes. The medical kit in his arms remained untouched, looking as if he had been squatting at the door all night with unaddressed wounds. Xie Qiang was shocked. She had never seen someone so careless with their own body. Mo-in, why didn't you treat your wounds? Mo-in looked up, his dark golden wolf eyes fixed on her until he realized she was waiting for his response, finally speaking in a few words. You didn't say. Xie Qiang. It seems she only told him to give him the medical kit last night and didn't issue any orders for him to treat his wounds. Reflecting on the interactions between the female supporting character and Mo-in, it appeared that they only had simple commands and executions. So, because she didn't give the command to save herself last night, and Mo-in didn't help her, Xie Qiang felt somewhat speechless. Next time you see me in danger, come save me immediately. Don't wait for me to speak. Mo-in lowered his head, fiddling with the medical kit, not sure if he had taken her words to heart or not. Seeing him about to apply ointment directly to his wounds, Xie Qiang helplessly stopped him. Montak Uin, go take a shower first, then treat your wounds. Only then did Mo-in stand up and leave without looking back. When he returned, he was clean and tidy. Xie Qiang finally got a good look at what he looked like. He had the same facial outline as Hong Kei, with narrow gray eyebrows, a high nose bridge, and strikingly red lips. The difference was that while Hong Kei had a head of dazzling red wavy hair, Mo-in had a dark gray high ponytail, and his dark golden wolf eyes were more understated compared to Hong Kei's pure golden hawk-like eyes. Combined with his silent and wooden expression, he seemed to lack the rebelliousness of Hong Kei, instead possessing a stubbornness and taciturnity like a rock. How could the same face have 2 completely different auras? Xie Qiang stared at him until she noticed Mo-in averting his gaze, realizing she had been scrutinizing him for quite a while. She couldn't help but cough lightly, blushing as she looked away and handed him the ointment. Apply the medicine. Mo-in took the ointment. His method of applying it was messy, and Xie Qiang couldn't stand it anymore, firmly taking the ointment and bandages from him. Let me do it. Carefully treating the wounds on Mo-in's arm, she tied the bandage and then looked at his tight-fitting outfit. Xie Qiang felt a bit of a headache. Don't you know basic medical knowledge? Your wounds haven't even been treated. How can you wear tight clothes? Mo-in raised his eyes, a hint of confusion in his gaze, seemingly not understanding why she said that. Take it off. Seeing he remained still, Xie Qiang tried to issue the command. Mo-in's body paused slightly. Then he curled up his hands, hugging them to his chest. Xie Qiang's mind slowly formed a question mark. What does he mean by that? Is he saying she's a pervert, coveting his body? Mo-in, take it off. Xie Qiang repeated, her voice a bit louder and more assertive this time. Mo-in, too, became a bit firmer, shaking his head and retreating into the corner of the sofa. The 185-meter tall young man somehow managed to curl up into a ball, leaving Xie Qiang in awe. However, Xie Qiang was not one to give up easily. After a fierce battle with Mo-in, she finally succeeded in tugging off the tight outfit from him, revealing the body hidden beneath. With just one glance, Xie Qiang was stunned, and in her daze, the hem of the clothing was quickly snatched back by Mo-in, tightly clutched in his palm. Xie Qiang's eyes felt a bit sore. Mo-in's body was covered in countless whip marks. Although sentinels had a strong self-healing ability, they could not withstand the bacteria from the filthy water in the water prison day after day, nor the punishment for the female supporting character's specially crafted whip. I'm sorry. Xie Qiang's eyes turned red. I should have let you out sooner. Even just an hour earlier, he could have suffered 1 hour less. Mo-in lowered his head and remained silent, only the dense eyelashes fluttering slightly. Xie Qiang rubbed her eyes and handed the ointment to Mo-in, then softly said, I'll give you a choice. Either I help you apply ointment to all your wounds, or you do it yourself properly, and I'll only help you with the wounds on your back that you can't reach. Mo-in lowered his head, looking at the ointment in her palm. Though his expression showed no change, he appeared indecisive. Finally, he turned around, his back facing Xie Qiang, and lifted his tight outfit slightly. There were no wounds on his back. Xie Qiang. Female, supporting character. If you enjoy torturing people, why only torture one side? Feeling embarrassed, Xie Qiang stuffed the ointment haphazardly into Mo-in's hand and fled in a hurry. I have to go to work. Remember to eat. Watching Xie Qiang's petite figure disappear quickly, Mo-in lowered his head, squeezed a bit of ointment, and began to apply it slowly, mimicking the girl's actions. Strange. This woman seems to have changed. She has become so soft. Having eaten her fill with the fried fish and pancake she snagged from the cafeteria, Xie Qiang was fully recharged and walked in her office with a light step. One has to say, the life of the female supporting character was quite happy. She could work whenever she wanted and skip when she didn't, unlike other guides who had fixed work quotas. Speaking of this work quota, one must mention the female protagonist. Originally, sentinels had to pay a handsome fee to the guides for purification, but the female protagonist advocated for better treatment for the sentinels, persuading the guides in the Third War Zone to not only have a fixed work quota every day, but also to occasionally work overtime, voluntarily purifying the lower-level sentinels. However, the female supporting character did not take the female protagonist seriously at all and treated the daily work quota as mere decoration. Propping her delicate chin with her hands, Xie Qiang chewed on the fish and pancake, swinging her slender legs. But being too leisurely was also quite boring. How did the office workers here slack off? Swallowing the last bite of her pancake, Xie Qiang jumped down from her office chair and stealthily walked to the door of another office. Her fair fingertips gently pressed on the transparent glass of the door, and she slightly raised her foot, curiously peeking inside. This peek was alarming. Inside, a guide was sitting on a handsome sentinel's lap, both lost in a passionate kiss, while the guide's other hand was even stroking another handsome sentinel's beast ears. Chapter 9. How did the female lead arrive? Xie Qiang widened her almond-shaped eyes, snapping back to reality as she quickly covered her eyes and took a few steps back. Although she knew that there would inevitably be intimate physical contact when a guide purifies a sentinel, this guide's sister was simply too bold. She was purifying 2 sentinels at the same time. After patting her flushed cheeks, Xie Qiang tried to calm herself down and prepared to return to her office to process what she had just seen. However, as soon as she turned around, her forehead bumped into something hard. Ugh, who is it now? Bumping into me with those muscular pecs. Xie Qiang covered her red forehead and looked up, only to see a rebellious, handsome face and thick, long curls of hair that shone like a bright red phoenix feather. He crossed his arms over his chest, his bright golden eyes filled with disdain as he stared at her. Xie Qiang, I thought you were already weird enough, but it turns out you can be weirder. On his shoulder, a small red chubby bird flapped its wings and chirped, pervert, peeking, shameless. Xie Qiang. Startled, Xie Qiang quickly grabbed the small bird and covered its beak, whispering, Shh, don't say anything. Ugh, let go. The chubby bird struggled fiercely, and Xie Qiang felt she was about to lose her grip, so she hurriedly opened her lab coat and stuffed it into her chest. In front of her, Hong Kei's sturdy body shook, his eyes wide in disbelief. Xie Qiang quickly reached out her small hand and covered Hong Kei's mouth before he could explode with anger. She yanked her hand back and ran away. She needed to get away from this place of chaos. Hong Kei angrily chased after her, wanting to retrieve the chubby bird. But he was so disgusted at the thought of touching Xie Qiang that he didn't know how to proceed. Damn it. Why does his spirit entity have to be stuffed there? Grinding his teeth, Hong Kei followed Xie Qiang and eventually entered her office. Once in a safe zone, Xie Qiang finally let out a sigh of relief and released the chubby bird from her embrace. As soon as the bird was free, it began to hop around and scold her bad guy, big pervert, even taking advantage of Xiao Hong. Xie Qiang waved her small fist in a threatening manner. If you keep scolding me, believe it or not, I'll turn you into roasted bird. The chubby bird was so frightened that it flew onto Hong Kei's shoulder, squawking, "Bad woman, wants to eat Xiao Hong." Hong Kei rubbed the bird's head, looking at Xie Qiang with a speechless expression. When did you become so childish? Why are you scaring Xiao Hong? Xie Qiang looked at Hong Quebec. Unlike the rarely seen Moine, the female supporting character and Hong Kei had grown up together as childhood friends. Their relationship was like fire and water. Perhaps it was because cats naturally love to catch birds. The female supporting character often bullied the undeveloped Hong Kei in their childhood. Whether it was burning his hair with fire or ordering him to kneel and be her steed, which made Hong Kei run away every time he saw her. After he developed, he would rush to the battlefield without stopping. After arriving in the third war zone, the female supporting character wanted to continue bullying Hong Kei, but he always avoided her. Feeling provoked, she began to bully Moine, who share a bond with him. This was also the main reason why Moine had been imprisoned in the water dungeon for so long. Xie Qiang's gaze unconsciously slid down to Hong Kei's chest. Did he have as many injuries as Moine? Her gaze was so fixed that Hong Kei felt a chill run down his spine and immediately raised his hand to cover his chest, grumbling, "Xie Qiang, are you disgusting? What are you looking at? Why did he look so angry as if he had been teased?" Xie Qiang blinked, somewhat confused. "I just looked at you, didn't I? I didn't take off your clothes. Do you want to take off my clothes?" Hong Kei screamed, "You pervert! Why didn't you get stabbed by an assassin last night?" "True." Xie Qiang's clear eyes fixed on him, looking very much in agreement. "How come I was kicked to death by you last night, or drowned in the water dungeon? What a pity." Hong Kei suddenly fell silent. He irritably scratched his head. "I thought that was a dream. Who would dare to really kick you into the water? After all, you are a prestigious S-class guide." Xie Qiang didn't reply, turning her head to start organizing the messy folders on her desk. Not wanting to engage with Hong Kei glanced at her, feeling a bit puzzled. Why was she getting angry and scolding him back? In the past, she would have already pulled out her whip to hit herself. And today she was acting strangely, dressed neatly and looking nothing like her usual arrogant self. "You." Hong Kei was just about to ask something when he saw Xie Qiang take out a purification form and pull a pen from her chest pocket. She carefully wrote his name in the sentinel name section of the form. Without looking up, she pointed to the chair next to her. "Sit." Hong Kei was confused about what she wanted to do and scoffed. "Why should I listen to you?" Xie Qiang looked up in surprise. "Aren't you here to be purified? Do you like standing while being purified?" She pondered for a moment before revealing an understanding expression, showing respect despite her confusion. Hong Kei was momentarily speechless, scratching his hair in frustration. "I'm not here to be purified. Who cares about your purification?" Then this loud-mouthed sentinel should not disturb the guide's work. Xie Qiang pointed to the door, her voice crisp. "I have other sentinels to purify." Puffed. Did I hear that wrong? Hong Kei seemed to have heard the biggest joke, laughing so hard that the chubby bird on his shoulder trembled. Which sentinel in this base would want to be purified by you? Not even a dog would come. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a knock at the office door. A steady voice came from outside. "Xie Qiang, are you there?" Xie Qiang snorted. "The dog is here." "Hong Kei, what is that cowardly commanderson doing here?" He glared at the incoming Sun Ji, not hiding his disdain. "Oh, the cowardly commander has arrived." Xie Qiang turned her head, astonished as she looked at Hong Quebec. How brave he was. He actually dared to insult Sun Ji to his face. Seeing Hong Kei in the office, Sun Ji was somewhat surprised. Why is he here? Didn't he take sick leave? Could it be that Xie Qiang suddenly stopped purifying yesterday, because she felt she owed Hong Ke something and immediately went to purify him? His brows furrowed slightly, and a complex look fell on Xie Qiang. Did she really change? Commander Sun, what are you doing standing at the door? Guoming. Xie Qiang waved her hand with a sweet smile. Seeing her smile, Hong Ke was immediately horrified and glanced at her. What was going on? In the past, she was always so disdainful of Sun Ji, wishing to avoid him at all costs. But just now, she smiled so sweetly at him. What happened while he was sick? Why was Xie Qiang undergoing such a huge change? Sun Ji remembered the business when he saw Xie Qiang wave, and he reined his thoughts, stepping aside to let someone through the door. Then a woman walked in. She was beautiful, slender, and wore a simple yet elegant white dress, making her look pure and gentle like a jasmine flower. Her long black hair cascaded down her back, and she gently tucked a strand behind her ear. Looking at the three people in the room, her voice was as soft as spring water. Sorry to interrupt. Xie Qiang's eyes immediately widened. How did the female lead arrive? Chapter 10. I am here to protect Her Highness the Princess in the original plot. The female antagonist recuperated for more than half a month after losing her forearm. During this time, the female protagonist repeatedly wanted to visit her, but was turned away each time. Now that she herself is uninjured, what does the female protagonist want? Xie Qiang looked at Sun Ji and sent a questioning glance. What does she want? Upon meeting Xie Qiang's gaze, Sun Ji paused slightly, about to explain when a flash of white skirt swept past him. Jiang Qingwan, who was originally standing at the door, strode up to Xie Qiang. Your Highness, please purify Commander Sun. Her voice was clear, gentle yet very powerful. Commander Sun is a hero of the Empire and the only SSS-level sentinel. It is his presence that deters the Zerg from invading the Empire on a large scale. She carried an aura of fearlessness, her slender, spirited Danfeng eyes fixed on Xie Qiang. Yesterday, Commander Sun eliminated the Zerg from the logistics department, and his frenzy index is likely nearing 90. I know your Highness has never liked sentinels, but for the safety of the Empire, please purify Commander Sun. Xie Qiang listened in confusion, looking questioningly at Sun Ji with her eyes. Didn't I already purify you? Didn't you tell her? Sun Ji rubbed his forehead and stepped forward to explain, Guide Jiang. I already mentioned yesterday that the princess has purified me. Commander Sun, you need not deceive me. Jiang Qingwan shook her head, looking at him earnestly. It is well known that your Highness dislikes you, and has even said that she would rather marry a Zerg than purify you. Although I know the chances are slim, I still hope to advocate for you. After saying that, she turned her attention back to Xie Qiang, her voice gentle yet unyielding. Your Highness, Commander Sun has sacrificed so much for the Empire. Can you really bear to see him die from frenzy? Sun Ji sighed silently and shook his head at Xie Qiang. Only then did Xie Qiang understand that Sun Ji had explained himself, but Jiang Qingwan did not believe him and even thought he was trying to save face by lying. Beside them, Hong Ke rolled his eyes, his tone disdainful. If he dies, then let him die. I've never seen a more pathetic sentinel than Sun Ji, allowing his fiancé to play those twisted games in his jurisdiction and still tolerating it. He certainly couldn't stand it. Zhang Qingguan shot onque à disapproving glance, her brows furrowed with tenderness and determination. Your Honor, please be cautious with your words. Sentinels can die on the battlefield, but no sentinel should sacrifice themselves in the rear for not receiving timely purification. Hong Ke was momentarily taken aback, then turned his head away, mumbling, I was just saying. Jiang Qingwan withdrew her gaze and looked back at Xie Qiang. Your Highness, as long as you are willing to purify Commander Sun, I will do anything you ask. She thought for a moment and added, I will retract the daily work quota I issue to you. Is that acceptable? Xie Qiang let out a soft sound. But I have already purified Commander Senator. Jiang Qingwan immediately showed a disappointed expression. Your Highness. Xie Qiang lowered her head. Although Jiang Qingwan only said 2 words, she felt as if she was implying, don't I know who you are? It seemed Jiang Qingwan would never believe her. Xie Qiang shook her head, unwilling to argue further. Believe what you want. If there is nothing else, please leave my office. At this moment, Sun Ji also spoke up, Guide Jiang. There is no need to trouble yourself further. This is a matter between me and the princess. No. Jiang Qingwan shook her head, looking firmly at Sun Ji. Since Commander Sun insists on shielding Her Highness, then we should go to the testing room and check your frenzy value. Your Highness, why don't you come along? She turned to Xie Qiang. This way, we can know if you really purified Commander Senator Hong. Kay finally gave Jiang Qingwen a proper look. This woman really has guts to confront someone like Xie Qiang, who is considered insane. Sun Ji felt a headache coming on and rubbed his forehead. He couldn't persuade Jiang Qingwen, so he could only look at Xie Qiang. Xie Qiang, why don't you just go? Xie Qiang tightened her grip on the pen, staring straight at Sun Ji until he lowered his gaze, no longer looking at her. Only then did she woodenly stand up and walk toward the office door. As she passed in front of Sun Ji, she raised her gaze to the tall man, disappointment swirling in her bright eyes. Just call me Your Highness. Commander Senator Sun Ji trembled slightly. He knew that Xie Qiang was blaming him for troubling her to personally prove the purification rather than forcibly taking Jiang Qingwen away for her unreasonable behavior. She was disappointed in his choice to side with Jiang Qingwen. Clenching his fists, Sun Ji wanted to explain, but found no words until he reached the door of the testing room, where he suddenly realized his abnormality. He didn't need to mend relationships with Xie Qiang. Why did he feel so anxious to explain to her when he saw her unhappy? Inside the testing room, Jiang Qingwen was at the front desk communicating with the reception guide. After every major battle, sentinels had to retest their frenzy values and health status. So there were quite a number of sentinels waiting to be called. Upon seeing Jiang Qingwen, they all surrounded her. Guide Jiang, what brings you to the testing room? Are you feeling unwell? You weren't injured in the surprise attack on the logistics department yesterday, were you? Thanks to you, we can get purified by the guides without worrying about going frenzy on the battlefield. Please take care of yourself. Jiang Qingwen smiled slightly. Don't worry. Commander Sun arrived in time yesterday, and the Zerg were cleared out. I wasn't injured. That's good. But unfortunately, we can't leave our posts and can only worry needlessly. I saw Commander Sun hurriedly leaving the front line yesterday. It seems he went to save you. Yes. Who doesn't know in the entire war zone that Commander Sun has a special favor for you? He never smiles at any guide, but shows a hint of a smile only to you. Compared to marrying that twisted princess, he surely hopes that his purifier would be you, Guide Jiang. Xie Qiang walked into the testing room just in time to hear this conversation. She glanced at Sun Ji. Before he could react, she expressionlessly withdrew her gaze and continued walking inside. He pursed his lips, and, as he turned his head, his sharp gaze swept over the sentinels. Then he walked to Jiang Qingwen's side. The sentinels were surprised to see him. Commander Sun, what brings you here? We were just talking about you. Thanks to you protecting Guide Jiang, she wasn't harmed. Yes, Guide Jiang is the blessing of all sentinels. You must protect her. The sentinels laughed and joked. Meanwhile, Jiang Qingwen shook her head helplessly. Please don't say that. Commander Sun doesn't act out of personal feelings. He left the front line to eliminate the Zerg in the logistics department to protect all guides. Oh, personal feelings? The sentinels looked at the two with ambiguous expressions. Sun Ji frowned slightly. He spoke. The first law of the Empire states that in any situation, the safety of S-level guides must be prioritized. His voice was cold. I am here to protect Her Highness the Princess. Chapter 11. The heavy silence of the past, as soon as the words fell. The testing room became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The sentinels did not expect Sun Ji to directly refute Jiang Qingwen's words. Jiang Qingwen looked up at him, and after a moment, she regained her composure. Indeed, Her Highness the Princess is an S-rank guide, and her safety is undoubtedly more important than that of all other guides. Moreover, don't mention Her Highness at all. She raised a form in her hand and smiled, saying, Her Highness said she purified Commander Sun Ji yesterday, so we are here to conduct a frenzy value test. Upon hearing this, the sentinels all showed amused expressions. Jiang Guide, please don't joke around. Yeah, who doesn't know her temper in the war zone? Every time she sees Commander Sun Ji, there's bound to be a round of humiliation. Purification? Absolutely impossible. She never regarded Commander Sun Ji with any importance. The sentinels looked at Sun Ji with pity in their eyes, full of sympathy for Commander Sun Ji. Sun Ji frowned but remained silent. Jiang Qingwen and these sentinels would never believe him, so he decided to let facts speak for themselves. He looked at Jiang Qingwen and said, Let's go. Okay, Jiang Qingwan nodded with a smile and instructed the reception guide at the front desk. Please let Commander Senji go first for the test. Sure, Jiang guide. The reception guide operated the workstation and then stood up to lead the way. Please follow me. Senji turned and walked away, while Jiang Qingwan paused for a moment, glancing at Xie Qiang, who sat motionless in the waiting area, and then hurried to catch up with Senji. In the waiting area, Hongke crossed his arms and watched the two leave, his handsome face full of disdain. What a disgrace. Xie Qiang lifted her head. What disgrace? Hongke didn't want to pay her any mind, but seeing her wide, round cat-like eyes looking at him with a confused and innocent expression made him scratch his red hair uncomfortably. He had only seen Xie Qiang's spoiled and annoying side and never expected her to show such a soft and cute expression. You really don't know? Hongke glanced at her. Xie Qiang replied. Is she deliberately acting cute? Hongke found it quite shocking. What's wrong with Xie Qiang today? It's like she took the wrong medicine. He quickly withdrew his gaze and pointed his chin towards Senji and Jiang Qingwan. Don't you notice that all the low-level sentinels are surrounding these two? Xie Qiang looked over and indeed found it to be the case. The combat uniforms of the sentinels would indicate their ranks. The ones surrounding Senji and Jiang Qingwan were all low-level sentinels below rank B, while those above rank B were sitting in the waiting area, either watching from a distance or too lazy to even lift their eyelids. Why is that? Xie Qiang asked curiously. She initially thought that the people surrounding Senji and Jiang Qingwan were all high-level sentinels. But now she recalled that novels often describe the popularity of the female protagonist in terms of sentinels, rather than high-level sentinels. When reading, she had taken it for granted that high-level sentinels would also be included. Why else? Because they are both defective products. Hongke snorted lightly and began to explain to Xie Qiang. Unlike the peaceful internal dynamics of the guides, the sentinels have a clear hierarchy, and discrimination is severe. High-level sentinels look down on low-level sentinels. When Senji first differentiated into an SSS-level sentinel, he was highly admired and pursued by high-level sentinels, while the royal family and noble families put in great efforts to win him over, making Senji the center of attention. But when it was discovered that he could not be purified by a guide, the tide of adoration and pursuit changed instantly. Senji's status in the empire plummeted, and he became the target of public scorn. Words like fake defective sentinel and other humiliating terms began to flood towards the young Senji. He escaped to the battlefield, gradually climbed to the position of commander through strength, and protected the empire, even earning the title of God of War. However, the nobles and high-level sentinels still did not hold him in high regard. The more contributions he made, the more it meant he was devalued, unworthy of anyone's attention. Hongke glanced at Xie Qiang. Until the royal family discovered that you could purify Senji, his value was reassessed, and everyone rushed back to him. Xie Qiang understood the implication without further elaboration. The female antagonist's refusal to purify Senji turned him back into a joke, and those high-level sentinels who once admired him felt embarrassed and began to look down on and discriminate against Senji. It was somewhat akin to unfollowing a celebrity in modern times and then mocking them. But there must be some high-level sentinels who recognize Senji, right? Xie Qiang thought of Wu Zhao, the one who attempted to assassinate the female antagonist, who was a sentinel assassin that wanted to stand up for Senji. He said it right before he died? Hongke asked with a frown. Xie Qiang replied, not exactly. Hongke said, then why are you talking nonsense? Xie Qiang responded, I just know. So, only low-level sentinels sympathize with Senji now? Xie Qiang blinked and asked in confusion, sympathize? Hongke laughed disdainfully, mocking Xie Qiang's naivety. The lower the rank of the sentinel, the stronger the jealousy. Seeing a once high and mighty SSS-level sentinel reduced to being looked down upon by high-level sentinels. How do you think they feel? They share a sense of camaraderie in suffering, sympathy, and an indescribable subtle sense of schadenfreude. If Senji were a complete SSS-level sentinel, do you think these low-level sentinels would dare to approach him? On que ridicule. Xie Qiang never expected that beyond the plot, Senji was enduring such a heavy past. She couldn't help but let out a sigh. Forget it. I should be nicer to him in the future. Beside her, Hongke continued to complain, Senji and that woman. One is a defective sentinel, and the other is a disabled guide. TSK. Don't you think they're a perfect match? Xie Qiang raised her head. Do you dislike Jiang Qingwan? Why you call her disabled? What? I'm just stating the facts. Han Ke shrugged, exuding an air of aristocratic arrogance. She lost her purification ability. Isn't that disabled? But she was once an S-rank guide and contributed a lot to the Sentinels. Xie Qiang believed he shouldn't evaluate Jiang Qingwan like that. So what? I never received her purification. Han Ke said nonchalantly, in my eyes, she's just a disabled guide. Xie Qiang did not like this way of speaking. She earnestly corrected him. From a medical perspective, disabled refers to a condition where the body has lost significant function due to severe injury or illness, making normal activities or work impossible. Jiang Qingwan has only lost her purification ability, but she can still function normally and work. In fact, she diligently persuaded other guides to purify sentinels, significantly alleviating the pressure on the battlefield. She looked at Han Ke. So, please don't say that about her. Han Ke stared at her in disbelief. Xie Qiang, has your brain gone haywire? Didn't you used to particularly despise Jiang Qingwan? You even said that Jiang Qingwan was deliberately trying to please those lowly sentinels to maintain her image as an interstellar goddess, and that such behavior was simply embarrassing. Han Ke found today's Xie Qiang extremely strange. Not only did she mention that she purified Senji, but now she was also speaking well of Jiang Qingwan. Did kicking Xie Qiang into the water prison yesterday also drown her brain? I'll go find you a thermometer. Han Ke muttered as he walked toward the distant health check room, his expression a mix of disdain and worry. You must be feverish to say such nonsense. Xie Qiang, I am not feverish. Reflecting on Han Ke's earlier words, Xie Qiang felt a heaviness in her heart. From the pinnacle of glory to his sudden fall. When people mention Senji, it is not his great contributions to the empire that come to mind, but rather his disability and devaluation. Devaluation, when applied to a person, is such a cruel and cold word. Surely the female lead is the same. The interstellar goddess who saves all lives has overnight become an ordinary person. The senior sentinels, unable to gain tangible benefits, discard her as if she were nothing. They are all pitiful beings. Chapter 12. Everyone step aside for this princess. On the side of Senji, the detection of the frenzy value was quickly completed. He came out holding the test report, and the surrounding sentinels hurriedly gathered around. Commander's son, how's the situation? The frenzy value should be at 89, right? If it doesn't work, you should return to the palace and have His Majesty personally issue a decree for Xie to purify you. That's right. The battlefield can't do without you. Without your command, the Zerg will definitely become more rampant. The sentinels all flattered him, their faces filled with concern for Senji. Senji shook his head and handed over the test report. The sentinels leaned in to take a look, and their eyes widened in shock. Frenzy Index 80. Didn't Commander Sen's last Frenzy Index test show 88? It's gone down by 8. No way. Did the princess really purify you? Commander son, you didn't agree to some perverse condition to get the chance to be purified, did you? The expressions of the sentinels changed, exchanging glances, unable to accept this fact. How could the princess suddenly change her attitude? Was there a mistake? Could the instrument be broken? Commander Sen, you wouldn't have secretly altered the frenzy value data for the sake of pride, would you? This can't be allowed. If you suddenly go frenzy on the battlefield, the power of an SSS-class sentinel in frenzy would likely drag all sentinels down with you. The sentinels began to accuse him. You don't have to do this. We wouldn't blame you. Yes, we all know the princess wouldn't purify you. You should retest. Senji stood there in a daze, completely not expecting this situation. In the past, after he tested his frenzy value, the sentinels would worry for him, hoping that one day his frenzy value could decrease. Their words were sincere, which is why Senji was reluctant to return to the palace and only wanted to stay on the battlefield. But now, his frenzy value had truly decreased, and their first reaction was to accuse him, believing he was deceiving the public. Deep down, Senji didn't want to admit that what these sentinels truly wanted to see was not his frenzy value decreasing, but rather a scene where he would absolutely never be purified by Xie Qiang. It turned out that not only the nobles and high-ranking sentinels looked down on him, but even these low-ranking sentinels secretly desired for him to never rise again. He worked diligently on the battlefield without any slack, and yet he was protecting such a despicable group of people. Senji felt a heavy weight in his heart. Even after fighting tirelessly on the battlefield for a month, he had never felt as exhausted as he did at this moment. What was the meaning of his existence? His faith was gradually collapsing, and everything became tasteless until a soft but powerful voice suddenly cut through the surrounding noise and directly entered his ears. Are you questioning the pride of the Empire and accusing it of lying? Senji suddenly looked up and saw Xie Qiang standing at the edge of the crowd. Slightly raising her fair chin, her eyes bright and sharp as she looked at everyone. Step aside for this princess. Xie Qiang walked through the crowd with determination and then took his hand. Her gaze swept over everyone. Although she was looking up at them, it gave a sense of noble superiority. He is the fiancé of this princess and the hero who protects the empire. How could I really despise him and refuse to purify him? The insults are just some special quirks of mine. She tightened her grip on Senji's hand, her voice firm and carrying an undeniable royal authority. Anyone who believes my past words should really open their heads and see if all that S inside is just mush. The sentinels were stunned into silence by her reprimand, and when they finally reacted, their mouths dropped open. So the princess really didn't look down on Senji? She just enjoyed humiliating the sentinels, purposely saying those things? No way, is she sick? The sentinels felt deceived and glared angrily at Xie Qiang, wanting to teach her a lesson, but they didn't dare act against her because of her status. They could only swallow their anger. Senji looked down at their intertwined hands, feeling a wave of turmoil in his heart. For the first time, he realized he couldn't understand Xie Qiang anymore. Just the day before, she had been arrogant and full of disdain for him, but suddenly she had changed. Not only was she willing to purify him, but she also defended his status and dignity in front of the sentinels, shifting all their anger onto herself. Could it really be, as she said, that she was just dissatisfied with this marriage forced by His Majesty? So she targeted him for a while. From now on, she would make an effort to make up for it. Senji. The girl beside him looked up at him, her bright and clean eyes like a newborn kitten. Let's go. Senji nodded, almost unconsciously. Xie Qiang smiled, holding onto his fingers tightly, leading him through the crowd of sentinels, walking out with her head held high. Wait. A soft voice suddenly rang out. Jiang Qingwan lifted her skirt and quickly walked in front of Xie Qiang and Senji, blocking their way. Her eyes were filled with joy as she grasped Xie Qiang's wrists. I knew it. My insistence on persuading the princess to purify Commander's son has been effective. Xie Qiang was momentarily taken aback, not quite understanding, and then heard Jiang Qingwan continue. Since the princess is willing to purify Commander's son, then she must also be willing to purify other sentinels, right? She looked earnestly at Xie Qiang. Commander's son is the hero who protects the empire. But the low-ranking sentinels have also contributed their strength. They are also part of the defense of the empire. As guides, we should take the initiative to relieve their burdens. The princess is an S-class guide. If she is willing to help, then the sentinels will have no more worries and can fight freely on the battlefield. Upon hearing this, the surrounding sentinels looked at Xie Qiang with interest. Exactly, why is it that Senji is the hero of the empire, but we are not? Senji is at least an SSS-class sentinel and won't easily die on the battlefield, but they, as low-ranking sentinels, are fighting for their lives. With a little carelessness, they could be torn apart and eaten by the Zerg. Jiang, the guide, was able to purify low-ranking sentinels before. Why can't Xie Qiang? The sentinels were indignant, realizing that it was actually because there was an SSS-class sentinel like Senji in the third battle zone that Jiang, the guide, didn't come to purify them before she became disabled. Princess. Jiang Qingwan held Xie Qiang's wrist tightly, her eyes firm and expectant. Join us. Purifying more sentinels will help end the war with the Zerg sooner. Xie Qiang was completely dumbfounded. Should I say that she's indeed the heroine? This is too enthusiastic. I'll think about it. Xie Qiang felt that this matter wasn't suitable for an immediate decision, so she declined. Princess, what are you hesitating about? Jiang Qingwan insisted. I can handle it. Princess, please agree. Her grip was a bit strong, and Xie Qiang couldn't help but feel some pain, wanted to break free, but found she couldn't. Let go. Just as Xie Qiang was about to speak, Senji suddenly stepped forward and grabbed Jiang Qingwan's arm. His gaze was cold, with a hint of severity. Let go, you hurt her. Jiang Qingwan paused slightly, looking down to see that Xie Qiang's wrist was red from her grip, and hurriedly released her hand. A hint of guilt appeared in her eyes. I'm sorry, princess. I got too excited. But I hope you can take my words to heart. She looked sincerely at Xie Qiang. I'll come find you again later. Senji let go of his hand and raised it to protect Xie Qiang's shoulder lightly. Princess, let's go. Okay. After leaving the testing room, Xie Qiang rubbed her red wrist, her small face a bit gloomy. Sun Ji occasionally glanced at her, recalling how she had just stood in front of everyone to defend him. He couldn't help but speak, just now, Xie. Before he could finish saying her name, he remembered something, and the words of gratitude suddenly stuck on his lips. This was the first time someone had backed him up after his fall from grace, defending his remaining dignity and reputation. But it was Xie Qiang who had trampled all of this in the first place. Why should he thank her? This was something she owed him. Yet, even with this thought, Sun Ji's heart was in turmoil. He felt like a toy that Xie Qiang could manipulate at will. When she was happy, she would hold him and be attentive to him, but when she was unhappy, she could humiliate and trample him to her heart's content. Sun Ji clenched his fists, forcibly erasing the emotional stirrings within him, and coldly said, Xie Qiang, don't think that this will make me obey you in the future. The emotional resonance ability of guides made them sentimental, and some guides would be extremely gentle with sentinels, but once they grew bored, they would discard them like an old shoe and start looking for new prey. Xie Qiang must be like that. Once she tired of him, she would begin to mock his foolishness and self-deception. He absolutely could not allow himself to fall into such a pathetic state. Chapter 13, You must not agree to cancel the engagement. Hearing Sun Ji's words, Xie Qiang raised her head in confusion. I didn't want you to obey me blindly. She gently furrowed her brow and explained seriously, I just think you shouldn't be treated like this by them. The way they treat me, isn't it thanks to you? Sun Ji said coldly. He looked at Xie Qiang's suddenly darkened face and felt a twinge of reluctance, but he quickly clenched his fists, reminding himself not to soften his heart towards her. Unless necessary for purification, we should not meet again in the future. He turned his head away, his jade-colored tiger eyes suppressing the surging struggle, and spoke in a cold and ruthless voice. Also, since you are not satisfied with our engagement, I will propose to His Majesty to annul it. He paused. Perhaps this is your real intention. You can't defy the Emperor, so you're forcing me to say this. Indeed, people do not change for no reason. There are only ulterior motives disguised as kindness after careful calculation. The man self-mockingly smiled, turned around, and strode away, his tall figure adding a touch of loneliness. Xie Qiang stood there, dumbfounded. Does he have a persecution complex? How can he interpret it as her having ulterior motives? Xie Qiang angrily kicked a nearby pillar. Why is he so twisted? Did he reincarnate as a rebar in his last life? Fuming, she returned to her office. Just as she sat down in her chair, she felt her light brain vibrate. She opened it and found a message from the Emperor. Emperor Xie, darling daughter, Sun Ji wants to cancel the engagement. What happened between you two? Still angry, Xie Qiang typed out a flurry of words. Just as she was about to send it, she suddenly thought of Sun Ji's isolated and helpless figure in the testing room and dejectedly deleted everything. Xie Qiang, nothing. Please agree to it. Emperor Xie, an SSS-level sentinel is worth 6 S-level sentinels. Are you sure you want to cancel the engagement and then recruit 6 new S-level sentinels? Xie Qiang jumped up, her almond eyes wide. Didn't they say it was enough to recruit 5? Turns out it was 10? Xie Qiang, ha. I was just joking. Please don't agree to cancel the engagement. Just like that, her previous dissatisfaction and grievances vanished into thin air. Thinking that as long as Sun Ji remained her fiancé, she could occupy 6 S-level sentinel slots. Xie Qiang instantly relaxed and lay back in her office chair. Sorry, Commander Sun, but you're just too valuable that I can only reluctantly refuse to break off the engagement. Closing her light brain, Xie Qiang swiveled her office chair and began to contemplate Jiang Qingwan's recent proposal. The number of guides is small, the workload is low, and sentinels often can't book purifications. On the battlefield, they can't fully eliminate the insect race either. Usually they just drive back the insects and retreat from the battlefield, unable to wipe out the fleeing insects entirely. This leads to the insect nests repeatedly proliferating and updating, making it impossible to clear them out completely. Therefore, how to ensure that low-level sentinels also receive enough purification has become an urgent problem that the Empire needs to solve. The Emperor sending the female protagonist to the Third War Zone is precisely to hope she can change this situation. Thus, the plot of persuading guides to increase their workload emerged. Xie Qiang murmured, in the original book, the female protagonist persuaded C-level and below guides, but failed to persuade B-level and above guides. High-level guides are usually aligned with purifying high-level sentinels. But the mental seas of high-level sentinels are typically extremely dangerous, and purifying them is exhausting. Naturally, guides are unwilling to work overtime to purify those low-level sentinels. To persuade these high-level guides, the female protagonist focused on the female supporting character. She believed that as long as she persuaded the S-level guide supporting character to become a leader, it would be much easier to persuade the high-level guides. Thinking of this, Xie Qiang couldn't help but shake her head. How could the supporting character possibly agree? Asking someone who already looks down on sentinels to purify low-level sentinels is like asking a pampered young lady to marry into a poor mountain village, euphemistically called poverty alleviation. But harshly, it's intentional humiliation. However, the situation of low-level sentinels is indeed worrying. The original book states that the death rate of low-level sentinels due to frenzy is as high as 30, meaning that 3 out of 10 do not die on the battlefield, but rather from frenzied death due to lack of purification. Xie Qiang, born in modern times, has a natural filter for soldiers defending the country, so she cannot ignore the plight of the sentinels. The female protagonist likely thinks the same way. Should I agree to her? Xie Qiang pursed her lips, thinking it would be nice if there was someone to discuss this with, when suddenly, the office door was kicked open. Xie Qiang, Hong Kei's deep, furious voice echoed throughout the office. How could you leave me behind and walk away? Xie Qiang jolted, suddenly remembering that she seemed to have left Hong Kei behind. She stood up, feeling guilty. Who told you to take so long? I thought you slipped away. I said I was going to get a thermometer. Xie Qiang glanced at his empty hands. Where's the thermometer? Hong Kei choked, so angry that he stumbled halfway. Xie Qiang only cared about one thing. Did you clean up the spilled mercury with sodium thiosulfate solution? What are you talking about? Hong Kei was utterly confused. Xie Qiang observed his reaction. Mercury in thermometers easily volatilizes, and sentinels have sharp senses, making them prone to poisoning from inhaling mercury vapor. Since Hong Kei showed no signs of poisoning, the thermometer here was likely not the modern kind. So she shook her head. It's nothing. Hong Kei couldn't be bothered to investigate further. He walked up to Xie Qiang, placing his hands on the table, his tall and sturdy figure engulfing the bright white light, casting a large shadow over Xie Qiang's petite body. He stared at her. When I left, I heard that the frenzy value of that defective product had decreased. What's going on? You always hated him and didn't want to purify him, right? But he is worth 6 S-level sentinels. Xie Qiang sat back down in her chair and spread her small hands. It's just like that. I've decided to be a kind and generous guide in the future and consider you sentinels more. Hong Kei immediately showed an expression of disbelief, as if she had lost her mind. By the way, you came at the right time. I want to seek your advice on something. Xie Qiang looked at Hong Kei, who was dressed in red and white military attire, exuding an extraordinary noble aura, and her mind stirred. Although the relationship between the supporting character and Hong Kei wasn't great, they were childhood friends. While Hong Kei was unhappy that the supporting character always bullied him, he wouldn't go as far as to wish her dead. Especially since one is a precious imperial princess and the other is a young noble master from a wealthy family, both raised in privilege. Their perspectives and thoughts are highly overlapping, making it more appropriate to ask Hong Kei about such matters. Jiang, the guide, wants me to purify low-level sentinels. I want to agree to her. What do you think? As soon as Xie Qiang finished speaking, Hong Kei looked speechless. Are you joking? Asking me such a stupid question. Xie Qiang looked at him in confusion. Seeing that Xie Qiang had a serious expression, Hong Kei finally realized the gravity of the situation. He didn't care about his distaste anymore and reached out to touch Xie Qiang's forehead, trying to confirm if she had really lost her mind. But unexpectedly, a warm and comfortable purifying power seeped into his palm, causing Hong Ke to shudder. He felt his palm burning hot, and his entire arm felt so numb it was as if he was losing all strength. He quickly withdrew his arm, his face looking somewhat grim. Really? How come it has to be with someone like you? Xie Qiang tilted her head, her round eyes full of innocent confusion. Hong Ke simply couldn't take it anymore, hurriedly averted his gaze, and stiffly said, "Why do you care about the lives of those low-level sentinels? Don't demean yourself. If you really have the urge to purify, just go purify those A-level sentinels. But the A-level sentinels are very resistant to me," Xie Qiang said with distress. "You deserve it." Xie Qiang pouted, showing a displeased expression. Hong Ke lowered his voice with difficulty, irritably running his fingers through his hair. "Then you should purify the B-level sentinels first. Over time, the A-level sentinels will naturally come up." Xie Qiang thought about it and found it reasonable. She couldn't help but show a sweet smile at Hong Quebec. "Thank you to Hong. I knew asking you was the right choice." Hong Ke shivered all over. This was the first time he had seen Xie Qiang like this, a delicate and beautiful girl with sparkling ice-blue cat-like eyes, looking at him with admiration. Even his usually harsh and fierce voice sounded overly sweet at this moment, making one's ears tingle. He stared wide-eyed, and when he came to his senses, he instinctively took a few steps back, raising a hand to cover his flushed cheeks. What is going on? Why is she suddenly acting cute with him? Chapter 14. Your Highness is truly bad. Seeing Hong's face turn red and his whole body tremble, Xie Qiang couldn't help but touch the tip of her nose. Wasn't it just calling him Big Red? Was it necessary to be this angry? He wouldn't punch himself in a fit of anger, would he? Stealing a glance at Hong's fist, which was as big as a sandbag, Xie Qiang hurriedly changed the topic. "By the way, what exactly did you want to see me about today?" "It's just that I wanted to ask why you suddenly released Moine." On the way here, Hong Ke had planned to confront her aggressively, questioning her motives and warning her not to bully people too much. But looking at Xie Qiang's bright and adorable eyes blinking at him, his voice couldn't help but soften. "Are you trying to play tricks again? Moine is an honest person. Don't bully him. If there's anything, just come at me. I won't bully him anymore." Xie Qiang shook her head. "You both share a sense of empathy. If he is punished, you would suffer too, right? I saw you were very sick yesterday and seemed dazed." Her words, however, took on another meaning in Hong's ears. "I saw you yesterday, so I released Moine. You were very sick, and I felt heartbroken, so I won't bully Moine anymore." Hong Ke looked at her in shock. He knew that Xie Qiang had wanted to see him since she arrived at the war zone and had purposely tortured Moine to force him to appear. So, she released Moine because she was finally satisfied after seeing him last night? What does that mean? The more Hong Ke thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. Yesterday, he had kicked Xie Qiang into the water prison, and instead of getting angry with him, she worried about his health. Moreover, Xie Qiang had even applied precious healing ointment to Moine. It should be noted that the Empire has a large number of soldiers whose bodies have strong self-healing abilities. Even without medical treatment, they can endure a few days of pain and recover. Only when a guide is injured would they use this ointment that can numb the pain of the wound, which also leads to the limited production of this ointment, making even guides use it sparingly. Yet, Xie Qiang, who looked down on soldiers, actually gave such precious ointment to the injured Moine. It was known that she couldn't possibly like Moine. So, could it be that she likes me? Hong Ke was shocked by this realization and trembled as he asked. "Soldiers have strong self-healing abilities and don't need treatment. Why did you give Moine healing ointment?" Xie Qiang tilted her head. "Because it hurts. Because I don't want you to hurt." Upon receiving this answer, Hong Ke was stunned in place, speechless from shock. It's over. Xie Qiang really likes him. She wants to marry him. Hong Ke looked at Xie Qiang in horror, feeling as if she was now like a wild cat with a mischievous smile. Her sharp claws hanging onto his clothes, jumping up and down, and finally stepping on his head. Then, she proudly told him, "From now on, you are my slave." No, he didn't want to be entangled by this pervert. Hong Ke staggered backward, screaming madly, "Xie Qiang, don't think that just because we are genetically compatible partners, you can have me. I will never like a woman with such perverted tastes. Genetic compatibility means that the matching degree between the two exceeds 92. As long as a soldier touches a guide's skin, they will feel weak all over, and their frenzy value will greatly decrease. If they continue to have contact, without purification of mental power, it would be enough to trigger a bonding heat, leaving him completely powerless. Who knows if this crazy woman would use force against him to get him. He absolutely did not want to appear in front of her again. The door slammed shut, leaving only Xie Qiang in the office, slowly processing a question mark in her mind. What was he mumbling about? Why did she recognize every word but couldn't understand them when put together? Shaking her head, Xie Qiang began to seriously consider Honk's earlier suggestion. She could first purify B-level soldiers. Once everyone slowly realized that she was willing to accept soldiers, then A-level soldiers would naturally come to her for purification, right? Great. Then let's get to work. With renewed determination, Xie Qiang opened her work computer and unlocked the long-sealed registration channel. Dr. Xie Qiang is officially in business. At 6 in the evening, Xie Qiang clasped her hands, resting on the table, her little face serious. Today's work progress, 0. Is the system broken? Or do no soldiers dare to accept her purification? She had clearly set the appointment level limit to B-level. She hadn't T-bullied any B-level soldiers. So there shouldn't be a single soldier who'd dare to come, right? Just as she was feeling disappointed, someone suddenly knocked on the office door. Xie Qiang's eyes lit up. Come in. The door opened, and Song Jio's exquisite and beautiful young face appeared, smiling as he waved at Xie Qiang. Your Highness, are you still not done with work? Seeing Song Jio, Xie Qiang immediately showed a disappointed expression. Oh, it's you. Is there something? I came to invite your Highness to dinner. The silver-haired youth wore a troubled expression. For some reason, it seems that everyone doesn't really like me. No one is willing to eat with me. Only your Highness is willing to accompany me. His eyes sparkled with hope, looking at Xie Qiang with a pitiful gaze. Can I come to invite you to dinner often in the future? Xie Qiang, are you sure no one is willing to eat with you, rather than no one dares to eat with you? It seems that these S-level soldiers don't have many friends. Perhaps it's because the soldier hierarchy is clear. A-level soldiers don't dare to talk to S-level soldiers, and S-level soldiers disdain to befriend A-level soldiers. Your Highness? Song Jio urged, shall we go eat? Aren't you hungry? Her stomach let out an inappropriate growl, and Xie Qiang touched her little belly, reluctantly glancing at the computer. Forget it, there's no need to rush. I'll continue tomorrow. She stood up and walked towards Song Jio. Then, let's go. Arriving at the cafeteria, Xie Qiang unsurprisingly received a batch of disdainful looks from the soldiers. She lowered her head, trying to minimize her presence, and started picking food with her chopsticks. Song Jio scanned the surroundings, his narrow fox eyes slightly cold. The soldiers who met his gaze instantly felt a chill and hurriedly lowered their heads. What's going on? Why is the tactical officer protecting that princess? Song Jio withdrew his gaze, lazily resting his hands behind his head, casually following Xie Qiang. After sitting down, seeing Xie Qiang still looking gloomy, he leaned slightly forward and whispered, if your Highness dislikes their gazes, I can have someone drive them all away. Xie Qiang looked up and shook her head. No need. It's normal for them to hate me. I don't really care. Song Jio propped his chin, smiling at her. Then what is your Highness troubled about? A hint of subtle amusement crossed his mind. What could a crude and brainless princess be troubled about? It must be how to torture more soldiers. Xie Qiang thought for a moment and shared her intention to purify B-level soldiers with him. Anyway, I sat here all afternoon and no one came. After listening, Song Jio's brows twitched slightly. You really are dedicated, your Highness. No, it's really quite foolish. Song Jio contemptuously assessed in his heart. This princess truly doesn't have any skills in wielding power. She's either abusing the A-level soldiers, who are the backbone of the empire, or suddenly lowering herself to purify ordinary B-level soldiers. It seems she wants to replicate Jiang Qingwan's approach, but can't bring herself to lower her status to purify the lowest level soldiers, so she ends up with something half-baked. He was almost laughing at her foolishness. With such an air, it seems the empire is doomed. Song Jio sneered inwardly, but still wore a smiling expression on his face as he comforted. It's okay. Your Highness, today is just the first day. It was so boring that he really wanted to leave right now. He felt like his IQ was about to be infected. Song Jio fiddled with the food on his plate, feeling utterly bored, and he even began to regret why he had invited Xie Qiang to dinner. Xie Qiang nodded. Although Song Jio hadn't given any effective suggestions and his comfort felt a bit perfunctory, she was already grateful that he was willing to listen to her troubles. However, relying on oneself to purify low-level sentinels was merely a temporary solution. To comprehensively improve the treatment of sentinels, it was necessary to reform the working methods of guides. Xie Qiang analyzed seriously. Song Jiao suddenly looked up, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Oh, interesting. This pig-headed princess can also think. He just wondered if her proposed reform methods would be something foolish enough to make him laugh. Your Highness, please elaborate. Although he didn't hold much hope in his heart, Song Jiao still put on an expression of admiration and curiosity. To his surprise, Xie Qiang didn't want to say much more. She picked up her chopsticks and prepared to eat. I'm hungry. Song Jiao's smile froze on his face. How could this person just stop talking mid-conversation? It was too much. Your Highness, Song Jiao insisted, leaning his beautiful face closer, his clear and charming youthful voice whining. Say first before eating. One should not speak while eating, nor while sleeping, Xie Qiang said seriously, then stuffed a small fish jerky pancake in her mouth, completely cutting off Song Jiao's desire to continue asking. Song Jiao stared at her with a resentful gaze, biting his chopsticks and complaining, Your Highness is really bad. But he had to admit, he was intrigued again. Reforming the working methods of guides? Oh, my beautiful but brainless princess, you must come up with a good solution. Don't let me down. Chapter 15. A Second Chance. Come to my room after dinner. Song Jiao followed behind Xie Qiang, persistently asking, Your Highness, what was that reform you just mentioned? Why do you ask? Xie Qiang replied, looking down as she counted a plate of small dried fish she had brought out from the dining room, not lifting her head. Is this part of the tactical officer's duties? How could that be? Song Jiao smiled lightly. Of course not. The boy quickened his pace to walk alongside the girl, slightly bending forward, with his silver ponytail swaying gently, and a light blue hairband circling it fluttering with his steps, exuding a sense of ease and grace. With sincerity and earnestness in his long, narrow eyes, he said, Because I want to help you, Your Highness. Oh, Xie Qiang pondered for a moment, then raised her bright eyes and asked, Song Tactical Officer, do you genuinely want to help me? Her gaze was unusually clear, devoid of the usual murkiness and arrogance. Song Jiao's eyes flickered. Of course, I am willing to serve you, Your Highness. Then, Xie Qiang stopped walking, pointing to their destination that had already been reached. Come into my room and say it. Song Jiao paused, gazing at the room he had just visited not long ago. He felt a sense of unease. Could he have fallen for Xie Qiang's trick again? Yesterday, when she used this tactic, she promised to tell him the meaning of dormant words, but she vanished midway, leaving him and that dullard son, Ji, staring blankly. Now she was using the same trick again. Would he end up empty-handed tonight too? What's wrong? Seeing Song Jiao silent, Xie Qiang tilted her head, her big eyes blinking with confusion. Ah, could it be that I misunderstood? What you just said was actually just flattery. Her small face was written with the words, You really are a liar. Song Jiao's smile twitched slightly. How could that be, Your Highness? I'm sincere. Since he couldn't avoid it now, Song Jiao put his hands in his pockets, showing a standard fox-like smile. Then let's go in and talk. Xie Qiang nodded and opened the door. The entrance had no sensor lights, and the room inside was dark. So dark that one couldn't see their hand in front of their face. At a glance, it resembled the gaping maw of a bug-like creature, waiting to devour the unsuspecting. A chill suddenly ran down his back. Perhaps it was the instinct of fox beast, but Song Jiao always had a bad feeling. After hesitating for a moment, he stepped inside. What was he afraid of? He was an S-rank sentinel after all, even if Xie Qiang tried to use force against him. Her little strength was nothing to fear. Song Jiao relaxed. Your Highness, I'm coming in. Suddenly, the boy jumped back, hiding behind Xie Qiang, his fluffy head peeking out from her shoulder, looking terrified. What the hell is that? By the entrance, a tall, lean black figure slowly emerged. Xie Qiang recognized the person. Imo-in? Hearing this name, Song Jiao's expression stiffened, his face filled with displeasure. Your Highness, why is this stinky wolf in your room? Why did she always call two people to her room at the same time? And both were his natural enemies, a golden tiger and a gray wolf. Wait a minute. Realizing this, Song Jiao suddenly looked at Xie Qiang. She couldn't be trying to intimidate him, could she? She's grown, and has learned the art of balancing three parties. He is my personal guard. I let him stay here to recover. Xie Qiang patiently explained, turning on the entrance light and looking at Mo-in. Have you applied the medicine? Did you eat? Mo-in lowered his gaze, staring at the worried girl for a long time before nodding slightly, then shaking his head. Well then, I'll go get you some food. You should eat this to tide you over. Xie Qiang handed the plate of small dried fish to Mo-in. Since the next situation was a bit inconvenient for her to stay in, she found an excuse to avoid it. Xie Qiang turned to Zhang Jiao. Mo-in has many wounds. I told him to apply medicine before I left this morning, but I don't know if he listened. Can you help me check? She earnestly instructed, check everywhere above, below, and in front, all of it. Zhang Jiao looked unwilling. Your Highness, he is an adult and can take responsibility for himself. Was she doing this on purpose, making the fox-natured him check on a wolf? Xie Qiang's serious expression gradually turned disappointed. Helping me relieve my worries was indeed a lie? Then you can go. Xie Qiang felt that since he was unwilling, there was no need to stay here. Zhang Jiao didn't expect her to be so heartless. He hadn't gotten the answer he wanted yet. How could he endure going home empty-handed a second time? He had no choice but to surrender, raising his hands and acting cute. Your Highness, I won't leave. I'll do whatever you say. He walked towards Mo-in, hoping the latter could resist Xie Qiang's orders. Mo-in, your Highness wants me to help you check your whole body for injuries. Mo-in chewed the small dried fish silently, not saying a word. The order was for him to be checked, but it didn't mandate that he must accept the check, so he could avoid being examined. Seeing that both were behaving, Xie Qiang was satisfied and walked towards the door. Before leaving, she poked her head through the crack of the door. I'll be back soon. You two behave. Okay, Your Highness. Zhang Jiao smiled as he sent her off. But once the door closed tightly, his smile instantly vanished. Hey, he walked in front of Mo-in, crossing his arms casually and speaking in a relaxed tone. When Your Highness comes back, you should know what to say, right? Mo-in remained silent, chewing on the small dried fish. How many does it take to be considered a tide over? Seeing him not speaking, Zhang Jiao took a deep breath, helplessly closing his eyes for a moment. Forget it. Let's just deal with it. He looked at Mo-in with disdain, symbolically tugging at the corner of his clothing before quickly retracting his hand and starting to comb his slightly frizzy silver hair. Damn fox nature. It was as if he were telling others that he was afraid of this skinny wolf. Mo-in frowned, smoothing out his clothing. Both fell silent, and the room was momentarily enveloped in silence, with only the flickering light. After a long while, Mo-in suddenly spoke, his voice hoarse. You smell bad. Zhang Jiao. Zhang Jiao realized that Mo-in was retaliating against his earlier insult of calling him a stinky wolf. He chuckled, his tone filled with malice. Only those who've been in a water prison smell bad. Mo-in glanced at him, then lowered his head, falling silent again. Seeing that he had no retort, Zhang Jiao finally felt pleased and sat down on the living room sofa. Xie Qiang estimated that the check was about done before rushing back. She handed the packed meal to Mo-in, then asked, how was it? Did you finish checking? Zhang Jiao was about to answer when Mo-in slowly said, he said you smell bad. Xie Qiang. Zhang Jiao. Zhang Jiao's eyes widened, and upon seeing Xie Qiang turn to look at him, he quickly shook his head, his silver ponytail almost swaying wildly. I didn't. He glared at Mo-in. How can you slander someone? Xie Qiang also felt that Zhang Jiao wouldn't say such a thing, and she couldn't help but ask, is there some misunderstanding? Mo-in kept his eyes on her, his pale lips opening and closing. Those who've been in a water prison smell bad. Exactly. Seeing that Mo-in wasn't framing him, Zhang Jiao breathed a sigh of relief, calmly explaining. So I said he smells bad. Not yours, Your Highness. Xie Qiang gave Zhang Jiao a subtle glance. Zhang Jiao. Zhang Jiao. Zhang Jiao's calm demeanor began to crack little by little. No, it can't be. I'm very sorry. Xie Qiang looked at him with great sympathy. I just came out of the water prison last night. Chapter 16. The Grand Prince couldn't sit still. It turned out that His Highness had encountered an assassination attempt and was kicked into the water by Hong Ke, who mistook him for an illusion. In the living room, after hearing the whole story, Zhang Jiao felt indignant. How could that foolish bird treat His Highness this way? Didn't His Highness punish him? Xie Qiang shook her head. No. It's also because I tormented Mo-in for too long that it caused Hong Ke to fall ill and be unable to distinguish between reality and illusion. Moreover, thanks to him, I didn't die at the hands of the assassin. Xie Qiang propped her face up with her hands and said in confusion, I just don't know who my savior was who pulled me out of the water prison. I can't even properly thank them. Song Jiu glanced at Mo-in, who was focused on eating. Listening to her description, it was clear that only he and Xie Qiang were in the water prison at that time. So the one who saved Xie Qiang must be Mo-in. Although he didn't understand why Xie Qiang hadn't thought of this. He thought, don't worry about it, Your Highness. The other party is definitely afraid of being targeted by you and then being intentionally humiliated and bullied by you. The boy's clear voice was filled with righteous indignation. He thought so poorly of His Highness. It was better not to have such a biased savior. Mo-in looked up at him. He is cursing me. Xie Qiang also looked at him. He seems to be cursing me. By the way, Your Highness, shouldn't you talk about the reform measures you're thinking of? Song Jiu urged. This was the real reason he had come here. However, Xie Qiang's next sentence made him unable to maintain his smile. Why should I say it? I thought the tactical officer came to my room to help me relieve my worries. Xie Qiang tilted her head while holding a steaming teacup. Isn't the reform matter something you're worried about? Song Jiu blinked. Not all. Xie Qiang blew on the tea leaves in her cup. Seriously thinking. I haven't even started thinking about it yet, so what is there to worry about? Song Jiu finally realized he had been played. Your Highness. Song Jiu looked at her with grievance. Are you teasing me on purpose? Not at all. Xie Qiang lowered her head, sipping water like a little cat. Secretly thinking that she was a fool and could see through Song Jiu's ulterior motives. It was just that since Song Jiu hadn't actually harmed her, she decided to play along a bit. Speaking of which, Your Highness, I have another worry that hasn't been resolved. Xie Qiang looked at the white laborer who had come to her with expectant and mischievous eyes. Tactical officer, Song, please find some sentries tomorrow and send them over for me to purify. Song Jiu, she really thinks of him as a laborer. Your Highness, come on, he played with the silver hair at his neck, feeling gloomy. Don't you have any pity for me? I'll give you a reward. Xie Qiang patted her chest and assured him, you can look forward to it. This kind of statement that didn't specify what the actual reward was sounded like drawing a big pie. Yet, seeing Xie Qiang's confident and clean little face, Song Jiu didn't find it annoying. Then I'll look forward to it, Your Highness. After leaving Xie Qiang's home, Song Jiu walked deep into the corridor, his face thoughtful. It was really strange. He thought there was only one assassin, but he didn't expect there was another one hidden outside. Coincidentally, it was when the forest was about to go berserk that Xie Qiang purified it. Could it be that the Grand Prince couldn't sit still? Gently tapping his face with his index finger in thought. When he stopped, Song Jiu was already standing at the door of Hong K's house. A faint smell of blood lingered in the air, indicating that Xie Qiang hadn't lied. She indeed encountered a second assassination attempt. Song Jiu raised his hand and knocked on the door, his voice casual. Hey, Zhuke family, come out and chat. After a while, the door was opened a crack, and Hong K's proud and handsome face appeared slightly from behind the door. The sharp golden eyes hidden in the crack fell slightly, and upon seeing that the visitor was Song Jiu, he immediately sneered, as expected of the Tianhu family's spawn. No one in your family knows how to be polite. Song Jiu smiled, not as annoying as the hundreds of Zhuke family members chattering away. What do you want with me? Hong K, too lazy to say more, cautiously glanced outside, confirming that there was no familiar petite figure around, then sighed in relief and opened the door, saying impatiently, say it and get lost. Were there any clues about the assassin you killed yesterday? Song Jiu asked lightly. Hong K immediately looked at him suspiciously. Why do you care about this? Did you send the assassin? Can you not be so dumb when you speak? Song Jiu stepped back 2 steps, feeling that the air had been polluted by this stupidity. If I killed her, what could it do me? Hong K sneered lightly. Xie Qiang's 3-year training period is about to end. As long as she can gain the support of 4 S-class sentries aside from Sun Ji, she can rightfully become the next heir to the empire. The Grand Prince, who covets the throne, will definitely not sit idly by. He will surely try to win over the Tianhu family, making you refuse to support Xie Qiang, and may even promise you great benefits for your family. Hong K snorted coldly. I don't believe that the sly and greedy Fox clan would not be tempted. Does the Zhuke family not receive the Grand Princess goodwill? Song Jiu crossed his arms, chuckling. If not, Then why did you directly kill the assassin instead of leaving a live one to interrogate the mastermind? Hong Kei fell silent for a moment. It seems that the two of us, oh no, the three of us, Mo-in will definitely listen to you. Haven T confirmed who to support for the position. Song Jiu said playfully, as for that one in the palace, it's hard to say. Our Highness is really pitiful. But who can we blame? It's because she was too foolish before, being beautiful but useless. Hong Kei muttered, as long as her engagement with Sun Ji is still valid. As long as she is willing to purify Sun Ji, there will always be other S-class sentries willing to support her. The Starsea Empire does not only have S-class sentries in the Third War Zone. Yes, if she ascends. We must seize the opportunity and not let others take the lead. Song Jiu held his head with both hands, lazily waving his hand. All right, I'm leaving. Be vigilant in the near future. There might still be other assassins waiting to attack our Highness. This trip wasn't in vain. At least he learned that the promise the Grand Prince made to the Zhuke family was a pile of empty words. Unlike the promise made to the Tianhu family, that as long as he could ascend, then the S-Class guide, along with the status of all guides in the Empire, would fall to the bottom and become the healing machines for the sentries. Song Jiu chuckled. How poor is the Emperor's genes that he ended up giving birth to two fools. Fortunately, one of them seems to have become smarter recently. He could still look forward to it. Hong Kei watched Song Jiu's departing figure and couldn't help but scratch his head in annoyance. So troublesome. I originally wanted to never see her again. That girl has never been particularly clever since childhood, and she never showed up for the Palace's required self-defense classes. If he didn't follow her all the time, she would probably end up like last night, not knowing when she would be assassinated by an assassin and tragically die in some corner. Thinking of the girl's watery eyes that radiated affection, Hong Kei couldn't help but slam the door shut, muttering softly, when did I start liking her? Xie Qiang always felt like someone was following her today. But every time she turned around, she couldn't see anyone around. Strange did she develop an acute stress response the day she was attacked. Always feeling like someone wanted to assassinate her? Xie Qiang shook her head and walked into the office. In the corner, a big red fluffy head cautiously peeked out, its voice tiny as if it were cursing. TSK, how is she so perceptive? Chapter 17. The princess actually made a sound. In the spacious office, several B-grade sentinels sat upright. They secretly glanced at the noble silver-haired youth leaning against the desk, exchanging looks among themselves. Sentinel A. Were you guys also dragged here by Tactical Officer Tsang? Sentinel B. Yeah, he said the princess wants to purify us. I almost thought I was hearing things. Sentinel C. With us being B-grade sentinels, the princess wouldn't even bother to acknowledge us. Purification? How could that be? Sentinel D. But I heard that yesterday. Jiang the guide risked everything to persuade the princess to purify the lower-grade sentinels. Could it be? The B-grade sentinels collectively gasped. Hiss. Did she really manage to persuade her? When Xie Qiang entered the office, she saw the tall, silver-haired youth, who turned to her with a brilliant smile. Your Highness, you finally arrived. In the guest area, several B-grade sentinels timidly stood up, their voices unsteady as they greeted her. Princess. Ah, you're here quite early. Xie Qiang lightly nodded at them. She walked calmly towards Song Jiu, but her small fist in the pocket of her lab coat was slightly clenched, her heart racing with excitement. Yay, there are patients today. Although she was forced to come, ISNT, it's still a kind of progress. Xie Qiang walked towards the desk with a satisfied expression, unaware that the sentinels behind her turned to each other, each seeing the same indescribable shock in the other's eyes. Did the princess just greet them? She even made a particularly cute sound. Oh my, is this the same princess who usually has a sour face and gets angry at the drop of a hat? Your Highness, the tasks you assigned me have all been completed. Song Jiu leaned against the desk, his silver-blue, fox-like eyes sparkling with anticipation. So, what about the gift to express your gratitude? A gift to express gratitude? Ah, that's the reward. No rush. Xie Qiang sat down, opened her computer, and operated it for a bit, causing the nearby printer to hum and spit out a few sheets of paper. She tied up her fluffy milk-white long hair. Not lifting her head, first, have them retest the madness value and fill out the purification application form I printed. If there's anything they don't understand, they can just ask the staff in the testing room. After saying that, she dialed Hong Kei's brain computer, Inspector Hong. Please grant me access to view the battlefield records of B-grade sentinels. Hong Kei's voice sounded sneaky. What do you want to do? This is the princess's order. You just need to execute it. Xie Qiang did not want to explain. Her voice, though soft and sweet, carried an unshakable confidence. TSK. Got it. No need to be so fierce. Hong Kei muttered. Xie Qiang. Was her tone that fierce? On the other end, Hong Kei mumbled something incomprehensible, but quickly granted the viewing permission and sent it to Xie Qiang. After Zhang Jiao finished the tasks Xie Qiang assigned, he picked up a freshly printed purification application form and looked at it with great interest. The more he read, the more confused he became. Strange. Was his IQ infected by Hong Kei last night? Why couldn't he understand what Xie Qiang wanted to do from this application form? He couldn't help but shake the application form in his hand, looking like he wanted to ask for guidance. Your Highness, why do you want to ask them about their combat time and the number of insect kills? To analyze the rate of madness increase. Xie Qiang replied casually, her focus on the computer, her ice blue pupils moving from left to right, scanning the battlefield achievements of the B-grade sentinels. In her white lab coat, she exuded a sense of restraint and tranquility. The face that usually displayed arrogance and pride now showed earnestness and familiarity, especially her calm demeanor, which made others unconsciously want to rely on and trust her. Zhang Jiao blinked, suppressing the strange feeling of trust rising in his heart, and continued to ask, Your Highness, what do you want to analyze this for? Is it related to the reforms? Is it a major issue concerning all sentinels or just B-grade sentinels? He had so many questions, feeling that Zhang Jiao would ask endlessly. Xie Qiang couldn't help but look up and shut down all his curiosity with a single sentence. Want to know? Then there will be no gift of gratitude. Your Highness. Zhang Jiao was shocked. How could you be so shameless? Xie Qiang glanced at him helplessly. You can't want everything, you little schemer. Zhang Jiao. Your Highness, has anyone ever told you that you are really bad? If you're curious about this question, you can take a stroll in the cafeteria. The people there would be very happy to tell you. Xie Qiang lowered her head again, pulled a pen from her left chest pocket, and smoothly wrote a formula on the paper, kindly reminding him, remember to close the door when you go out. Zhang Jiao pouted, finally learning to be smart. His body slumped on the desk, grumbling unhappily, Your Highness is really heartless. Clearly, when he first arrived at the battle zone, she would chase after him every day, saying that among all sentinels, she only liked him. Now she was ignoring him, even trying to use him as free labor. But what can he do? The more she ignores him, the more he wants to cling to her. The handsome fox youth rested his cheek on his arm on the table, obediently no longer speaking, his fox-like eyes holding a shallow smile, fixedly watching Xie Qiang work seriously. Even he didn't realize that in his eyes, which usually showed no interest, a hint of desire had emerged. He wanted to be the sentinel she cherished the most. After the B-grade sentinels finished testing their madness values, they returned to Xie Qiang's office with the filled-out purification forms. On the way, they started chatting. Hey, do you think the princess will really purify us? Since Tactical Officer Zhang has spoken, it must be true. But we are just B-grade sentinels. Even if an A-grade guide is willing to purify us. I do think I was dreaming. S-grade guides. I wouldn't even dare to think about that. It just feels off. And this form, too, with its strange content, even asks if we are allergic to eggs or have other allergens. Exactly, and these questions. Hello. As the sentinels were discussing passionately, a gentle voice suddenly interrupted them. They looked up and saw a figure in a white dress, Jiang Qingwan, who was tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, smiling gently. May I take a look at what you have? The B-grade sentinels exchanged glances. They naturally recognized who she was. If this were a few years ago, they would have bowed respectfully and greeted her, but now, she had lost her purification ability and had been trying to persuade B-grade guides to increase their workload, so the B-grade sentinels actually had a bit of resentment toward her. However, she was once an S-grade guide and was personally praised by the emperor as the goddess of the empire, so even if they were unhappy, they still had to put on a show. One of the B-grade sentinels handed over a blank application form. This is from Her Highness the Princess. The princess? Jiang Qingwan smiled slightly, her gaze sweeping over the content on the paper. She paused lightly and then shook the application form in her hand. Can I take this with me? That should be fine. It's just an application form. If it's missing, I can just print another one. The B-grade sentinels didn't think much of it and turned to leave. As they chatted, they felt sorry for her. She suddenly lost her purification ability. ISNT, that right? The S-grade sentinels who used to surround her were all from various battle zones, and now, TSK. If she had honestly stayed in the capital of the Empire and only purified S-level sentinels, she wouldn't have encountered any accidents on the dangerous battlefield and lost her purification ability. I don't know what she was thinking, insisting on taking care of those low-level sentinels. She brought this upon herself. Behind her, Jiang Qingwan slightly lowered her gaze, and the paper in her hand slowly revealed tiny creases. A trace of loneliness passed through her eyes, but soon she regained her gentle and warm smile and turned to walk towards the low-level guide's office area. Chapter 18. Damn. The princess is so cute. The sentinels returned to the office, and the originally relaxed atmosphere instantly wilted. Each of them standing in front of Xie Qiang's desk like frightened quails, their heads shrunk down. They felt scared now that they were about to be purified. It was said that when the princess first arrived at the war zone, she destroyed the mental sea of an A-level sentinel, who had since become a fool, unable to speak properly or understand human language. They worried that the princess would forcefully enter their mental seas, mess them up, and then disdainfully criticize them for being B-level sentinels who couldn't withstand any stress. The B-level sentinels couldn't help but show a look of distress on their faces, silently complaining to Zhang Jiu about why he had to pick them. Please sit. Xie Qiang put down her pen and gestured for them to sit in the consultation area. To ease their fear, she deliberately showed a sweet and harmless smile, assuring them, "Don't worry, I won't hurt you." The girl was already soft and cute, and with that smile, she resembled a fierce little cat suddenly meowing gently at you, leaving the sentinels taken aback as they awkwardly rubbed their arms, quickly saying, "Your Highness is too kind." They secretly glanced at Xie Qiang. They had never realized before that the princess was so beautiful, especially her ice blue cat eyes and creamy white hair, making her look like a noble and adorable cat that softened their hearts. Damn, they really wanted to reach out and pet her, but the disparity in their identities and statuses made them too afraid to act recklessly. So they could only suppress their urge to pet her and obediently sat down in the consultation area. Zhang Jiu watched this scene, feeling dissatisfied as he clicked his tongue. The princess had never smiled at him like that. Why should these lowly sentinels get such treatment? Xie Qiang glanced at the distance between the consultation area and the office, which was just right, not too far nor too close. So she simply pushed off the ground with her little feet, sliding her wheeled office chair toward the consultation area. However, she exerted too much force and slid past, feeling embarrassed as she wiped her little face and turned the oversized sofa chair, inching back little by little. Her slender legs were straining hard, like a little cat trying to plow the ground, adorably cute. The sentinels. Damn, the princess is so cute. Cough. Place your right wrist on the table. Sitting behind the consultation desk, Xie Qiang maintained her little cat face, pretending not to be embarrassed, and instructed. The B-level sentinels hurriedly complied. Xie Qiang extended 3 fingers, imitating an old traditional Chinese medicine doctor, and pressed her fingertips gently on the pulse of the first sentinel's wrist. A thin strand of purifying power then entered the sentinel's body, effortlessly entering his mental sea, transforming into a slightly transparent, plush little cat. Unlike the cold and gloomy mental sea, this sentinel's mental sea was relatively calm. A green lion lay on the top of a barren hill, looking somewhat listless. The lion's body, which should have been robust, appeared rather thin, and a faint black mist surrounded it that lingered for a long time. The plush little cat lifted its chubby pink paw and poked the green lion's front paw, greeting it with a meow. The green lion looked at the small cat in surprise, and the area just touched by the cat seemed to have the gloomy black mist dissipate like clouds dissolving in sunlight, revealing a patch of shiny green lion fur. The little plush cat found it amusing and lifted both its small front paws, stepping forcefully on the green lion's big paw. Even with all its effort, the green lion only felt the gentle pressure of the little cat's paws, and the black mist on its body ebbed away like a tide. Under its feet, the yellowed barren grassland quickly regained its lush green, and white or blue nameless little flowers popped out of the soil one after another, swaying gently in the wind. Looking incredibly beautiful and cute. The green lion felt comfortable and stretched its lion body, its tail swishing on the ground, while the little plush cat seemed to have found an interesting toy and jumped to scratch the swaying lion tail, meowing. In reality, the green lion sentinel's body trembled slightly. He closed his eyes tightly, his handsome face flushed with an alluring red hue, and a pair of green lion ears emerged from the top of his head, their tips quivering slightly, inadvertently attracting Xie Qiang's gaze. The robust lion tail behind him eagerly curled towards Xie Qiang's wrist, yearning for more affection. Slap! Song-Jio smacked away the oblivious lion tail, his usually lazy smile replaced by a hint of sharp coldness. Mind your own things. The B-level sentinel suddenly woke up, realizing his impropriety, and hurriedly grabbed his tail in his arms, apologizing, "Your Highness, I didn't mean to." Damn, how could he be so carried away? It was just that the princess's purification felt too comfortable. The irritability and frustration caused by his keen senses and frequent battles with the insect race were swept away under her plush cat's mental entity, leaving only a refreshing and relaxed feeling. The B-level sentinel couldn't even imagine that if the princess were to pet his lion ears and tail in reality, he might just kneel down on the ground, turning into a giant cat to beg for her favor. It's fine. Xie Qiang didn't feel offended. After all, she was also a plush toy enthusiast and somewhat coveted those beast ears that looked so touchable. Being a guide was really a good benefit. She felt like she could do this forever. Xie Qiang waved her hand and said confidently, "Come here, let me touch your ears." The B-level sentinel instinctively glanced at Song-Jio. Song-Jio pouted, displeased, and said, "Your Highness, it's enough that you purified his mental entity. Why do you want to touch him too?" He grumbled, "I have beast ears too, and they're 1,000 times better to touch than his. But I've never touched a lion's ears." Xie Qiang admitted honestly, "Your Highness has touched a fox's ears." Song-Jio's eyes widened, completely unaware of the sourness in his tone. Xie Qiang thought for a moment. If she counted the snow fox she had touched in the northern ice world in her previous life. "I have." Song-Jio was so angry that he turned his back, crossed his arms, and pouted his lips. "Go ahead and touch. It would be best if you rubbed all the fur off." He didn't even know which stinky fox had stolen the princess's first time. How infuriating. Xie Qiang didn't understand why he was so angry. Watching the sentinel actively offer his lion ears, she couldn't be bothered to comfort him and directly reached out to grasp the lion ears. Xie Qiang. "Ah, so good a touch. So this is what lion ears feel like." Compared to the thin fur of tiger ears, the lion ears had much denser fur, and the softness and thickness filled her palms, combined with the subtle quiver of the lion ear cartilage, making Xie Qiang unable to let go. The sentinel was also lost in the pleasure of being petted, rubbing his lion ears against Xie Qiang's palm, wishing he could bury his entire head in her embrace. Whoa, it felt so good. The princess's little hands were warm and soft, rubbing on his lion ears with just the right amount of pressure, like a little cat needing milk, making him feel like he was melting all over. The other sentinels looked at this one with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Damn, this was the S-level guide's purifying comfort. If that little brat had any sense, he should have ended the purification early and not be so greedy. However, when it came to themselves, their beast ears and tails seemed to stick to Xie Qiang's fingers, unwilling to move even a little. Oh, being petted felt so good. Did the princess's little hands hide some kind of magic? Chapter 19. The remarks of a spoiled cat, Xie Qiang, spent an hour and a half reducing the frenzy levels of several B-class sentinels to 0. The sentinels had never felt so refreshed. The ratio of B-class guides to B-class sentinels is 100, making it difficult for them to schedule purification with a B-class guide. Even if they manage to make an appointment, they are lucky to achieve a purification level of at most 10. Many B-class sentinels, forced by circumstances, choose to go for minor purifications with C-class guides, taking resources away from lower-level sentinels. Thus, they had long forgotten the invigorating feeling they had when they first differentiated into sentinels. "Your Highness, are you really going to start purifying sentinels?" The first B-class sentinel who accepted purification boldly asked. Xie Qiang replied, honestly, I will purify the B-class sentinels for a while. Though I'm not sure how long it will be. It depends on when I can regain the trust of A-class sentinels. She lowered her head slightly, revealing a shy yet helpless smile. You should know that I used to be quite harsh on A-class sentinels and treated them poorly. Now, I realize my mistakes and want to correct them, so I've taken advantage of you a little, hoping to make A-class sentinels believe I've changed. After saying this, Xie Qiang raised her eyes, her bright blue gaze slightly anxious, but don't worry. During this time, I will sincerely purify you and won't use any tricks. The girl's serious and eager tone, mixed with a hint of subtle unease, was like a little kitten that, after making a mess at home, hurriedly bowed its head to admit its mistake, actively picking up a messy ball of yarn and putting it into a basket, making it impossible for the sentinels to harbor any resentment. They even began to find excuses for her. Her Highness is just too young. It's inevitable to stray off the path for a while. As long as she corrects it afterward, that's enough. They comforted her. Your Highness, you are too modest. We naturally believe in you. That's right. Please don't feel sorry. Being used by you is our blessing. Rest assured, when we go back, we will immediately tell other B-class sentinels to make appointments for your purification. Hey, don't call too many. What if it tires our princess out? Right, huh? Look at my brain. The last brown bear sentinel scratched his head with a silly smile, and Xie Qiang couldn't help but chuckle, her eyes curving adorably. Then thank you all. The sentinels left full of enthusiasm, and the office returned to its usual quietness. Xie Qiang looked up at the sulking Song Jiao. Still not happy? She asked softly, poking the boy's lower back. Humph. The fox boy, spoiled by affection, turned his back to Xie Qiang, refusing to look at her. If the princess likes to touch their beast ears so much, why not let them release their beastly spiritual forms for you to touch? Xie Qiang's eyes widened. Oh, why didn't I think of that? You, Song Jiao choked, turning back to glare at her angrily. Can't the princess tell that I'm being sarcastic? All right. Xie Qiang tugged at his sleeve to shift his attention. Aren't you looking for a gift to thank me? Don't you want it anymore? Yes. Song Jiao hurriedly extended his hands, fearing that Xie Qiang would change her mind and take back the gift. Wait a moment. Xie Qiang stretched out her small hand, performing a dazzling series of movements, and finally, like performing a magic trick, she cupped her hands together to form a bulge and seriously handed the hidden gift to the boy. Song Jiao looked on with anticipation, and the next moment, his smile froze on his face. The gift from the princess was the same pink headband as before. Xie Qiang nodded, saying with an air of maturity, Pink is delicate. Now that you just turned 18, this color suits you perfectly. Song Jiao, for some reason, even though she was complimenting his youth, it felt like she was mocking him. I think the headband you gave me last time was enough. Song Jiao pushed the pink headband back. Your Highness, please choose a different gift. Xie Qiang shook her head, her small face serious, as she suggested, you could try pigtails. Song Jiao, the boy, her tone heavy as if she had experienced countless springs and autumns, filled with wisdom of life philosophy, said, when you're young, you should try more things. When you get older, many things won't suit you anymore. Song Jiao, you just want to see it, right? Xie Qiang, if you want to think that way, then go ahead. Song Jiao, what kind of spoiled girl talk is this? Clearly, she was sincere and earnest with B-class sentinels, yet with him, she was full of vague remarks, not a single heartfelt word. The young genius tactician, at this moment, was still unaware of what it meant to treat sincerity with sincerity. He casually stuffed the pink headband into the pocket of his tactical suit, secretly thinking he must find a chance to get back at her. After all, foxes are naturally vengeful. After leaving Xie Qiang's office, several B-class sentinels huddled together, whispering, and eventually, satisfied smiles appeared on their faces as they returned to their respective units. During non-combat periods, peers at this time were all training on the playground. Some sentinels who had completed their tasks were sitting on the steps, cooling off and complaining that their frenzy levels had risen again. Ugh, I'm really fed up. I've been waiting for purification for over half a month, and there's still no news. Isn't that the case? The insectoid race has been quite active lately, and many sentinels are on the brink of frenzy. I've heard that quite a few B-class guides have given up their weekends. Even so, they can't keep up. Sighing, They didn't know whether to feel sorry for the guides or for themselves. A dozen or so sentinels shook their heads and lamented when suddenly a piece of paper fell in front of them. The closest sentinel picked it up and called out to the clumsy B-class sentinel passing by, "Hey bro, you dropped something?" Glancing at the content of the paper, his eyes widened in shock. "Holy crap. I almost thought I was hallucinating." He stared at the paper and shouted, "Frenzy level 0? How is that possible?" The Green Lion sentinel stopped in his tracks and turned to look at the paper in the sentinel's hand. "Why did my frenzy level detection result drop?" "Thank you. Wait. Hold on." The sentinel rubbed his eyes hard, confirming he wasn't seeing things, then raised the result sheet in shock and asked, "Is the machine in the testing room broken? Why is your frenzy level 0? "The machine isn't broken." The Green Lion sentinel innocently blinked. "I just made an appointment with Her Highness the Princess and had a full purification." The sentinels. The sentinels? Wait, who? Whose appointment? The second princess, known as the perverted tyrant, who takes pleasure in tormenting A-class sentinels. Chapter 20. Who's so fast with their hands? Brother, are you joking? The other sentinels looked at the Blue Lion sentinel with a blank expression. Who doesn't know that the princess looks down on us sentinels? She doesn't even regard SSS-level sentinels highly, let alone purifying a B-level sentinel? Impossible. Yeah, if you want to tease us, you wouldn't use such a stupid method, right? The other sentinels looked at him with pity. Are you crazy from exhaustion? Why not go back and rest early? I'm not joking. The Blue Lion sentinel pulled out the purification application form from his pocket. Look in the column for the receiving guide. It says the name of Her Royal Highness the Princess. What does that prove? The other sentinels shook their heads dismissively. It's not a handwritten signature. It can be printed out easily. Seeing that they still didn't believe him, the Blue Lion sentinel had to use his trump card. He raised his hand and a glossy, robust blue lion's spiritual body leaped out from within him, landing lightly on the ground. Roar. It let out a lion's roar towards the other sentinels, its voice loud and imposing. The black mist that usually enveloped most sentinel spiritual bodies was nowhere to be found on it. This was enough to show that it had been thoroughly purified. Don't believe me? You can also smell my beast ears. The Blue Lion sentinel puffed out his chest proudly, saying, "Doesn't it have a faint scent of a little cat? That's the smell of Her Royal Highness the Princess." The other sentinels, seeing the state of the Blue Lion, were almost convinced by his words, but when they heard him say to smell his beast ears, they all took 2 steps back in disgust. Are you kidding me? Who wants to smell your beast ears? Ugh. I'm starting to doubt whether you agreed to some perverted request from the princess just to get her purification. Do not slander Her Royal Highness. The Blue Lion sentinel glared at the rude sentinel, then wore an expression that said he had said enough. In any case, you can make an appointment for the princess's purification using your light brain. I've already had my friend make an appointment. You all better hurry up. He waved his hand and left, his tall figure concealing his achievements and fame. Don't say I didn't remind you. The princess's purification appointments are only open for a limited time. First come, first served. Upon hearing this, the other sentinels hurriedly opened their light brains, searching for Xie Qiang's appointment slots. No way. There really are. 30 slots in the morning, 50 in the afternoon, a total of 80 slots. Truly worthy of an S-level. A B-level guide can at most purify 5 sentinels of the same level in a day, and they can only purify 15 before being exhausted. Ahem, I got an appointment. One sentinel suddenly said, "So fast. Brother, you're not playing fair." The other sentinels hurriedly tried to make appointments, only to find they couldn't book any slots. What's going on? There were still over 60 slots just now. How come they're all gone so quickly? Meanwhile, in other places within the battle zone, similar scenes were unfolding. Damn, who has such fast hands? I got one. I'm going to wait and see. It feels strange. Why would the princess suddenly be willing to purify us B-level sentinels? That's right. Should we go check the situation? The sentinels looked at each other, and soon they saw agreement in each other's eyes. Xie Qiang didn't expect the promotional effect from those sentinels to be so good. All her appointment slots for the day were completely booked. She excitedly sat in her office chair, eagerly waiting for sentinels to come for purification. However, after waiting for an hour, no one came in. Xie Qiang tilted her head slightly. What's going on? Didn't they all make appointments? Why is no one coming? She turned the pen in her hand with a puzzled expression. Unable to contain herself, Xie Qiang jumped off the sofa chair and walked towards the door. Just as she opened the door, she saw a colorful crowd rushing in, and she hurriedly stepped back, watching as the sentinels fell to the ground like toppled blocks. Ouch! Don't pile on me. You're so heavy. Hurry up and get off. Xie Qiang, why are you all crowding at the door and not coming in? She probably knew the answer and couldn't help but sigh inwardly, turning back towards the office area. The sentinels also realized they had caused trouble and quickly got up, all looking like quails with their heads down, waiting to be scolded. Xie Qiang picked up the printed application form and walked back to the door, handing it to one of the sentinels. Fill out the form, and you can come in for purification. Also, she pointed to a cute-looking sentinel. You come here. You're first for purification. The pointed sentinel's face immediately turned pale, looking to the other sentinels for help, but they all dared not speak up at such a time, lowering their heads to pretend they didn't see. The cute sentinel could only walk towards Xie Qiang with a bitter face. If I had known, I wouldn't have come to watch the excitement. It's over now. The princess will definitely destroy his spiritual sea and turn him into a fool who can't even speak. Woo, Mom and Dad, I'm unfilial. I won't be able to support you in the future. Huh? A warm little hand suddenly covered his head. The cute sentinel looked up in surprise and saw Xie Qiang trying hard to stand on her tiptoes, reaching out to pat his head. A surge of purifying power flowed into his mind, and his anxious and troubled feelings seemed to be instantly washed away, making the cute sentinel's white dog ears pop up excitedly. The cute sentinel couldn't help but rub his dog ears against Xie Qiang's palm, his fluffy dog tail wagging behind him, feeling so comfortable. Everything around seemed to become quiet and slow. There were no harsh sounds or foul sweat and iron blood smells, only the rustling sounds of little hands and dog ears rubbing together, mixed with a faint scent of a little cat and a hint of sweet milk fragrance. I want to sniff. The cute sentinel couldn't help but let out a comfortable hum, even forgetting that the one purifying him was that brutal princess, leaning his other dog ear closer. Wanted to be petted there too. The other sentinels were stunned. Brother, how dare you? Are you planning to break up with the sun tomorrow and never see it again? Xie Qiang rubbed his other dog ear, stroking his soft fur while secretly calculating. The purifying power of the same thickness, when emanating from the wrist and from the top of the head, has very different effects. Obviously, purification from the head is faster and better. The only drawback is, Xie Qiang looked at the sentinel who was about to burrow into her arms, wanting to sniff and rub against her, and helplessly said, "This sentinel, please don't move around." The drawback is that it's easy to lose human thinking capabilities, becoming sticky and cuddly like a little animal, wanting to cling to her. Also, is this sentinel's special hobby? She had already let go of him, so why was he still burying himself in her abdomen? She is not a cat. Xie Qiang lifted the cute sentinel's dog ears and shouted with all her might, "This sentinel, wake up! The purification is over." The cute sentinel suddenly jolted awake. Realizing what he had done, he broke out in a cold sweat all over and hurriedly half-knelled on the ground. His previously excited white dog ears now drooped weakly on his head, and his voice trembled slightly. "Her Royal Highness, I didn't mean to." He didn't even know what happened. He suddenly forgot everything and only wanted to bury himself against Xie Qiang and sniff and rub, even willing to be scratched by her. The cute sentinel closed his eyes tightly, feeling that he was probably really going to break up with Miss Sunday. However, unexpectedly, his dog ears were once again patted. The force was very gentle, and the cute sentinel couldn't help but look up in confusion, only to see a beautiful and noble girl smiling slightly at him. "It's okay. I'm just not very skilled. I hope that next time I treat you, I can control the strength better so that you won't lose control." The cute sentinel was stunned. The surrounding sentinels were also dumbfounded, unable to believe what they were seeing. Where was the promised brutality and perversion? Who was this cute, gentle, kind, and considerate guide in front of them? Chapter 21. Even so, I could never like you. Everyone was astonished by the scene before them, especially when they saw the adorable sentinel releasing its spirit body. The majestic white hunting dog shaking with energy, just as vibrant as when it first differentiated into a sentinel. They all turned envious, their eyes reddening. Damn kid, how lucky can he be? However, They truly did not expect that Her Highness the Princess would lower herself to purify these low-level sentinels. Not to mention that she already despises sentinels. With her status as an S-rank guide, only S-rank sentinels and A-rank sentinels would be worthy of her personal purification. And now, they unexpectedly had a chance to be purified by an S-rank guide. The B-rank sentinels exchanged glances, each seeing the eagerness in the other's eyes. Why not? Give it a try. Fortune favors the bold. If they could reduce their frenzy value to 0, it would be a huge gain. A few friends of the Qing Lion Sentinels quickly filled out the application form and sat down in front of Xie Qiang. Your Highness, we were introduced by Sentinel Xie Qiang. After Xie Qiang completed his purification, he immediately messaged them, elaborating on how lovely and gentle Her Highness the Princess was, how comfortable the purification felt, and urged them to hurry to the backstage to make an appointment and not miss this great opportunity. Although they had doubts, they chose to unconditionally trust Xie Qiang, with whom they had fought side by side for years, and made an appointment for the princess's registration. The scene they just witnessed clearly verified that Xie Qiang was not lying. Her Highness the Princess truly intended to accept the sentinels she once looked down upon. So you are friends of Sentinel Xie? Xie Qiang blinked and nodded. Please go back and thank him for me. I really appreciate his help. She smiled sweetly. And thank you all for being willing to believe in me. The girl before them smiled with sincerity and sweetness, her round apricot eyes sparkling like two clear springs, exuding a playful and innocent charm reminiscent of a kitten, causing the few sentinels to feel their hearts race, instinctively pressing their hands against their chests. Damn, how can Her Highness the Princess be so beautiful and likable? Those A-rank sentinels who spoke ill of her were really not spreading rumors to monopolize her and scare others away from approaching her. Xie Qiang was completely unaware of the thoughts swirling in the minds of the sentinels before her. She diligently began to pet, purify, and even when her hands grew sore, she felt it was a happy burden. Other sentinels saw that Xie Qiang was genuinely engaged in the purification process and immediately rushed forward, feeling envious and jealous of the sentinels being purified, while secretly simulating how they should sway their beast ears and tails to earn Her Highness's favor. They even summarized Xie Qiang's preferences. Her Highness the Princess loved fluffy beast ears the most. The more fur, the longer she would pet. Next were the fluffy tails and the slender, soft tails. Horse and cow tails were not suitable, and she seemed to have a poor perception of fish fins and scorpion tails, switching to petting wrists after a few attempts. Some cow and horse sentinels, as well as crab and insect sentinels, couldn't help but sigh in frustration. Why was I not born a furry beast? When you think of fur, I am bald. Meanwhile, a sentinel who had just completed purification was walking briskly down the logistics department corridor when he suddenly got startled by an indistinct object while turning a corner. Startled. Upon closer inspection, it was a white sheet from the treatment room, wrapping around a living creature that was moving. At the front, a few strands of red fluff were slightly visible, and there were rustling sounds coming from the sheet, akin to an ancient object's low murmurs. Why is it not? Quitting work? Really? Purifying? Sentinels. My feet are numb. The sentinel widened his eyes, recognizing the other party. Prosecutor, sir? Whether it was the sentinel's illusion or not, the indistinct object seemed to tremble suddenly upon hearing his voice, quickly curling up into a ball and playing dead in the corner. That sentinel, since it's so guilty, it must be the prosecutor. But what is he doing here? Could he be waiting for Her Highness the Princess to finish work? It was said that the two had a bad relationship since childhood, always fighting whenever they met. Now it seems that this rumor about Her Highness being very cruel is just another lie. The sentinel suddenly realized, shaking his head as he left. Meanwhile, the indistinct object lay still for a few minutes before finally moving. Those red fluffy strands re-emerged from the white bundle, and Hong Kei wrapped himself tighter. Damn it, why am I here? He pressed against the wall, cautiously peeking out with half an eye, completely unaware that he resembled a stalking pervert, glaring indignantly at the long line of sentinels waiting at the door of Xie Qiang's office. You actually went to purify B-rank sentinels? He originally thought she was just being dismissive, believing such an arrogant woman would never lower herself to purify these low-level sentinels. He didn't expect that she liked him enough to defy her own instincts. TSK. Even so, I could never like you. Hong Kei remained indifferent in his heart, shifting his butt to relieve his numb legs, quietly complaining, why hasn't it ended yet? Just go through the motions. Why take it so seriously? She didn't even come out for lunch. How will she survive such stubbornness? If she doesn't get stabbed to death, she might starve first. Should I go to the cafeteria and pack some food for her? No. As soon as that thought crossed his mind, Hong Kei shook his head immediately. If he left, no one would protect Xie Qiang. Right, there's also Moen. Hong Kei lowered his head and sent a message to Moen via his light brain. Hong Kei, Moen, go to the cafeteria and get food. Deliver it to Xie Qiang's office. Moen. It means he heard, but won't do it. Hong Kei typed furiously. She has already purified 67 sentinels. Do you want to starve her to switch to a new master? Although that's not impossible, I don't think such a cruel method is necessary. I'm definitely not feeling sorry for her. I'm just afraid His Majesty will blame us, and we'll both be done for. Oh right, remember to bring 2 portions. I want one too. Moen. It means he heard and will do it. Only then did Hong Kei satisfactorily close the light brain, continuing to remain as the indistinct object lurking in the dark corner. His eyes fixed on the door of Xie Qiang's office. 69 so far. He counted in his heart, thinking that once he reached 80, he would turn around and leave. Let whoever wants to assassinate do it. He wouldn't serve anymore. 72, 76, 79, 82, 85, 89. Seeing the line at the door, still continuous. Hong Kei angrily threw the sheet off his head onto the ground, cursing. Damn Moen, did he get lost? Why hasn't he come to deliver the food yet? He hadn't had a sip of water since morning and was about to starve. Chapter 22, is he bullying her? After finishing the purification of the last sentinel, Xie Qiang let out a long breath, stood up, and stretched lazily. Finally done. It looked like a little cat stretching after waking up, the sentinel thought secretly. He boldly asked, Your Highness, are you hungry? Do you need me to get you some food from the cafeteria? Thank you, but no need. Xie Qiang shook her head. I can go by myself in a bit. Watching the sentinel leave, she sat back down in her office chair and organized the scattered application forms on her desk, including the few sentinels from the morning. She had purified a total of 112 B-class sentinels today. Her mental energy hadn't been drained much, but her body was a bit tired. After all, a guide's physical fitness wasn't as good as that of an average person, and working from morning till night without rest was still exhausting. Let's take a break. Xie Qiang lay her head on the desk, closed her eyes, and spoke softly and lazily. Just 10 minutes, The room fell into a long-lost silence. And soon, a faint, even breathing sound echoed from the desk. Ha. The girl's nostrils twitched slightly, her delicate body rising and falling gently with each breath. She turned her cheek, leaving a faint red mark on her fair, tender face from the crease of her sleeve. The room's lighting seemed to dim a little, as if it were pitying the girl, casting a warm glow like a soft blanket over her. Everything around quieted down until the office door creaked open, and a fluffy red head peeked inside. Why isn't she out yet? Is she dead in there? Hong Kei, wrapped in a small blanket, scanned the office with a suspicious look, and when his gaze landed on the unmoving Xie Qiang on the desk, his eyes widened in shock. He dashed over and stood in front of Xie Qiang, relieved to see her slightly breathing nostrils and the absence of a bloody smell in the air. You scare me to death. Turns out you were just sleeping. Staring at the girl with some exasperation, Hong Kei crossed his arms, about to wake her up, but his gaze fell on the fatigue between her brows, and he couldn't help but close his mouth again. Was it really necessary to tire herself out like this? She had opened 80 accounts, but ended up purifying 105 sentinels, which meant 25 B-class sentinels had taken advantage of her purification ability. Idiot. Doesn't she even know to count? Hong Kei scratched his head in annoyance, feeling a bit frustrated, and glanced at the girl's thin and delicate figure. He pulled off the blanket he was wrapped in and haphazardly covered her with it. I'm not pitying you. I just didn't want to return the blanket. He silently pulled up a chair and sat beside Xie Qiang, mumbling softly, I'm not here to protect you. I'm just waiting for Moen to bring food. The girl responded with her soft, sleeping breaths. Hong Kei crossed his legs, lazily leaning back in his chair, his gaze drifting aimlessly ahead, but soon it subtly shifted, landing on Xie Qiang's face. The sentinels who had left after being purified all praised the princess for her cuteness and beauty. Hong Ke had originally dismissed them, thinking they were speaking nonsense. He even suspected they were coerced by Xie Qiang to spread rumors about her gentleness and popularity. But now, looking at the sweetly sleeping girl, Hong Ke's eyebrows twitched, and after realizing something, he quickly averted his gaze. "What is going on?" he muttered quietly, incredulously. "She is actually quite pretty." He had previously thought her face was unappealing, like a fierce wildcat covered in scars, not to be trifled with. It must be an illusion, definitely an illusion. Hong Ke hurriedly closed his eyes, desperately trying to wipe away the girl's sweet smile and her defenseless sleeping face from his mind. As he waved away those thoughts, he relaxed his guard, and soon, the red-haired youth's head began to tilt back, his body relaxing against the chair, his chest rising and falling rhythmically. He fell asleep. One small and one large, one noble and one common. They both fell asleep amidst hunger and fatigue, their breaths intertwining in a way that couldn't be separated. On was abruptly awakened. He opened his eyes wide to see Mo-in, expressionless, holding 2 lunchboxes above his head while pinching Hong Ke's nose and lips with his hands. "Onke?" He slapped Mo-yin's hand away. "Why did it take you so long to come?" Xie Qiang was also awakened by the commotion, rubbing her eyes and lifting her head. Who is it?" She looked at the only person in the room, puzzled Mo-in. "Is it just you? I think I just heard Hong Ke's voice." Sitting up straight, she noticed the blanket on her back and looked at Mo-in in surprise. "Did you bring this?" Mo-in didn't respond, simply handing the lunchbox above his head to Xie Qiang. Xie Qiang blinked, pleasantly surprised. "You even brought me dinner?" "Thank you, Mo-in. You're so thoughtful." So Mo-in has the ability to think for himself. She thought he would only follow her orders and wouldn't take care of her otherwise. Is it because she applied medicine for him that he became a bit more considerate? Xie Qiang couldn't help but glance at Mo-yin's arms. Under the dim yellow light, the young man wore a sleeveless high-neck black bodysuit, his long arms muscular and smooth, showing no scars, and the well-toned muscles under the tight fabric were subtly visible. It felt a bit awkward. She quickly averted her gaze, her ears turning slightly red. "Ahem, you haven't eaten yet, right? Come sit down and eat together." Mo-yin's eyelashes fluttered slightly. He was already full, but he couldn't disobey orders. With a blank expression, he sat down, mimicking Xie Qiang's actions as he placed the lunchbox on the desk. Xie Qiang happily opened the lunchbox, then her expression froze. "Why are there only dried fish?" She turned to look at Mo-in, only to find that his lunchbox had normal food. Realizing something, Xie Qiang's eyes widened. Is he bullying her? She almost forgot that the supporting character had tortured Mo-in for over a month. How could he possibly forgive her just because she applied some medicine? Just as Senji said, this was something she owed them. She had assumed that a little kindness would earn Mo-yin's forgiveness. Xie Qiang lowered her head, poking at the dried fish, feeling a bit down. Mo-in stared at her, his dark golden wolf-like eyes fixed on her face, observing her expression. "Why isn't she eating? Doesn't she like it?" Yesterday, her dinner was clearly a plate of dried fish, although it all ended up in his stomach. It hadn't reached the level of being a filler. Mo-in lowered his gaze, his feather-like eyelashes trembling slightly. He couldn't disobey orders. But being hungry didn't feel good. It would make him angry, and then he would be punished. Mo-in looked at Xie Qiang's delicate little body, then his long, bony fingers covered the lunchbox and slid it in front of her. Xie Qiang looked up in surprise. Is this also for me?" Mo-in didn't answer, simply averting his gaze to the side. He merely moved the lunchbox. He didn't say he wouldn't eat. If she ate it, it would count as hers, and it wouldn't count as him disobeying orders. Xie Qiang blinked, placing the 2 lunchboxes together in the middle, her eyes shining brightly. "Thank you, let us eat together." Mo-in. He couldn't escape. The opponent was more skilled. Chapter 23. The backstab of B-class sentinels. The princess opened the purification appointments, which not only caused a stir among the B-class sentinels, but also caught the attention of A-class sentinels. In Area A's training ground, a middle-aged A-class sentinel said to a young sentinel who was doing physical training, Xiaobo, have you heard? The princess has recently been purifying B-class sentinels. He was smoking a thin cigarette, exhaling a puff of white smoke, and his expression was quite sentimental. Is she bored with A-class and starting to play with B-class? After finishing a set of physical training, Xiaobo frowned at him and said, "Senior, please don't smoke in the training area. Sentinels have very keen senses, and those not used to smoke can easily become irritable upon smelling it, which may lead to private fights." "Ah, I know. The middle-aged sentinel stubbed out his cigarette, and then, as if recalling something, said kindly, "I assent to your frenzy value at 87. Why not go to the princess for purification? Although there is a possibility that but didn't Tiwi hear she has changed for the better?" At the mention of the princess, Xiaobo felt a wave of nausea. "I can't possibly go. But your frenzy value." The middle-aged sentinel sighed. "Forget it, you're just stubborn. It's not easy to book an appointment with an A-class guide either. If you don't want to risk your life due to frenzy, just hold back a bit on the battlefield. After all, from the looks of it, the insect race won't be wiped out anytime soon." "The battlefield is no place to slack off," Xiaobo said coldly, putting down his training equipment and picking up his towel as he walked away. The insect race destroyed his home. How could he let those cruel and harmful scum go unpunished? As for the princess, changing for the better? He would never forget how she repeatedly mocked him, saying his family deserved to be bitten to death by the insect race. How could such a wicked woman ever change? Xiaobo strode away from the training ground. Behind him, the middle-aged sentinel's kind smile gradually turned cold. He spat to the side, "That brat has no sense at all. He has only been on the battlefield for a few years, and his military achievements already surpass ours old veterans. He doesn't know how to show some respect. That arrogant kid will end up dead on the battlefield sooner or later." Meanwhile, everything was proceeding in an orderly manner on Xie Qiang's side. B-class sentinels came to the office every day to line up for purification. After a few days of practice, Xie Qiang gradually mastered how to purify B-class sentinels more efficiently, preventing them from losing control and overheating. The key was to avoid touching the beast ears and skin of B-class sentinels. Just a light touch with her fingertips, and then she could freely deliver her mental power. Although she regretted that she couldn't pet their fur, an efficient working method was obviously more important. And Xie Qiang could only bid farewell to the fluffy ones with tears in her eyes. Xie Qiang also conveniently gave the B-class guides a little long holiday. Compared to guides of other levels, B-class guides were the most exhausted. Xie Qiang felt that her workload could completely cover theirs. So she simply let them rest well and regain their spirits before returning to work. Thus, half a month passed quietly. On this day, Xie Qiang was purifying B-class sentinels as usual until the lunch break bell rang, reminding the working guides to go take a break and eat. Xie Qiang didn't pay attention and continued to deliver her mental power. The sentinels in the room also had no intention of leaving. They had long heard that the princess would finish purifying all the sentinels before going out to eat. Xie Qiang worked diligently, and the sentinels naturally accepted the purification, secretly thinking that she truly deserved her title as an S-class guide. Just a fingertip touch could completely purify them, until, with a creak, the office door was pushed open. Song Jiao appeared cheerfully. "Your Highness, let us go eat in the cafeteria." He hurried to the examination table, glanced at Xie Qiang, and then at the other sentinels waiting in the room. His gaze landed on a B-class sentinel undergoing purification, and Song Jiao's narrow fox eyes slightly narrowed. "You can leave now." "But I haven't finished the purification yet." The B-class sentinel frowned, looking unwilling. He had worked hard to secure this appointment. "Her Highness the Princess has been busy all morning and needs to rest." Song Jiao's fox eyes narrowed even further, and when he saw that the sentinel wanted to say something, a cold light flashed in his eyes. "What? You can't make it to the afternoon." The B-class sentinel trembled all over and got up to leave in defeat. The other sentinels, receiving Song Jiao's icy gaze, immediately shrank their heads and hurriedly left the office. Once the room quieted down, Xie Qiang finally spoke up. Why suddenly make things difficult for him? "Your Highness." Song Jiao turned back, looking at her somewhat helplessly. "Do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know?" Xie Qiang tilted her head in confusion. What riddle was he playing at now? "Ah, you really are." Song Jiao grabbed her wrist and walked out of the office, Come with me. Xie Qiang followed him in a daze, discovering that Song Jiao was following closely behind the few sentinels who had just left. They were chatting. Although their voices were a bit low, it was still audible. Really? The princess didn't say anything. Why is he making a fuss? The princess is really something. If she couldn't purify so many sentinels in the morning, she could have just opened fewer appointments. It makes it seem like it's our fault that she didn't get to rest. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? After all, Her Highness is an S-class guide. It's already a special privilege for her to purify us B-class sentinels. Please, are you stupid? She insisted on giving B-class guides a holiday. She should have been the one to purify us. The sentinel's entitled tone sounded very harsh. Song Jiao glanced at Xie Qiang, a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. Your Highness, look, you're working so hard to purify them, yet they don't even remember your kindness. There are always some lowly people who take benefits for granted. My dear princess, are you particularly angry now? Want to chop off their heads immediately? As long as you say the word. Song Jiao's eyes sparkled with a ghostly light, like a fox demon bewitching the mind. Handing a blood-stained knife to the tyrant, Xie Qiang withdrew her gaze and blinked. But someone is still speaking for me. Song Jiao was taken aback. Xie Qiang squinted and smiled softly, her voice gentle and cheerful. What doctor would give up saving lives because of a patient as casual complaint? Many doctors, even when backstabbed by patients they've worked hard to save, continue tirelessly moving between wards and standing at the operating table. What supports them is not the pursuit of fame and honor, but the professional faith that has long been ingrained in their bones and the heavy responsibility for every life. Seeing Song Jiao showing a puzzled expression, she reached out to ruffle the boy's hair. All right, these are all small matters. Let us go eat. The girl walked briskly toward the cafeteria. Behind her, Song Jiao touched the spot she had just ruffled, a contemplative look flashing in his eyes. Saving lives? He never expected the once cruel and ruthless princess could utter such profound words. Song Jiao's gaze flickered, a strong desire for destruction bubbling within him. His princess was truly unexpectedly kind, but he wondered if she were to suffer continuous backstabs and blows. Would she still remain indifferent and continue to hold such naive and foolish thoughts? Chapter 24, Should We Cut Off Their Tongues? When Song Jiao came to the self-service restaurant, Xie Qiang saw an unexpected figure. Commanded, how could he be here for a meal? Remembering his earlier cold remark about not wanting to see her again, Xie Qiang couldn't help but bite her lip. It's better not to greet him. Just as she thought this, she felt a bit of weight on her shoulder, and her body uncontrollably moved towards Sun Ji. Xie Qiang. Song Jiao. Commande. Song Jiao wrapped his arm around Xie Qiang's shoulders and walked up to Sun Ji, not minding sharing a table, right? Sun Ji looked up at the wildly waving Xie Qiang, and the words he initially wanted to refuse came out. Sure. Your Highness, please sit. I'll help you get your meal, Song Jiao said, then tossed Xie Qiang aside and ran off. Wait, don't leave me behind. Xie Qiang was almost in tears. Stiffly turning her head, I'll go too. Sun Ji looked at her awkwardness, and the chopsticks in his fingers moved slightly. Sit down. Xie Qiang hesitated for a moment before sitting down, her hands neatly placed on her thighs, her back straight like a diligent student in class. She secretly observed Sun Ji's expression. He didn't seem very disdainful or angry. Could it be that her recent performance had changed his view of her? Just as Xie Qiang was speculating, she suddenly heard Sun Ji speak. Recently, you've been purifying B-class sentinels? Huh? Xie Qiang snapped back to reality and quickly replied, Ah, yes. I heard you have to purify at least 100 sentinels every day. Sun Ji lowered his eyes, making it hard to see his true feelings. You've worked hard. Xie Qiang hurriedly said, It's not hard at all. For some reason, facing this 200-year-old chief commander, Xie Qiang always felt a deep-seated respect and restraint, and she was even taken aback by his concern. It might be because of his age and status as a commander, Xie Qiang thought to herself. Sun Ji didn't speak again, silently chewing on the tasteless food. When he first heard about this, he was quite shocked, but soon dismissed it, thinking she could never hold out for more than 3 days. Yet, unexpectedly, she persisted for half a month. A total of 600 B-class sentinels were completely purified by her, which, when calculated, equated to a B-class guide working tirelessly for 213 days without a break. She really seemed to have changed. Sun Ji stared at her with heavy eyes. The girl sat there, her milk-white hair loosely tied with a band, and beneath her clear ice-blue cat eyes, a hint of fatigue and red threads mingled, hidden beneath a facade of forced cheerfulness that was hard to notice without careful observation. She looked left and right, but wouldn't look straight ahead at herself. When her eyes caught a sentinel stealing glances at her, she displayed a friendly, sweet smile. But when she realized he was startled and quickly lowered her head, she couldn't help but touch her nose, her gaze dimming as she bowed her head. Was she feeling lost? A hint of irritation rose in Sun Ji's heart. The usually noble and proud princess never looked down on A-class sentinels. Yet now, she felt so dejected and wronged just because of Sentinel's indifference. How could she have changed like this? But it was none of his business. Sun Ji lowered his gaze, suppressing the unusual emotions within him, and continued to chew his food expressionlessly. When Song Jio returned with the food, the three of them chatted aimlessly, mostly with Song Jio and Xie Qiang talking. Your Highness, it's been half a month. Have you thought about the reform of the guide's work? Song Jio propped his chin, looking unhappy. Or have you already thought it through and are just deliberately not telling me? Hearing this, Sun Ji raised his eyes to look at the two. What reform? Xie Qiang shot a sideways glare at Song Jio. It's nothing. Don't listen to his nonsense. I'm not talking nonsense. He clearly saw that Xie Qiang had prepared a lot of application materials, and every time he showed up, she would hastily hide them away. So bad. How should he take revenge on his princess? The beautiful fox eyes turned as he looked at Xie Qiang, who was sitting upright in front of Sun Ji, and he couldn't help but come up with a plan. Oh, I just remembered something urgent. I have to leave first. As Xie Qiang's eyes widened in surprise, he pretended not to see and smiled at Sun Ji. Commander Sun, after your highness finishes eating, could you personally escort her back? Xie Qiang glared at him angrily. You sly fox, this is deliberate revenge. No need. She immediately refused. I'm not a child. I don't need someone to escort me. That's not possible. A while ago, your highness was attacked twice in a row. If there's no one to protect you. Song Jio shook his head pityingly. You might not even know where you die. Sun Ji frowned slightly. His sharp gaze landed on Xie Qiang. You've been attacked again? No, what do you mean again? I only encountered an attack that night. Xie Qiang quickly explained. If you don't believe me, you can ask Prosecutor Hong Ke. He saved me. Sun Ji looked at Song Jio with displeasure. You knew about this? Why didn't you tell me? Oh, there were too many things I just forgot, Song Jio said innocently. Waving his hand, let's not talk about it. Remember to escort her back. The fox boys soon disappeared, and Xie Qiang angrily bit her chopsticks. Secretly glancing at Sun Ji's expression, Commander Sun doesn't need to escort me. No one will attack me. Not to mention that there hasn't been a second assassination in the novel recently. Just her recent purification of many sentinels should have improved her reputation enough to avoid being at the mercy of others to the point of assassination. Sun Ji remained silent, but the grip on his chopsticks tightened considerably. In the past, if she had even a slight injury, she would curse at him for his poor management, blaming him for her suffering. When did she stop complaining, even refusing to tell him about the assassination? She should be relieved, but Sun Ji felt uncomfortable. In the past, she was different with Song Jio and Hong Quebec. She appreciated Song Jio's youthful achievements and had grown up with Hong Ke, even if they liked to tease each other. They never humiliated each other. But with him, she was always sarcastic and disdainful. Now, Song Jio knew about her assassination. Hong Ke also knew. Yet he was the only one left in the dark. To put it bluntly, she still looked down on him, believing he was unworthy of protecting her. Sun Ji sneered coldly in his heart, but he wouldn't give her what she wanted. She should also taste the bitterness of being forced to endure. As an S-class guide, your highness should prioritize your own safety and not be reckless. Sun Ji stood up, shifted the knife handle slightly, and said coldly, if you die, the entire third war zone will suffer. Xie Qiang drooped her head, all right. Should she be grateful that her life was still quite valuable? After finishing their meal, Sun Ji escorted Xie Qiang back to the office. The two walked in silence until they reached the corner, just about to arrive at the office when suddenly a conversation caught their ears. Oh, you also made an appointment for the princess's purification? Yeah, it was worth it for me to wait for a full 5 days to finally grab one. Hee, this is also thanks to Xie Qiang. If it weren't for her, how would we have the chance to get a complete purification? Xie Qiang and Sun Ji paused in their steps. Around the corner, the conversation continued. Huh, there's also a matter concerning Xie Qiang? Yeah, didn't you know? Previously, Xie Qiang was in the testing hall, constantly persuading the princess to purify low-level sentinels. The princess's expression at that time was simply terrible. Xie Qiang couldn't help but touch her face in confusion. Really? The person continued. But after a passionate persuasion from Xie Qiang, the princess finally softened a bit and said she would consider it. Qiang, the guide, also said he would go find her again. Look, the princess must have been persuaded. That's why she opened up the appointments to purify us B-level sentinels. Hiss. So it seems we really owe it to Qiang. Yes, if it weren't for her, the princess wouldn't have bothered to purify sentinels of our level. I used to think she lacked insight, but now it seems that although she has lost her purification ability, she still has some capabilities. It looks like we should thank her properly. Xie Qiang touched her nose. She glanced at Sun Ji, who was standing still. Let's go. Sun Ji looked at her. His gaze slightly dimmed. She must be angry. Clearly, it was her who worked hard to purify the sentinels. Yet these sentinels were grateful to Jiang Qingwan. Sun Ji pressed his lips together. He knew Xie Qiang couldn't stand this kind of frustration and would inevitably teach these sentinels a lesson. Perhaps she would even directly order him to cripple these sentinels. In the past, Sun Ji would definitely not have complied. But now, Sun Ji tightened his grip on a knife at his waist, feeling it was time to teach these sentinels a lesson. Regardless of whether Jiang Qingwan persuaded Xie Qiang, the truth was that she only used her words, while the one truly willing to purify and work hard for the sentinels was Xie Qiang. If gratitude was to be shown, it certainly shouldn't be directed first at Jiang Qingwan. Should he cut off their tongues? Sun Ji's face was expressionless. Cutting off their tongues would at least not affect the subsequent battle against the bug race. Xie Qiang looked at Sun Ji with slight horror. Why was he so brutal? These sentinels hadn't done anything wrong. They had just misunderstood something unimportant, and he wanted to cut off their tongues? What kind of man are you finding for the female supporting character, Dad? Chapter 25. A true couple is hard to come by. Yu Guang caught a glimpse of Xie Qiang's horrified expression, and Sun Ji's figure hesitated slightly, a trace of confusion and bewilderment crossing his eyes. Why was she looking at him like that? As if she didn't understand his actions. Commander Sen. Xie Qiang pressed her fingertip against his wrist, pushing the slightly unsheathed knife back through the sleeve of his officer uniform. The world is so beautiful, yet you are so irritable. This is not good. She withdrew her strength, clasped her hands behind her back, and looked up at him with a gentle smile. Come on, let's go to my office. The purification from last time isn't over yet. Sun Ji was taken aback, watching as Xie Qiang turned and walked toward the crowd. He couldn't help but follow her. Everyone arrived quite early. The girl greeted everyone with a bright smile, and the sentinels, attracted by her smile, straightened up and greeted her. Your Highness. Xie Qiang walked lightly toward the office, but paused in front of a few people, turning her head to look at them with a cheerful smile. Did you just say that it was Jiang that persuaded me to purify the B-class sentinels? The few sentinels were completely unprepared for Xie Qiang to overhear their casual chatter, and suddenly turned pale, hastily kneeling down. Your Highness, I need to correct something. She interrupted their explanations lightly, looking down at the panicked sentinels. Her ice-blue eyes sparkling with a cat-like clarity. The ones who influence me are others. They are my motherland, my mentor, and countless respected predecessors. Xie Qiang's small face was full of righteousness. After speaking, she turned to glance at Sun Ji, confirming that he had indeed followed her, and then smiled as she turned back toward the office. The sentinels were left in shock. Once Xie Qiang and Sun Ji entered the office, they exchanged glances, wondering who the others the princess mentioned were. After the princess spoke, it seemed she glanced at Commander Senior. Hiss, could it be Commander's son? I heard that not only was he purified by the princess, but during the testing, she also reprimanded those low-level sentinels and personally acknowledged him as a hero of the Empire. But didn't she use to particularly dislike Commander Sen? I know. Do you remember half a month ago when the Zerg attacked the logistics department and Commander Sun gave up the front line to save her? Maybe it was at that moment that the hero saved the beauty. Love blossomed, deeply rooted feelings. Wow. The atmosphere among the sentinels instantly turned into pink bubbles. This is just like a romantic story of pursuit in the sentinel novels. It turns out that a guide can really fall in love with the sentinel who saves them, and then lower their once noble stature to pursue their partner. The sentinels expressed their excitement and decided to follow the developments closely. Meanwhile, in a dark corner, a bundle of red hair nearly bit down on its back teeth, voice filled with barely contained anger. What a load of nonsense. The one who influenced her is clearly me. She likes me. It's for me that she wants to be a kind person, not that defective product. Are all of you blind? She likes him so obviously, yet you all can't see it? In the office, Sun Ji quietly observed Xie Qiang's expression. She was humming an unknown tune, walking briskly to the treatment area, tiptoeing to take down a cleaned and sun-dried cotton cloth bag. There was no trace of her previous gloom or anger. She isn't angry? Commander Sun, please sit. Xie Qiang placed the cotton bag on the table, patted it with her small hand, and indicated, I'll purify you. Sun Ji pressed his lips together and then walked over. The long scabbard brushed against his combat uniform, making a soft, rustling sound, hard to ignore, especially with his strong, well-defined thighs. Xie Qiang stared a bit, her gaze completely focused on him. He looks quite powerful. He must have very healthy and perfect muscles. Have you seen enough? Sun Ji pulled out a chair and sat down, his expression somewhat solemn. Ahem. Xie Qiang quickly averted her gaze, feeling a bit embarrassed as she touched her nose and said sincerely, I haven't quite seen enough. She really is. Sun Ji rubbed his forehead, forcing himself to look at the cotton bag. What is this for? It's for supporting your wrist. Xie Qiang eagerly extended her hand towards Sun Ji's wrist. Let me show you how to use it. Sun Ji instinctively pulled back, and when he looked up, he saw the girl's slightly surprised and then disappointed expression. The man's heart trembled. Just now outside, she was misunderstood like that and didn't show a hint of disappointment or grievance. Yet why was she so sad just because he pulled back his hand? Place your wrist here like this. Xie Qiang's smile quickly returned to its original brightness as she placed her wrist on the cotton bag, demonstrating. Sun Ji silently placed his hand on it. 3 slender fingers gently rested on the side of his wrist, and several strands of mental power seamlessly entered his veins, reaching his mental sea, transforming into 3 little plush kittens that proudly entered the dark mist forest. He was startled. This was a new technique he had just learned. Xie Qiang supported her cheek with one hand, her smile carrying a hint of innocence. How about it? I'm quite talented, right? Sun Ji was momentarily speechless, then nodded. The purification speed was indeed faster. Ahem, I learned another trick. Eager to show off her newfound ability to independently peel a sausage like a kitten, she raised her hand and drew several circles in the air above the table. And a plush cat spirit materialized. The little plush cat stretched, yawned, and lazily walked in front of Sun Ji, softly meowing at him before lowering its body to rest on its fluffy paws. Its soft little ears trembled, and its curled tail gently tapped the table, making the entire cat appear extremely well-behaved. You can pet it. Xie Qiang poked the little plush cat. This can speed up the purification process without causing bonding heat. Sun Ji hesitated for a moment, doubting the truth of her words, but looking into her clear and pure eyes, he ultimately reached out his hand, gently placing it on the little plush cat. A rich and clear, purifying force surged through his entire arm. It was very gentle and cool, causing no physical reaction. The sensation in his palm was fluffy, soft, and warm, the milky white cat fur wrapping around him tightly like it was glued, making him reluctant to move away. Sun Ji couldn't help but stroke the back of the plush cat, feeling an increasing urge to pick it up and bury his face in its fur. So soft. His palm lovingly rubbed the plush cat, and his cool, long fingers gently brushed against the little cat ears, causing it to tremble slightly, as if it were teasingly rubbing against his fingers. Sun Ji was momentarily lost in it, completely unaware that Xie Qiang, who was purifying him, had lowered her head slightly, her ears turning a little red. No one told her that the tactile sensations produced when the plush cat spirit was materialized would be reflected onto her, though very subtle. Both Xie Qiang and this body were quite ticklish. It felt as if her spine had been gently brushed by soft cotton, and that almost imperceptible tickling sensation slowly spread across her back, causing tingles. The tips of her ears felt like they were being affectionately stroked by a pair of gentle hands with a chill. The tingling sensation winding its way down her cheeks and into her neck, as if currents of electricity were coursing through, causing her entire chest to tingle. Just as that sensation began to travel toward her chest and lower abdomen, the previously obedient little plush cat suddenly opened its eyes wide, breaking free from Sun Ji's hand and skillfully diving into Xie Qiang's body, disappearing without a trace. Sun Ji's hand, which was about to turn over, froze in midair. Chapter 26. Xie Qiang, do you have no shame? The man glanced at Xie Qiang with a solemn expression. Xie Qiang let out a slight sigh of relief. Her face not flushed, but her heart racing as she explained that her skills were not quite proficient yet, and she could only maintain it for a while. Sun Ji retracted his hand and lightly grasped the edge of the table, realizing it was not because he disliked her that he hesitated. The corners of the man's lips lifted slightly, a soft touch still lingering in his hand, leaving him momentarily wanting more. Unintentionally, his gaze brushed past the girl's fluffy, cloud-like, milky white long hair, and a fleeting thought emerged in his mind. Would her soft strands feel as smooth and soft as a cat's fur when touched? Xie Qiang cleared her throat, trying hard to focus on Sun Ji's wrist. In fact, she knew a bit about traditional Chinese medicine and pulse diagnosis. Abandoned as a child, she was adopted by her foster father. Her foster family was well off, but due to a severe car accident in his early years, her foster father was much weaker than average due to his busy work life. She felt very sorry for her foster father and vowed to study medicine from a young age. Although her foster father was often away, he always supported her aspirations, buying her a Da Vinci robot without hesitation. Later, she learned that traditional Chinese medicine addresses the root of the problem, so she wanted to study it. Her foster father immediately spent a lot of money hiring several prominent traditional Chinese medicine practitioners to teach her in turns. He even bought her several plots of land to grow various Chinese medicinal herbs, saying that homegrown ones were safer to consume. Xie Qiang felt helpless, hearing that her foster father's overindulgent behavior was a family tradition. Recently, she had also been testing the pulse of the sentinels, finding that their pulse patterns were generally similar. But the pulse strength was several times stronger than that of ordinary people. As she felt Sun Ji's pulse rhythm, she thought, Commander Sun, have you been drinking a lot of strong tea and coffee lately? Sun Ji snapped back to reality, his gaze landing on her. How do you know? You probably don't want to sleep at night because you keep having nightmares, right? Xie Qiang lifted her bright eyes to look at him, her voice soft yet pleasant to the ear. Is it because your frenzy value is too high? The sensory abilities of an SSS-grade sentinel are more sensitive than those of an S-grade sentinel, making them mentally more fragile, the higher the frenzy value. The harder it is to remain calm, easily leading to irritability, with the sharp and provocative behavior of the female supporting character. It was truly remarkable that Sun Ji didn't go mad and kill her with a single blow. That really showed his strong patience. Out of concern for her patient, Xie Qiang kindly suggested, how about Commander Sun comes to my room every night before sleeping for? Her words were cut off as Sun Ji suddenly stood up, taking a few steps back, raising his arm to block his lips, his voice filled with anger. Xie Qiang, do you have no shame? Xie Qiang, what is wrong with her? Sometimes I really don't understand you. Seeing Xie Qiang's confused expression, Sun Ji couldn't help but clench his fists, his arm swinging angrily to the side as he turned towards the office door. You think just because I'm your fiancé, you can casually. Don't even think about it. Xie Qiang was completely baffled, not understanding why Sun Ji was angry. She couldn't help but raise her voice slightly. If you're not free at night, you can come in the morning. If that doesn't work, you can come at noon too. Commander Sun, you shouldn't avoid your problems. You need to take care of your health. Enough. The man's ears turned crimson. He turned back and shot a fierce glare at Xie Qiang. Every noon, I will come to the office for purification. After saying that, he opened the door and left in a hurry. Xie Qiang scratched her head, feeling a bit emotional about how the sentinels here were truly moody. Forget it. Let us just focus on work. Xie Qiang diligently began the purification for the sentinels, but for some reason, today the sentinels seemed particularly fiery and gossipy, with someone even asking her when they would get to eat the wedding candy from her and Sun Ji. Xie Qiang answered very seriously. You'll have to ask Commanderson about that. If he is unwilling, I'm afraid you 1T get to eat the wedding candy. The sentinels, oh. So it depends on when they can coax Commander Sun to get married and distribute wedding candy. It really is the best to watch the pursuit of husbands. The stories don't lie. When will we meet a proud and devoted guide too? After work that day, Mo-in came as usual to deliver the meal, but this time, he had someone with him. Da Hong. Xie Qiang blinked her big eyes. What are you doing here? Oof. Hong K crossed his arms, wearing a cold expression. Do you think I'd be jealous? He had waited all afternoon, watching the rumors ferment that after the princess ascended the throne, she would make Sanji the first national husband, to be with him for a lifetime. Yet he hadn't seen Xie Qiang come out to refute the rumors. Did she think that by allowing the rumors to spread, he would get jealous? Dream on. What's wrong with him? Xie Qiang pointed at Hong K, who was posing over there, and asked Mo-in in confusion. Mo-in glanced at Hong K, but said nothing, lost in the world of how to arrange the several lunch boxes more attractively. Yes, several lunch boxes. Xie Qiang just learned that Mo-in had an exceptionally huge appetite. She took the chopsticks Mo-in handed her and casually asked, Da Hong, have you eaten? TCH, who wants to eat with you? Hong K reluctantly sat down opposite her, disdainfully opening a bottle of water. Is he affected by his frenzy value too much? Affecting his language comprehension abilities? Xie Qiang looked at him with concern. Why don't you come over for purification every noon too? Xie Qiang suggested. Also, Hong K immediately caught the key point. Who else? Senji? Yeah. Xie Qiang nodded, then puzzled. I was going to invite him to my room for purification tonight. But I don't know why he suddenly. Before she could finish her sentence, Hong K, who was drinking water, started coughing violently, pounding his chest in disbelief as he pointed at Xie Qiang. Cough, cough, you actually invited him to bed? You clearly like me, yet you invited Sun Ji for the night? Xie Qiang, your love is totally unpresentable. Hong K stood up angrily, storming toward the office door. Xie Qiang was left completely stunned. What about bed? She just wanted to do a bit of purification for Sun Ji before he slept, so he could rest more soundly. Wait, could it be that inviting a sentinel for purification at night here implies spending the night together? Xie Qiang's little face suddenly turned crimson. She didn't know. The moment she thought of Sun Ji's reaction at that time, it really felt like she was forcing a decent young man into a situation. Xie Qiang couldn't help but cover her small face, feeling like the sky was about to collapse. How could it be like this? Next to her, Mo-in suddenly covered his cheek where his molar was, frowning. What's wrong? Xie Qiang came back to her senses and saw Mo-in frowning and covering his jaw. Concerned. Toothache? Mo-in shook his head. His brother. How did he break another molar? So strange. However, since he left, Mo-in pushed Hong K's lunchbox in front of Xie Qiang. Eat. The more you eat, the better your mood, and you 1T get punished. Xie Qiang immediately forgot her worries, smiling widely. Okay. Indeed, Mo-in was much more normal, making interactions feel easier and more comfortable. Chapter 27. Is Mo-in angry? When Xie Qiang first met Mo-in, she thought that since the female supporting character had tormented him so much, he must be filled with resentment and wouldn't go to great lengths to protect her. However, over the past half-month, Mo-in had been keeping watch every night until dawn, napping on the sofa during the day, and then promptly going out at night to deliver meals to her and escort her home. He seemed completely unconcerned about the past torment he had endured. Was it because he had a good temper, or was it traumatic numbness? Xie Qiang shook her head. It shouldn't be the latter, right? He was a powerful S-class sentinel from the most famous Zhuge family in the empire. How could he possibly suffer long-term abuse that would lead to suppression and numbness to pain? She chewed her food slowly, while beside her, Mo-in was eating rapidly and voraciously. Although he was devouring his meal, his movements were quite elegant. His long, lean arms rose and fell as he swallowed food directly without any unnecessary chewing, and the slight bulge of his atoms apple rolled with each swallow. The lines sharp yet somewhat sexy, making him particularly pleasing to the eye. He clearly had an appetite several times larger than Xie Qiang's, yet he finished eating before her. After cleaning up his lunchbox, he sat in his chair, staring intently at the girl while she ate. Your appetite is so small. No wonder you get angry easily. When Xie Qiang put down her chopsticks, Mo-in pushed the lunchbox towards her, indicating for her to continue eating. Xie Qiang shook her head and pushed the lunchbox back, refusing to eat. Not eating didn't mean she was full. Why wasn't she full? She was so frail that she couldn't even withstand a round of whipping. Mo-in stubbornly pushed the lunchbox towards her again, insisting she eat. I'm not eating anymore. Xie Qiang firmly pushed the lunchbox back, saying it didn't taste good. To accommodate the sentinel's sensitive taste, the food in the cafeteria was indeed average. At first, it was acceptable, but over time, even Xie Qiang couldn't stand it. So now, she only ate enough to ensure her body could function. Mo-in silently stared at the lunchbox for a moment, then quietly gathered all the boxes and turned to leave without saying a word. Xie Qiang was dumbfounded. Why did he leave suddenly? In the past, Mo-in would always ask, "Are you leaving?" And only after confirming she nodded would he escort her home. Was he angry? Why? Because she didn't finish her meal? Mo-in, she called out, trying to stop him, but he ignored her and walked straight out of the office. Was he really angry? Xie Qiang found it hard to believe that someone would get mad just because another person didn't finish their food. They weren't her parents. Her adoptive father had never forced her to clean her plate. Xie Qiang sat in the office for a while, but when Mo-in didn't return, she finally stood up and decided to walk home herself. It seemed she had misunderstood. There wasn't a single stable-minded sentinel here. It was just that Mo-in didn't talk much, which made him seem more normal than others. But in reality, he was also a man with fluctuating emotions. When she got home, Xie Qiang changed into a soft, fluffy white nightgown and climbed on her big bed. Usually, after Mo-in escorted her home, he would first scan all the rooms to confirm there was no danger, then stand at the bedroom door to keep watch. After half a month, Xie Qiang had gotten used to this routine, but today missing the step left her feeling empty inside. She sat on the bed, flipping through History of the Star Sea Empire, glancing at the electronic clock in the room until it displayed 11 o'clock. Only then did she finally close the book, looking worriedly at the door. Why hadn't he come back yet? Was something wrong? Suddenly, an idea struck her, as she couldn't help but chuckle. He was an S-class sentinel. Compared to him, she was the one more likely to get into trouble, right? In the novel, the female supporting character was always facing calamities, missing limbs or suffering injuries. He must be angry and return to his own home. Xie Qiang helplessly put down the book. Forget it. I might as well lock the door and go to sleep. She got off the bed, her small, pale feet touching the warm floor, and walked gently towards the bedroom door. Just as she was about to lock the door, she suddenly heard the sound of the front door opening. Her eyes brightened slightly as she opened the bedroom door and ran out. Mo-in, are you back? She ran towards the door with anticipation, intending to ask where he had gone, but suddenly stopped in her tracks. Looking at the figure entering through the door, Xie Qiang took a step back in panic. It wasn't Mo-in. The person was wrapped in a black cloak, their face obscured. Upon seeing Xie Qiang, the cloaked figure hesitated slightly, then lunged at her. Ha! Xie Qiang's legs went weak, and she turned to run. It was an assassin. Song Jiu hadn't guessed wrong. There really was an assassin. Xie Qiang desperately ran towards the bedroom. But with her ordinary physique, how could she compete with a sentinel who had been through countless battles? In just a few steps, she was caught by the other party, their sharp claws reaching for her neck. Xie Qiang was so scared that her legs went soft, and she fell to the ground, just managing to dodge that lethal blow. Seeing her fall and struggle to get up to escape, the cloaked assassin sneered, leaning down to grab her ankle. Princess, stop struggling. Do you think you can escape the pursuit of an A-class sentinel? These guides, clearly so weak, relied on their ability to purify sentinels to do as they pleased. Why? Why could guides hide behind enjoying wealth and honor while they, the sentinels, had to fight on the battlefield and then carefully cater to these guides? The crown prince was right. This world needed to change. The princess, you will become the sacrifice for the new world we will establish. The cloaked assassin raised both arms, crossing his hands into fists, and swung down hard toward Xie Qiang's head. Xie Qiang raised her hands to shield her forehead, her lips trembling in fear. Am I going to die? She thought this novel world would follow the plot, and there wouldn't be assassins until the relevant plot points appeared in the book. It seemed she was naive again. Tomorrow, there would be no way to purify Senji. If she died, he would also go berserk and die from not getting purified, right? I'm sorry, she thought. She would have to break her promise. Watching the fist come down, Xie Qiang resigned herself and closed her eyes. Ah! A piercing scream rang out, and Xie Qiang's tightly furrowed brows trembled slightly. She found it hard to believe that the hoarse and ugly scream was one she had made. Was her dying wail so unpleasant? No, wait. It seemed she hadn't even opened her mouth. The expected pain didn't come, and she couldn't help but crack one eye open. What she saw was the cloaked assassin stiffly falling to the side, his wide-open eyes pierced by a chilly sword. Blood dripping down. She shrank back in terror. Ah! A tall, slender figure in black rushed over, kicking the cloaked assassin away, then bent down to block Xie Qiang's view. He looked at the girl, trembling in fear, and gently held her arm. He dead, so don't shake. Xie Qiang looked up at Moine, her eyes instantly reddening. She could no longer control her emotions and hugged the waist of the young man in black, crying out loud, Where have you been? Why did it take you so long to come back? She was truly terrified, especially scared of dying. Moine looked at the girl, who was crying her heart out, feeling a rare sense of helplessness. After hesitating for a moment, he stuffed a package he had been holding into her arms. It was a package of hot, crispy fried fish snacks. Chapter 28, I really want tomorrow to come quickly, Your Highness. Xie Qiang sniffled, her eyes and nose red. Did you go get this? Why did it take so long? Moine remained silent, staring intently at the girl's tear-stained eyes, lost in thought. After a long while, his gaze shifted slightly. Eat. Puffed. Why are you telling me to eat at a time like this? Xie Qiang couldn't help but smile through her tears. Is it hot? At this hour? Shouldn't the chef have already gone home? Moine glanced at her and quickly looked away him. He only made a sound without offering any explanation. And Xie Qiang didn't have the energy to ask further. She pulled out a warm little fish-flavored pancake from the packaging and stuffed it into her mouth. Unlike the thin, oily fried noodles of the past, this little fish pancake was surprisingly delicious. The crispy, golden exterior was just right, while the inside was soft and sweet, with a warm egg and milk aroma spreading across her lips, dispelling her fears. As her body gradually warmed up, Xie Qiang bit into the fish pancake, and tears fell again. My nose is sore. Moine, please don't leave me alone next time, okay? The young man in black turned back to look at her. His palm was wrapped in a 3-finger black leather glove, with only 2 long, pale fingers exposed, catching the tears that fell from the girl, which made him flinch slightly from the heat. He raised his hand and licked it, the taste bitter and astringent. The girl, having received a promise, fell into a deep sleep while hugging the warm pancake, her delicate brows furrowed tightly, sleeping very restlessly. Moine carried her to bed, then opened his holographic computer to send a message to Hong Quebec. Moine. Assassin, failed, 9, not entered. After sending the message, he returned to the living room, and with one hand, he lifted the assassin's body and threw it into the bathtub with a thud. Then, he knelt on the ground and began to wipe the bloodstains on the floor bit by bit. Once everything was cleaned up, he walked out to the corridor, his gaze landing on the silver-haired boy leaning lazily against the wall not far away. Hong Kei arrived late, and upon seeing him, angrily grabbed Song Jio's collar. What the hell were you doing just standing outside? Don't be so rude. Song Jio raised his hand to poke at Hong Kei's fist, smiling lightly. Isn't everything fine? If she hadn't been fine, I would have punched you into the wall. Hong Kei violently shook off the collar he was holding, his tone filled with disgust. What? Are you worried about her? Song Jiu leisurely adjusted his collar, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Aren't you the one who dislikes her? None of your business. Hong Kei replied coldly, turning to look at Moine. Did she get scared? Moine thought of the trembling girl in his arms and nodded. TSK. Hong Kei ran a hand through his hair in frustration. I'm really fed up with this. Does he not know that there's an S-class sentinel protecting Xie Qiang? Why send someone to assassinate her and risk leaving traces? At his words, Mo-in paused slightly, his gaze shifting elsewhere. Song Jio chuckled, bending over with laughter. Oh, so our princess has a personal guard, but he is neglecting his duties. Hong Kei immediately turned to Mo-in, his eyes wide. You weren't by her side? You didn't know, did you? Our princess's guard brought the chef to the restaurant in the middle of the night, had him make over a dozen fish pancakes, and even caught an innocent guy to pick out the best one. Song Jio bent over, slapping his thigh, laughing so hard that tears came out. He looks like a block of wood. Who would have thought he was so considerate? Hong Kei was also extremely surprised, finding it hard to imagine that his usually emotionally detached brother had such a thoughtful side. Wait. He suddenly glared at Song Jio. You knew all along? Yet you just stood by and watched the assassin enter the room to kill Xie Qiang? Song Jio wiped away the tears of laughter from his eyes and straightened up. Spreading his hands, I was just being kind. Our princess has such a poor sense of danger. She needs to realize her situation. He snapped his fingers, a wicked smile spreading across his exquisite face. How about we skin that assassin's body and hang it in the restaurant? Let our princess learn a lesson and serve as a warning to passing A-class sentinels. How about that? Are you sick? Hong Kei shivered all over. Absolutely not. What if she gets scared and never wants to purify A-class sentinels again? As long as she's willing to purify for us, that's all that matters. The silver-haired young man said with a light laugh, a hint of a ghostly glow flashing in his eyes. An A-class sentinel is not worthy of touching an S-class guide. But she is so eager to prove to him that she has changed, that she is no longer the fierce and volatile princess, but a guide who can think for the sentinels. How heartbroken would she be if she had to give that up? I'll think about it. In the end, Hong Kei chose to disagree. I will report this to the emperor and let him deal with the crown prince. Foolish bird. Song Jio scoffed softly. Does he really think the emperor doesn't know about this? Be more aware. The silver-haired boy straightened up from the wall, lazily waved his hand, leaving the two with his departing figure. Things are getting more interesting. If you don't care about being backstabbed by a B-class sentinel, and remain indifferent when your credit is stolen, how will you face the unquenchable hatred from A-class sentinels? I really want tomorrow to come quickly, Your Highness. Before leaving, Hong Kei hesitated as he looked at Mo-in. Mo-in quietly met his gaze, and after a long time, he spoke. Hong Kei scratched his hair. What do you think about supporting the crown prince's ascension? Mo-in glanced at him, then turned to head back to his room. Hong Kei hurriedly followed, mumbling, I don't think the crown prince is suitable for that position, but I just feel that he is at least a bit stronger than Xie Qiang. After all, she didn't attend a single class on inheriting the throne back then. Mo-in ignored him. Once inside the room, he found a bedsheet and wrapped the assassin's body from the bathtub, then stuffed it into Hong Kei's arms, starting to wash up. Hong Kei. What was he thinking, asking this dumb brother such questions? Forget it, you look more interested in Xie Qiang, so just support her. Hong Kei's large arms clutched the bundle of the corpse, muttering, by the way, you should pay more attention and not be too nice to Xie Qiang. We are both empathic twins. If she misunderstands your kindness as being influenced by my feelings and thinks I like her, what will we do? He raised his hand and rubbed his nose, a hint of pride in his tone. I'm not that easy to pursue. Mo-in. What are you mumbling about? It's really annoying. Mo-in raised his hand to push away this space-occupying, non-working person and continued scrubbing the bloodstains in the bathtub. The smell of blood affects appetite. It must not exist. Chapter 29. Mo-in. No. Cat in the morning, the ceiling light in the bedroom casts a layer of soft, faint light, lightly covering the bed like a thin veil. The girl on the bed has her eyelashes fluttering and her snow-white little feet, exposed outside the blanket, shrink slightly from the morning chill. Soon after, a sharp pain shoots through her ankle, causing her brows to furrow and a muffled groan to escape her lips. It hurts so much. Xie Qiang's eyes fill with tears, and she instinctively calls out for the night watchman, Mo-in. The bedroom door opens with a creak, and a tall, slender figure in black strides in. Mo-in leans down at the bedside, his gaze steady as it meets hers. It hurts so much. Xie Qiang's eyes are red, her voice trembling with pain. My ankle hurts. Mo-in looks down to see that the girl's left ankle is swollen and red, resembling a blooming pink rose in the sunlight, tightly wrapped around her delicate, fair skin. strikingly noticeable. His gaze quickly retracts, and he turns to the foot of the bed, bending down to gently grasp her ankle. A warm, pure healing power spreads rapidly along the skin where they touch. The soft, delicate sensation in his palm feels like crushed clouds wrapped around a slight, tingling itch, unexpectedly causing him to shiver slightly and abruptly release his grip. He bites his lip, turns, and leaves the room, returning with a medical kit in hand. He kneels at the foot of the bed, lowers his head to take out the medicinal alcohol and bandages, and uses a cotton swab to dab the alcohol on her swollen ankle, then begins to massage and press on the soft flesh little by little. Hiss! The girl first shudders at the coldness of the medicinal alcohol, then trembles from the pain caused by his strong hands massaging her. It hurts. Be gentler. The young man in black seems to hear nothing, continuing to knead. Xie Qiang can't bear it any longer, sitting up and kicking at his arm with her uninjured foot. Emoine, her small foot is instantly enveloped by his large hand, the warmth barely lingering on her skin before it swiftly withdraws. Emoine looks up at her, his tall figure casting a slanted shadow on her face, his elongated, dark gold wolf eyes looking down from above, unexpectedly radiating a sense of oppressive pressure that makes her heart tremble. Don't move. His voice is hoarse and deep. The other hand, wrapped in a black leather glove, slightly curls its 3 fingers, leaving only 2 pale, cool fingers extended towards the girl. It hurts, just bite. Xie Qiang is somewhat confused. Why are you giving me your hand? Don't like it? Emoine furrows his brows tightly, seemingly pondering something for a long time, as if making a significant decision. A look of determination appears on his wooden face. In the next second, the wolf tail of the young man in black peeks out, slightly revealing the tip from his side waist, shyly looking at Xie Qiang like a bashful boy. Xie Qiang is immediately drawn in by the distraction. Emoine raises the wolf tail, and her lively cat-like eyes follow its movement. He shakes the tail downward, and she immediately lowers her head to watch. Emoine, the wolf tail suddenly begins to wag rapidly, and the girl's ice-blue pupils also start to shake violently. Emoine. The heavenly wolf-sack's tail is surprisingly effective. Emoine lowers his head, continuing to shake the wolf tail while massaging the girl's ankle. Xie Qiang's attention is drawn away by the tail, and she no longer feels the pain, reaching out to gently poke at the grayish wolf fur on the tail. Her excitement hard to contain. I really want to touch it. But the last time she touched it, Emoine coldly told her not to. If he doesn't want her to touch it, why is he exposing it to tempt her? Xie Qiang feels a bit defensive, shoving the wolf tail away with her small hand, her expression cold as she says, "Put it away. I don't really want to touch it." Emoine, why are you angry again? Are you hungry? Emoine decides to take her to eat. With skilled hands, he finishes wrapping the swollen ankle with bandages. Then the young man in black directly crosses over Xie Qiang's side waist, lifting her entire body up. Emoine, Cat Xie Qiang feels the world spin, and the next second, she is thrown over his shoulder. She lets out a low cry, her cat-like eyes wide. What are you doing? Emoine remains silent, simply carrying her out of the bedroom. As they pass through the living room, Xie Qiang instinctively shuts her eyes tightly, but can't resist her curiosity, slightly opening a slit to peek at the place where she was attacked yesterday. There is no sign of the assassin's body. The floor is as clean as if nothing happened last night. Only the lingering pain in her ankle reminds her that it was not a dream. But Xie Qiang has no time to feel sad, because she notices that Emoine is heading toward the buffet restaurant. It's mealtime now, and Xie Qiang can easily imagine the commotion that would ensue if Emoine walked into the restaurant carrying her. She hurriedly pats his broad back. Emoine, put me down. But the young man in black continues to pretend not to hear. As they approach the buffet restaurant, more and more A-class sentinels look at them with uncertainty. Xie Qiang's face turns red, and her legs start to kick and struggle. Emoine, I told you to put me down. Why is he becoming more disobedient? Clearly, whatever she said before, he would follow as long as it was a command. This time, Emoine finally stops and sets the girl down, but just as her feet touch his military boots, he lifts her up again. Put me down. But it doesn't say, I can't change positions. Though the heavenly wolf is noisy, it makes sense. With her body weightless, Xie Qiang instinctively wraps her arms around the young man's neck, and by the time she realizes what's happening, she feels completely dazed. Why does she feel like Emoine is getting more sly? It seems he has no intention of putting her down. But being cradled like a princess is better than being carried over his shoulder. So Xie Qiang can only comfort herself in this way. However, the gazes around her still make her a bit shy, so she buries her head in Mo Yin's neck. A warm breath instantly rushes to her neck, and the girl's fluffy hair brushes against the sentinel's sensitive skin, causing Mo Yin's mind to gradually stiffen, his eyes glazed as he walks toward the buffet restaurant's entrance. So itchy. His entire neck and cheeks feel like they're about to melt. Electric currents surge from his chest to his heart, urgently racing toward his lower abdomen. An incomprehensible hunger making his mouth dry and a layer of hazy white fog spreading in his eyes. He dizzily walks toward the restaurant entrance, completely unaware of the unusual movement ahead. Meanwhile, Xie Qiang is also trying hard to think of something to distract herself. What should she have for breakfast? Should she open the purification appointments for A-class sentinels today? The A-class sentinels who just passed by seem to look at her without the same disgust as before, so. As Xie Qiang is lost in thought, she suddenly notices a large crowd gathered at the entrance of the restaurant, and she looks over in confusion, her face instantly turning pale. Chapter 30. She is the indestructible little Qiang. At the entrance of the buffet restaurant, a twisted corpse hung. As if it had been brutally crushed, its blood long drained, leaving only its pale, wrinkled skin. In front of it hung a large whiteboard, on which was written in the corpse's blood, gruesomely and vividly, "Those who offend the princess shall be killed without mercy." Xie Qiang's face turned pale, and she almost vomited. She could clearly feel the surrounding A-level sentinels turning their heads to look at her, their cold eyes swirling with a ghostly light. Like a pack of wolves harboring resentment against a hunter, quietly revealing their vengeful fangs. The dead man was Qi Feng, an excellent A-level sentinel from the 7th unit. Qi Feng had always been cheerful and honest, having killed countless insectoids on the battlefield, and had survived numerous life and death situations. How did he end up like this? He had never interacted with the princess, let alone talked to her. How could he possibly have offended her? Perhaps the princess wanted to control Qi Feng and use the same old tricks, but unexpectedly, Qi Feng, with his fiery temperament, resisted and was killed by the princess in the struggle. They gritted their teeth and stared at Xie Qiang, their trembling arms revealing bulging veins, wanting to vent their enormous anger toward the murderer. Their eyes all seemed to say, "You deserve to die." Xie Qiang felt her limbs grow weak. She tried to steady her emotions and suppressed the chilling sensation in her chest, tightly closing her eyes. Who did this? Last night, when she encountered the assassination, only Mo Yin was present. Later, she had fallen asleep out of exhaustion, and the corpse was presumably handled by Mo Yin. So, did he do it? Just now at home, had Mo Yin deliberately brought her to the restaurant to show her this bloody scene because she was disobedient? A sudden chill rose in Xie Qiang's heart, but thinking of the bag of soft, milky fish-flavored pancakes from last night, she found it hard to associate Mo Yin with such a sickly madman's actions. She couldn't jump to conclusions. She clenched her hands slightly, her voice trembling as she suppressed it. Mo Yin, put me down. Mo Yin finally came to his senses. He looked at the corpse hanging at the restaurant entrance, frowned, then turned around and set the girl down. Xie Qiang stepped onto the ground, her legs shivering from the cold floor. She lightly stepped onto the military boots of the young man in black. Looking up at him, Mo Yin, did you do this? Mo Yin lowered his head to stare at her, not understanding her meaning. Was she asking if the corpse was kicked and twisted, or if it was hung at the restaurant entrance? Seeing that Mo Yin neither admitted nor denied it, Xie Qiang couldn't help but take a step back in disappointment, her foot leaving the pair of military boots that should have given her reassurance. So, was he one of the participants? Were there other masterminds? Noticing the girl hugging her arms and shaking, Mo Yin fell silent for a moment, then suddenly turned around and walked to the entrance of the restaurant. The sword had been unsheathed at some point. By the time the sentinels reacted, the rope had already been cut, and the A-level sentinel's corpse fell heavily to the ground, its already twisted form becoming even more unbearable to look at. The sharp sword pointed directly at the assassin's brow, with matching wounds below, all indicating who the murderer of the sentinel was. But this was not enough to dispel the A-level sentinel's suspicions about Xie Qiang. Who knew if the princess had personally ordered Mo Yin to kill? Just then, A rich and loud male voice rang out from a distance. Xie Qiang? Why are you just standing there? Seeing Xie Qiang barefoot and in her nightgown, Hong Kei was about to mock her for going out like this. But his peripheral vision caught sight of the corpse on the ground and was immediately startled. How did the corpse get here? He clearly locked the assassin's body in the water prison. Upon hearing this, Xie Qiang's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she looked up at him. You know about the assassin too? Ah. Suddenly realizing something, Hong Kei quickly shook his head in denial. I don't know. I don't know anything. He absolutely could not let her know about his ineffective supervision of the corpse, if she misunderstood that this was his way of rejecting her. Although he didn't intend to agree, he certainly couldn't let her misunderstand in such a way. Xie Qiang bit her lip and looked at him. Did he think she was easy to deceive? He was clearly lying. It must be Song Jiao. Seeing the distrust on Xie Qiang's face, Hong Kei quickly shifted the blame, saying that only he would do such a perverted thing. That guy was clearly interested last night in skinning the assassin and hanging him in the restaurant to scare the A-level sentinels. Lord Hong Kei, as a prosecutor, is your specialty just to slander people at will? A lazy, youthful voice spoke up, and a silver-haired fox boy stepped out from the crowd of sentinels, looking innocently helpless. At least provide some evidence. What evidence do you want? I'm the evidence. Hong Kei shouted hoarsely. Last night you clearly said you would. Oh? Song Jiao raised an eyebrow, a smile playing in his fox-like eyes. What did I say last night? Were you also present when the princess was attacked? Hong Kei choked, realizing he almost let something slip, and immediately scratched his head irritably. Damn it. I can't argue with you. Your Highness. Song Jiao stopped beside Xie Qiang, gently bent down and extended a long, fair hand. It's cold on the ground. Let me take you back. Why care about these A-level sentinels? You, so kind and pure, should be locked away in a high tower, away from the noise of the world, with only an S-level knight willing to clear the thorns for you. That dirty throne is not suitable for you. Xie Qiang lowered her head, lost in thought. She raised her hand, and just as she was about to touch the boy's palm, she suddenly waved to the side, pulling off the light blue silk ribbon from his ponytail. Song Jiao was taken aback. Your Highness? I don't need it. She tightly clutched the ribbon in her hand, taking 2 steps back, the pain in her eyes like an unmelting ice block. Any one of you are liars. The pain in her ankle brought tears to her eyes, and her body nearly swayed. Song Jiao wanted to support her, but was pushed away by her. Don't touch me. Her voice was hoarse, desperately suppressing her tremor, and those apricot eyes, which were always filled with joy and vitality, now only held endless disappointment. They clearly knew how much effort she had put in to alleviate the hatred of the A-level sentinels, to prevent them from assassinating her again. Yet they easily destroyed it, even trying to deceive her. Turning around, Xie Qiang limped back, her thin and delicate figure resembling a little cat that had suffered grievances, making people feel heartbroken. Song Jiao's fingertips trembled slightly, feeling an indescribable annoyance in his heart. Clearly, he had achieved the goal of breaking her naive fantasies, but why? Was he not happy at all? Thinking of Xie Qiang's pained expression as she said she didn't need him, a layer of coldness spread across Song Jiao's face, and he quickened his pace to catch up with the distraught girl. You can't, Your Highness. You must need me, desperately need me. Otherwise, when the crown prince ascends the throne, who else can stand by your side unconditionally? As Xie Qiang walked, she finally couldn't hold it in anymore and leaned against the wall to cough. Tears trembled in her eyes as she coughed until the nauseating feeling was expelled. Only then did she slide down the wall, wrapping her arms around her knees and curling up into a ball. Tears fell from the corners of her eyes, dropping onto the ground, and she buried her head, sobbing softly, letting her emotions overflow until she had cried all her tears. She then wiped her eyes with her arm. When she looked up again, her eyes shone brightly like washed stars, filled with a resilient tenacity, and she fixed her gaze forward. After crying, it was time to get back to work. Nothing could bring her down. She was the indestructible little Qiang. Chapter 31. Our Weak and Innocent Princess. In the corridor, Xie Qiang limped toward the office. As she turned the corner, she overheard B-class sentinels chatting in line. Damn, My friend just messaged me, saying the princess killed an A-class sentinel and hung the body in the buffet that only A-class sentinels can access. No way. Someone immediately questioned. A-class sentinels are so powerful. How could a weak guide like the princess possibly kill one? Hey, don't forget, the princess is an S-class guide. She once used purification to enter the mental sea of an A-class sentinel and left him dumb and disabled. A sentinel immediately added, "The mental sea is the lifeblood of a sentinel. Only guides can enter it." Hiss. So it really could have been the princess who did it. It seems she really hates A-class sentinels. But those A-class sentinels aren't pushovers either. They're currently causing a ruckus in the conference hall, demanding the princess come out and explain herself. At the corner, Xie Qiang gently held her arm, her downcast eyes slightly dimmed. She carefully recalled the memories of the female supporting character and confirmed that she had never met the sentinel named Qifeng, excluding past humiliation or abuse. The only possibility left was that he had long been deprived of purification and ultimately decided to take revenge on her. If she had known this earlier, she should have opened appointments for A-class sentinels a few days in advance. Perhaps he wouldn't have felt so desperate, ultimately leading to a tragic end. With a light sigh, Xie Qiang slowly turned the corner. She remembered that Qifeng seemed to have said something before killing her, but she was too scared to hear it clearly. It must have been a complaint, she thought. Shaking her head with a wry smile, she limped past the sentinels. The sentinels, deeply engrossed in their conversation, caught a glimpse of her milky white long hair and immediately turned their heads in surprise. The princess. How did she arrive like this? She wasn't even wearing shoes. Her originally fair little feet were now dirty and gray, and her slender left ankle was wrapped in a thick layer of white bandages as she staggered over, evoking a sense of pity in their hearts. Are you hurt? Did that A-class sentinel do this to you? A tall young sentinel rushed over, looking worriedly at her ankle. How could no one escort you? You actually came here on your injured foot. Other sentinels also gathered around, frowning in disapproval. Honestly, how can you not take care of your own body? Yeah, guides are not like sentinels. They don't have strong, self-healing abilities. If you're hurt, you should rest at home. Why come here? I'm fine. Xie Qiang didn't expect so many people to come to comfort her. Her brow relaxed, and she shook her head with a smile. It's just an ankle injury. It won't delay the purification for you. Moreover, she slightly lowered her head, her dark eyelashes fluttering gently, with the remnants of tears still glistening at the corners of her eyes, looking quite pitiful. You've been affected by frenzy for so long. Your bodies must be feeling worse than mine. Hearing her say such things, the sentinels clutched their chests in pain. My God, is Princess an angel? She doesn't care about her own injury, but only cares about how we feel? She seemed just like a little kitten that had been bullied outside, limping home with an injured foot, still wanting to show the owner that she could protect them. Although it was quite inappropriate for the moment, the princess was simply too adorable. Damn A-class sentinels. The tall sentinel who rushed over squatted down. Your Highness, I'll carry you into the office. Don't walk by yourself anymore. Other sentinels immediately glared at him in discontent. You little brat, how can you react so quickly? It's fine. Xie Qiang quickly waved her hand, feeling a bit embarrassed as she touched the hem of her dress. This dress is not very convenient. I can walk over myself. Oh, no problem. The tall sentinel stood up and walked towards the office, quickly bringing over a chair with wheels and placing it in front of Xie Qiang. Your Highness, sit. Xie Qiang blinked, somewhat confused. Did he mean for her to sit down and purify right here? It didn't seem impossible. After all, it was just a matter of extending her hand for purification. Supported by that sentinel, Xie Qiang sat down and softly said, then let us set off. Let us go. The tall sentinel exclaimed cheerfully, grabbing the legs of the chair and lifting it up against his chest, striding towards the office. Suddenly being lifted into the air, Xie Qiang was startled and clutched the armrests of the wooden chair, screaming in her heart. Ah, why is this such an embarrassing solution? Damn you. The sentinels all followed, feeling envious of his cleverness. You must be tired from carrying her. It's my turn now. They also wanted to send the adorable princess to the office. What are you talking about? The tall sentinel said proudly, even if it were a bug race. I could carry it for 100 kilometers without getting tired, let alone the princess. She doesn't weigh as much as a bug. Xie Qiang. Don't compare me to a bug. Xie Qiang covered her face, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation, but her mood improved significantly. Perhaps kindness always warms the heart. After sending Xie Qiang into the office, the other sentinels curiously looked around, and when they spotted the rolling chair in the office area, their expressions darkened. Isn't there a wheelchair here? Hey, that's sentinel. You didn't deliberately choose a regular wooden chair just to show off your strength to the princess. Did you? How could that be? The tall sentinel fidgeted. I really just didn't see it. Instantly, all the sentinels twitched their mouths, and groans erupted. You big, rough sentinel, don't try to act cute. Xie Qiang couldn't help but smile, her brows curving, her thin, long eyelashes fluttering like butterflies, gently resting on the suddenly formed water surface in her eyes. This stirred a great wave in the hearts of the sentinels. Our princess is so cute and harmless. How could she kill someone for no reason? It must be those A-class sentinels taking advantage of their higher level, trying to forcefully possess such an adorable princess. She must have felt offended and punished them. And those A-class sentinels, harboring resentment, painted the princess as a cruel perpetrator. The sentinels had already imagined how the deceased A-class sentinel had previously loved but couldn't get, using his terrifying strength to grab the princess's delicate ankle and dragging her around. Our weak and innocent princess has suffered too much. After sending Xie Qiang to the office, the B-class sentinels left one after another, clenching their fists in anger. No wonder the princess doesn't want to purify A-class sentinels. If it were me, I wouldn't want to either. One sentinel fumed. Look at how injured her ankle is. Who knows how much she has suffered from such coercion before? Another sentinel complained. The emperor doesn't even bother to manage these rampant A-class sentinels. If it weren't for the princess's high purification level, killing that A-class sentinel in retaliation, who knows what terrible things might have happened to her. Things like sentinels violating guides had happened in the empire before. Those S-class sentinels aren't just sitting around. One sentinel couldn't help but spit, especially that SSS class. My buddy was desperately trying to convince me to ship them yesterday. Looking back, what a load of nonsense about chasing husbands to the crematorium. Clearly, the kind and innocent princess was threatened by his strength. Our princess is now left all alone. We absolutely cannot just stand by and watch her suffer. The tall sentinel who initially sent Xie Qiang back to the office raised his hand to gather the B-class sentinels together. Then we will. Chapter 32. A-class sentinels explosive pot. Xie Qiang waited for a long time, but did not see any sentinels coming in to purify. She called out a few times, but no one responded, so she had to hop on her little feet to the door. When she opened it, she found no one outside. There was no trace of the sentinels at all. Could it be that they are being considerate and letting me rest for a day? The tip of Xie Qiang's nose felt sour. How thoughtful of them. However, it was too far to go home from here. Xie Qiang remembered that there seemed to be a rest area for female supporting characters in the office, so she hopped over to the door in the corner. The door was locked with a fingerprint scanner. Xie Qiang raised her hand to unlock it, and upon entering, she was greeted by a luxurious and high-end decor style. The furniture in the rest area looked like memory storage spheres, and wherever her gaze landed, a flood of astonishing memories surged forth. Here, the supporting character stepped on a certain A-class sentinel's face. There, the supporting character whipped a certain A-class sentinel's chest, and here and there. Xie Qiang silently closed the door, feeling intrusive in this place filled with unhealthy memories. There was a sofa next to the rest area, and when Xie Qiang sat down, she was pleasantly surprised to find it very soft. She couldn't help but roll over and lay her whole body on the sofa. I'll just rest for a day. Her slender, fair fingers reached for a throw pillow, and she buried her little face into it. Before long, soft, slightly nasal breathing sounds began to emanate from the sofa. After an unknown amount of time, the office door opened, and a pair of black military boots stepped in steadily. After a slight pause, the figure turned and walked toward the girl on the sofa. Looking down at the sleeping girl, his gaze fell on the thick layers of white bandages wrapped around her, and he frowned slightly before turning to walk to the desk. After rummaging around for a while, the man finally found a medical kit, took out some medical bandages, and returned to the sofa. He bent down to remove the poorly wrapped bandages, his gaze landing on the slender ankle that had begun to bruise underneath, with a myriad of glaring red spots beneath the skin. It was not hard to imagine how much pain she was in. A wave of unexpected emotion stirred in his heart as he glanced at the girl's tear-streaked eyes. He pressed his lips into a hard line, forcing himself to look away, and lowered his head to re-wrap her bandages. Afterward, the man sat to one side of the sofa, his long, strong arms resting on his thighs. He tiredly bent over, resting his brow on the palm of his left hand. So tired. What should I do? That dark commander uniform had unknowingly become a shackle. Occupying a high position in the Third War Zone, he could not balance the conflict between the A-class sentinels and Xie Qiang. If he sided with Xie Qiang, what wrong had the A-class sentinels done? If he sided with the A-class sentinels, how could His Majesty tolerate his beloved princess suffering such grievances? And Senji clenched his fists, unable to ignore the uncomfortable truth in his heart. He did not want to see Xie Qiang isolated and compromising. Time quietly flowed by, until he could delay no longer. The man finally raised his hand and patted Xie Qiang's shoulder. Xie Qiang, wake up. The girl woke up drowsily, and upon seeing that exceptionally handsome and familiar face, she couldn't help but smile, her voice soft and hoarse. Senji, you're here. Senji's heart trembled. It had been a long time since she had called his name. He tightened his lips, fell silent for a moment, and ultimately cruelly shattered the moment of softness. His voice calm. The A-class sentinels want you to come forward and give an explanation. If they're not satisfied, they will all go on strike and no longer participate in eradicating the insect race. This was the first time such a thing had happened. And once the news reached the Empire, the nobles and ministers would inevitably use it as an excuse to demand the revocation of her inheritance rights. The smile on the girl's face gradually faded, her expression dimming. Senji tightened his grip on the sofa's armrest, hurriedly turning his head away, not daring to look at the sadness swirling in her eyes. He steeled himself, thinking if you had treated the A-class sentinels better in the first place, this would have happened today. Xie Qiang, you cannot avoid this. Understand. Xie Qiang sat up, forcing a difficult smile at Senji, Commander's son. Can you help me find some decent clothes and shoes first? Since she had to take responsibility for these anxious and angry A-class sentinels, she couldn't dress too casually. Senji hesitated for a moment, seeing the girl's determined gaze, then stood up. Then you stay here, don't? He looked at her injured ankle. Walk around. Okay. Xie Qiang's eyebrows curved. After the man left the office, she dejectedly lowered her head. An explanation. Xie Qiang didn't know what kind of explanation to give. What she could do seemed to be only to purify the A-class sentinels, which was something she had originally planned to do. She would ask them how they wanted it later, whether it was a public apology or a thorough purification for all the sentinels. She just wanted to quickly end this precarious situation, no longer fearing sudden assassin attacks. After changing into the white coat and flat sandals brought by Senji, Xie Qiang sat in the office chair, pushed by Senji into the conference hall. At this moment, a large group of A-class sentinels had gathered in the conference hall, and they were bustling about, passionately expressing their demands. The chaotic voices collided in the already sensitive ears of the sentinels, and the surging emotions erupted like a flood. Murderer! I thought she was just a pervert torturing A-class sentinels, but now she's even bold enough to kill. With such an air, the entire empire might be on the brink of extinction. What are we still doing on the battlefield? The princess must be punished. Strip her of her inheritance rights to ensure our safety. At the front of the conference hall, Hong Ke wore an impatient expression, his hand continuously brushing over the gun at his waist, desperately suppressing the urge to eliminate all the A-class sentinels. Shut up. So what if a killer died? It's as if they died. Beside him, Songju leaned against the wall, his silver hair cascading over his shoulders. His expression calm as he closed his beautiful fox-like eyes, seemingly indifferent to how long this farce would last. Mo-in sat beside the conference table holding 2 lunchboxes, his head lowered as if lost in thought, or perhaps thinking of nothing at all. Seeing Xie Qiang arrive, Hong Ke immediately walked over, glaring fiercely at Senji, clearly displeased with his decision to call Xie Qiang over. And this guy? Hong Ke turned to glare at Xie Qiang, his tone dissatisfied. What are you doing here? You're not trying to help this defective product, are you? Upon hearing this, Senji's body stiffened, and his gaze quickly fell on Xie Qiang. She actually decided to come because of him? Chapter 33. We do not accept such an explanation. Is this yet another so-called compensation? Senji's eyelids drooped, her heart feeling as if it was pressed down by a lump of cotton soaked in ice water, heavy and suffocating. She was always like this, never asking him if he wanted it, only shoving things at him, leaving him in a position where he couldn't fully forgive her, yet couldn't bring himself to push her away, repeatedly tormented. Xie Qiang had no idea what kind of turmoil was stirred in the man behind her due to Hong Kei's words. She glanced up at Hong Kei, then turned her face away, a light huff escaping her nose. Humph. She didn't want to talk to someone who lies to those they love. Hong Kei was so angry he wanted to ruffle her hair and see if it was filled with glue. Xie Qiang, don't be ungrateful. I'm doing this for you. Let Senji suppress it with force. The anger of these ill-level sentinels will only come at me. The moment you show up, all the attention will be on you. Idiot. Oh. Xie Qiang crossed her arms and tilted her head back, her small face still turned to one side, lightly huffing. At least an idiot dares to admit their mistakes. Prosecutor, do you dare to admit you lied to me this morning? That was. Hong Kei was choked and couldn't say anything for a while, mumbling it was all for you. Commander-son, ignore him, let's go. Xie Qiang patted the armrest of the sofa chair, not wanting to deal with him anymore. Senji glanced à ton cuisse redonde face, pushed the sofa chair toward the conference table, and Hong Kei scratched his hair behind her, ultimately clicking his tongue and saying nothing, directly following the two. When they reached the conference table, Xie Qiang saw an unexpected person, Jiang Qingwan. Upon seeing Xie Qiang, Jiang Qingwan slightly stood up. Your Highness. Xie Qiang nodded, her eyes showing some confusion. Why was Jiang here too? It's Officer Tsang who called me. Jiang Qingwan replied with a gentle smile, glancing at the silver-haired boy leaning against the wall. He said it would be better if I handled this situation. Xie Qiang turned to look at Song Jiao, who had just opened his eyes, tilting his head and giving her a radiant smile. He silently mouthed, Your Highness. Xie Qiang turned back expressionlessly. She couldn't trust this person either. As for the other one, Xie Qiang watched Missouri-in place the lunchbox in his arms onto the table, his long fingers pressing on both sides of the box, pushing it toward her. His narrow, dark, golden wolf-like eyes were fixated on her face, his entire being. Even his hair seemed to say, Eat. Xie Qiang pushed the lunchbox to the other side, her small face tense as she stared ahead, refusing to speak or look at Mo-in. This was her first time refusing food. Mo-in's fingers shrank slightly in helplessness. He glanced at the lunchbox, then at Xie Qiang, vaguely sensing that she seemed to be angry. She must be hungry. But why wasn't she eating? Was it not good? Mo-in furrowed his brows, suddenly stood up, stuffed the two lunchboxes back into his arms, and strode toward the door. Xie Qiang was startled by his sudden action, and when she saw him leave without a word, her nose suddenly felt a bit sour. Bad guy. She lowered her head, lightly clenched her fist, her ankles also subtly aching. She had clearly promised not to leave her alone. All liars. Senji noticed the sadness on Xie Qiang's face, her brows slightly moving as she looked at the departing Mo-in. She really cares about Mo-in? Before she could delve deeper, the girl in front of her suddenly stood up from the sofa chair. The originally dim eyes revealed a seriousness and determination, scanning the crowd of A-level sentinels before her. Her pink lips parted. Commander-son says you want me to give an explanation. As soon as her words fell, the room fell silent for a moment before erupting into loud commotion. That's right. We won't tolerate your wanton actions any longer. A-level sentinels are not your toys to bully. If we can't get a satisfactory explanation, let the Zerg kill whoever they want. We're withdrawing from the battlefield. We won't serve anymore. The A-level sentinels glared wide-eyed, like enraged bulls glaring at Xie Qiang. If it weren't for a few S-level sentinels holding the fort, they might have charged in already. Xie Qiang nodded slightly, her voice clear enough to penetrate all the noise. I admit that my past actions were wrong. To those sentinels who have suffered bullying, I want to say I'm sorry. Xiaobo, Chunqing, Muhu, and Beijing, Ganyu. She recited their names one by one, confirming there were no omissions, before sincerely saying, My past immaturity led me to discriminate against and harm you. causing all A-level sentinels to lose trust in me and the Empire. She deeply bowed for this. I am very sorry and guarantee I will never make the same mistake again. Unexpectedly, the princess actually bowed her head to apologize, and the A-level sentinels exchanged glances, all showing expressions of surprise. But soon, someone stepped out of the crowd. Xiao Bo coldly stared at Xie Qiang, his tone sarcastic. Your Highness really knows how to placate us. You maliciously invaded our mental seas, exploiting our psychological weaknesses to humiliate us at will, causing us to suffer despair and pain time and again. And a single statement of immaturity can erase all the harm? Does the princess think that the dozens of sentinels who suffered under you should just let it go as long as you promise not to do it again? After all, you haven't harmed anyone else, right? Xiao Bo pressed closer, disgust spreading across his face. But who knows if you're fickle? When you're in a good mood, you apologize to us, and when you're in a bad mood, you start persecuting us again. Hearing this, the sentinels couldn't help but agree, chiming in, that's right. Who knows if she is genuinely apologizing or just trying to trick us into continuing to serve her? We do not accept such an explanation. Hong Ke was furious, unable to hold back as he shouted, I warn you, don't push your luck. You don't believe the apology and guarantee. So what do you want? Xiao Bo scoffed. That's a question the princess should consider. Prosecutor. The two sides fell into a stalemate. Just as Xie Qiang was about to say something, Jiang Qingwan suddenly stood up beside her. Everyone, how about you listen to me? She smiled gently, her voice like the melting ice water of spring, slowly saying, I know the princess has made many mistakes in the past, hurting some A-level sentinels. However, she is still young and has been raised in luxury, so it's inevitable that her behavior has been somewhat out of line. Still young? Xiao Bo immediately sneered, glancing sideways at Jiang Qingwan. When I was her age, I was already on the battlefield exterminating Zerg. Being raised in luxury, does that mean one can bully sentinels? Or does the heir to the Empire learn only how to treat sentinels as slaves for exterminating Zerg in the palace? His eyes reddened as he shouted, Her Majesty is also a sentinel. Would she dare to bully Her Majesty? It's just that she sees our low status and thinks we're easy to bully. Xiao Bo's words fell like a spark in a powder keg. The A-level sentinels erupted, some banging on the table. The sound of metal shaking mixed with their roars. That's right. So what if she is a princess? So what if she is an S-level guide? This is absolutely no reason for her to act wantonly. Seeing the sentinels growing increasingly agitated, Jiang Qingwan quickly raised both hands, pressing them down, softly soothing everyone. Please don't get too excited. Let me finish my words, all right? Chapter 34 Old Tricks. She pondered seriously for a moment, then raised her eyes to look at Xie Qiang. A-level sentinels are the main force in eliminating high-level insectoids and have contributed greatly to the Empire. Empty words cannot earn trust. Practical actions must be taken to make them willing to believe in the Empire again and entrust their backs to it. How about this? Your Highness agrees to conduct a thorough purification for all A-level sentinels as compensation for past wrongs. Hearing her words, the A-level sentinels instantly stirred with excitement. Thorough purification. The higher the level of the guide, the scarcer the number and the more prestigious the status. Many A-level guides are unwilling to come to dangerous battlefields, choosing instead to stay in the imperial capital, becoming exclusive guides for noble families after mental matching. A-level guides on the battlefield are extremely rare. Thus, when most A-level sentinels are on the verge of going mad, they can only be purified by 10 each time, and some can only be purified by 5 due to low matching values with their guides. They suffer from mental agitation even more severe than B-level guides. So thorough purification is simply a pie falling from the sky to them, something they cannot resist. If that's the case, then it seems acceptable. The princess is an S-level guide. Even if her matching value with us is low, she can still achieve thorough purification. Yes, this is the most practical compensation. I think it's feasible. Seeing the sentinels moved, Jiang Qingwan finally breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Xie Qiang, asking how the princess felt about it. This is currently the most suitable compensation plan. Xie Qiang parted her lips. This was precisely what she intended to say. If the A-level sentinels agreed, then she. Just as she was about to respond, Sanji, who was behind her, suddenly spoke up. No. Sun Ji's indifferent gaze swept over Jiang Qingwan before retracting it, coldly stating, I do not agree. Is this woman using the same old tricks again? Previously, when Xie Qiang purified the B-level sentinels, it inexplicably spread that she had persuaded Xie Qiang, even though she only encouraged Xie Qiang to purify C-level and below sentinels. Those B-level sentinels had all wanted to thank her first. Now, she was inexplicably acting on behalf of Xie Qiang, adding this thankless workload for her. When Xie Qiang was exhausted from purifying all the A-level sentinels, would it be her, the one who only talked, who would receive the thanks? In the future, when A-level sentinels wanted to be purified again, would they use strikes as leverage to force Xie Qiang? Sun Ji would never allow such a possibility to occur. Xie Qiang did not expect Sun Ji to refuse, and the sentinels changed their expressions upon hearing his words, looking at Sun Ji with dissatisfaction. A defective product really thinks too highly of itself? It seems that after being purified by the princess, he has turned into a soft persimmon, forgetting how painful it was when he went mad and was humiliated. No wonder he can pair with the princess. They are clearly a match made in heaven, one willing to hit and the other willing to be hit. The A-level sentinels began to mock, saying that since the princess was unwilling to purify them, they would go to the battlefield themselves and eliminate the high-level insectoids. You are a high and mighty S-level guide. What if you can purify those insectoids? Ha 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 ha. The mocking voices of the sentinels were extremely sharp, and Xie Qiang bit her lip, wanting to speak up in defense of Sun Ji. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the conference room door as a large group of sentinels surged in like a herd of rhinos, using their strong bodies to push aside the obstructing A-level sentinels. From a distance, they heard a group barking like dogs, thinking that the third battle zone had become a dog breeding ground. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that the high and mighty A-level sentinels were the ones howling. Thorough purification? How dare you say that with such a big face? Were you among the victims back then, making a fuss here? The B-level sentinels picked at their ears and spat in their direction, saying, What is up with you hundreds of people? Are you all called Xiaobo and Ganyu? Did your parents' education level not allow you to ask for names on the street? Even if thorough purification is to be done, it should be for those sentinels whose names were called out. What are you other people? The mouths of the B-level sentinels were much sharper, each one poking their little fingers at the A-level sentinels in provocation, saying, It's shameless enough to slack off on the battlefield. Now you even unite to threaten Her Highness the Princess to purify you. Your thick skin could be cut off and used as a shield to block the insectoid attacks. The A-level sentinels had never been provoked like this and glared angrily. What is it to you? So what if we were purified by the princess? Does that make us her dogs? You're standing there talking nonsense. If the princess didn't disdain your low levels, she wouldn't even bother with you. You think you can escape torment? The B-level sentinels were not willing to be outdone and retorted, Oh. Why does she only bully other sentinels and not you? It turns out she finds you lower in rank than those people. Oh no, maybe she even finds you ugly. Damn, you want to fight, huh? Come on. Who is afraid of who? Although we B-level sentinels are low in rank, our numbers are not few. We can drown you with a spit. The A-level sentinels finally couldn't hold back any longer and grab their weapons. Brothers, since this group of running dogs wants to be beaten, let us satisfy them. The princess is so indulgent with their troublemaking. It seems her attitude is very clear. She won't purify us. Strike. We must strike. Don't even think about letting us go to the battlefield and serve these people. The sentinels started fighting, and the scene descended into chaos. Many sentinels already had bruised faces, and the surrounding walls were filled with dents from the fighting. Xie Qiang was completely stunned. She was shocked for a while before reacting, shouting with all her might, You all stop. I didn't say I wouldn't agree. Unfortunately, the dazed sentinels couldn't hear her at all. Just as Xie Qiang was at a loss for what to do and was about to seek help from Sun Ji, suddenly, an alarm rang out in the hall. The sharp and familiar sound instantly made all the sentinels stop. Invasion of the insect tide. Invasion of the insect tide. High-level insect tide invasion. The high-level insect tide meant that the high-level insectoids in the wormhole were coming out in droves. which was the most severe insectoid invasion disaster aside from the insectoid queen personally arriving on the battlefield. This also meant that the Sentinel warriors would face the most brutal combat and sacrifice. The faces of the B-level Sentinels changed. They had no time to bid farewell to Xie Qiang and quickly ran toward the conference hall exit. The A-level Sentinels also had grim expressions. They listened to the sound of the alarm gathering and looked at Xie Qiang, who seemed to want to say something but stopped. Finally, they all spat on the ground. Damn, this is really the worst timing. Let us go assemble. Several higher-ranking A-level Sentinels took the lead to walk toward the hall door, saying they would eliminate the insect tide first. Although they were somewhat reluctant, there were still many innocent guides in the logistics department. If they really went on strike, those guides would undoubtedly be in life-threatening danger. Hongke, take the princess to the logistics department and ensure her safety. Sun Ji drew the long knife from his waist and then said to Song-Jio, come with me back to the command center to confirm the situation of the insectoids. Understood. The silver-haired youth, leaning against the wall, straightened up and walked towards Xie Qiang before leaving. Seeing her look of worry, Song-Jio couldn't help but reach out and tuck a strand of her hair behind her ear. She truly wore all her thoughts on her face. Despite being so angry, she still worried about his safety. It made him want to take a little more advantage. Your Highness. The silver-haired youth showed a pitiful expression and said, when on the battlefield, it will be troublesome if I don't have a headband to tie my hair back. Xie Qiang glared at him in both anger and helplessness, pulled out a light blue silk headband from her lab coat, and heavily stuffed it into his hands. No injuries. And return it to me. Song-Ju lowered his head and kissed the hairband in his hand, smiling lazily and proudly. As you wish, my lord. Chapter 35. He is the third party between Xie Qiang and Sun Ji. As soon as Sun Ji and Song-Ju left, Hongke immediately pushed Xie Qiang back onto the sofa chair, urging her towards the logistics department. Jiang Qingwan followed closely, walking beside Xie Qiang. Not forgetting to continue with her earlier suggestion, Your Highness, how about a thorough purification for all A-level Sentinels? Hongke frowned at this, sounding quite impatient. Xie Qiang had only bullied a small portion of A-level Sentinels. Why should everyone undergo purification? Jiang Qingwan looked at him helplessly. Prosecutor Hong, please be mindful of your wording. The princess did not bully them. She tortured them. Moreover, dozens of Sentinels is not a small number. It has already affected the trust of A-level Sentinels in the Empire. TSK, didn't Xie Qiang promise not to do it again? Hongke said discontentedly. She had been behaving well recently and hadn't bullied those Sentinels again. How could those A-level Sentinels not be grateful and instead want compensation? What a dream. Jiang Qingwan glanced at Xie Qiang. Prosecutor Hong might be willing to trust the princess, but as the actual victims, they clearly could not trust the princess's word alone. How about this? Jiang Qingwan pondered for a moment and proposed another plan. The princess should first conduct a thorough purification for those victimized Sentinels. Her gentle gaze fell on Xie Qiang's face, examining her expression inch by inch. What do you think? Your Highness? Xie Qiang shook her head. Jiang Qingwan's brows furrowed slightly, and she silently looked at Xie Qiang before suddenly changing the topic. I heard that the princess was attacked last night. Xie Qiang was about to express her true intentions, but was taken off course by the remark. Even Jiang, guiding, knows about it. Yes, I knew the assassin who died. A few days ago, he came to talk to me, saying he had applied for leave and would soon return to the Empire to visit his family. Xie Qiang's fingertips trembled slightly. She raised her eyes to meet Jiang Qingwan's gaze, which was warm and gentle, but now tinged with a faint sadness and regret, as if mourning Qi Feng's death. However, Xie Qiang clearly remembered that when she was attacked last night, the eyes under Qi Feng's black robe were filled with horrifying blood vessels, staring at her like a crazed ghost, screaming to kill her. Clearly, she was the victim, yet Jiang Qingwan was lamenting Qi Feng's death in front of her. The victim? Hongke also frowned at Jiang Qingwan. What do you mean? I don't quite understand what Jiang guiding means. Xie Qiang's soft voice interrupted Hongke's words. She looked directly at Jiang Qingwan, her clear eyes showing no signs of evasion, instead exuding a sense of clarity. She calmly asked, Are you doubting that someone who longs to return home to visit family would knowingly choose to assassinate me, knowing my guards would execute him? Hong Kei glanced at her in surprise. Oh, this girl has become smarter. She can actually pick up on others' implications? Jiang Qingwan pressed her lips together and shook her head. I didn't mean that. I just don't quite understand. So, do you think Jiang guiding and I deceived everyone together? Xie Qiang narrowed her cat-like eyes, her usually gentle expression now sharp. You think Qi Feng was not executed for assassinating me, but was killed after I tortured him, disguised as an assassination? Jiang Qingwan paused. I didn't mean that. If not, then please give me a definite answer. Xie Qiang's gaze was fixed on her, her face showing no anger. Yet there was a palpable sense of pressure. This was the first time Jiang Qingwan had seen such a princess. Her clear and transparent eyes seemed to see through all pretense. While lacking the usual royal severity, they were enough to make those with ulterior motives uneasy. She clenched her fist slightly, a hint of apology in her eyes. I'm sorry, Your Highness, I misspoke. Hong Kei finally seized the opportunity to interject, glancing sideways at Jiang Qingwan, but directing his words at Xie Qiang, his tone deliberately showing off. Before Qi Feng attempted to assassinate you, he met with that woman. In my opinion, she was most likely involved in this assassination plot. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingwan suddenly panicked, quickly shaking her head in denial. Prosecutor Hong. I absolutely did not. Then you are lying. Hong Kei pressed on relentlessly. I remember there were no cameras in the guiding office, right? How can you prove that he went to your office to say he wanted to take leave and not to plot an assassination? Jiang Qingwan bit her lip. If he said he requested leave, then the leave application record can prove. Humph. Hong Kei let out a cold laugh, his tone full of disdain. That could also prove that he had already planned to assassinate Xie Qiang and use the leave slip to leave the battlefield conveniently. Who knows? Maybe he specifically brought this up with you so that if the truth ever came to light, someone could stand up to defend him. Jiang Qingwan trembled all over, finally at a loss for words, lowering her head and helplessly clenching her hands. Did he deceive me? Hong Kei snorted, lowering his head to Xie Qiang. She is just as foolish as you were before. After finishing, he quickly glanced at Xie Qiang's expression and added, but you are much stronger now than before. Xie Qiang raised her head, giving him a helpless look. Yes, our prosecutor is the smartest and most capable. Cough. Hong Kei pressed his hand against her cheek, turning her head back, then quickly withdrew his tingling arm, muttering, don't think that just because you compliment me, I will like you. Really, there are outsiders here. She has no sense of shame at all. Fortunately, there were no sentinels nearby who loved to speculate. Otherwise, if they spread rumors that he was Xie Qiang and Sun Ji's third party, he would lose all face. Hong Kei quickly pushed Xie Qiang back, and to prevent the insect race from ambushing the logistics department, he urged her to call out to everyone door to door, all guides inside. Go to the princess's office. This time, the attackers are high-level insectoids. If they ambush logistics, I won't have time to save you one by one. The guides poured out, obediently heading to Xie Qiang's office, quickly filling the large space. Even the small room filled with unhealthy memories was now crowded. Hong Kei surveyed the office and pointed to a wall, asking Xie Qiang, can you break through it? Xie Qiang was a bit confused by the question. You're asking me? How would she know? She wasn't sure how strong the wall was. Aren't you an S-level sentinel? You should be able to break through it. Xie Qiang said uncertainly. Hong Kei looked at her speechlessly. I meant, do you mind if I break through this wall? After all, this is your office. Xie Qiang's face turned red. She hadn't expected that was what he meant, and quickly replied, I don't mind. How strange. Why had he suddenly become so polite? He used to kick open her office door without asking if he could enter. Chapter 36 Sentinel. Not difficult to chase. Hong Kei broke open the wall, connecting two other offices, and finally managed to transfer all the guides inside. After finding some weapons to throw to the other guides for self-defense, he looked at the utterly defenseless Xie Qiang, frowning slightly, troubled. Although with himself around, the insect race shouldn't be able to approach Xie Qiang. He was still worried about the unexpected. This guy had injured his ankle, so ordinary weapons were definitely unusable. And as for guns, Hong Kei touched the golden gun at his waist, glaring at Xie Qiang with disappointment. You didn't take the air self-defense class seriously. Look at this. You can't even use a gun. Gun? I know a little, Xie Qiang weakly replied. Are you kidding? Hong Kei looked at her in disbelief. If you can't, there's no need to put yourself in danger just to show off to me. but I really can, Xie Qiang said helplessly. Her adoptive father was a black card member of various high-end clubs, which made her a frequent visitor. Although she wasn't proficient in many skills, she knew a bit of everything. If you don't believe me, I can shoot one round to show you. Seeing Xie Qiang's earnest expression, Hong Ke handed her the gun, ready to see how long she could argue. Then shoot one round for me to see. Just shoot. He glanced around, deliberately choosing a tricky target, the crystal pendant under the chandelier in the adjacent office. Let me try. Tout que est surprise. Xie Qiang didn't complain about his difficult request and instead nodded in agreement. She raised her hand, stabilizing her wrist with the gun, then closed one eye, aiming at the crystal pendant beneath the chandelier. Hong Ke crossed his arms, muttering quietly. Her shooting stance looks quite good. Just as he finished speaking, there was a bang. The crystal pendant shattered with a loud noise, and the sparkling powder combined with the red bullet energy exploded, resembling gorgeous fireworks blooming in the night sky. Xie Qiang blew on the non-existent smoke from the gun's muzzle, turning to see Hong Ke's face, which was nearly dropped in disbelief. Did I do well at this level? No. When did you learn this? Hong Ke's eyes widened, hardly able to believe it. Did she not attend the air courses because she already knew this and didn't want to waste time? Xie Qiang touched her nose, saying simply that she knew how. What about riding? Can you do that too? Hong Ke couldn't help but ask. A little, Xie Qiang nodded. In her previous life, she was adored by small animals, and even wild horses would be much gentler in her presence, allowing her to ride them around. Hong Ke was skeptical about what a little meant, especially since her shooting skill just now clearly indicated she was an expert. TSK, you can't possibly know mechanics and pharmacology too. Those R&T skills you can learn just by talent and feel. Hong Ke said, refusing to believe it. Mechanics and pharmacology? ISNT, that just biochemistry? To get into medical school, she had specifically chosen science in high school and even ranked first in 3 subjects in her province. However, the mechanics system here should be different from that in her world. So, Xie Qiang shook her head. I don't know that. Hong Ke finally breathed a sigh of relief. I knew it. How could you know everything? Yeah, Xie Qiang nodded, her tone sweet. I'm definitely not as good as you guys. Hong Ke automatically ignored the you guys, rubbed his nose, and spoke with a hint of feigned pride. All right, I know you admire me. But if you overpraise me, it won't be interesting. I'm immune to that. She really had no idea how to pursue someone, not understanding the concept of playing hard to get. Hong Ke circled around Xie Qiang, still feeling a bit uneasy. After hesitating, he finally extended his palm. A small, plump red bird appeared in his large palm, which he forcibly stuffed into Xie Qiang's arms. Little Red, you protect her. What? The little bird instantly let out a desperate, sharp shriek. No, don't protect the pervert. She is not a pervert now. On que corrected sternly. She is a lecher. A lecher. The little bird flapped its wings and flew to the chandelier, screaming heartbreakingly, my innocence won't be protected. You're just a bird. What innocence do you have? Hong Ke said, speechless, and turned to leave. That's settled. You stay here to protect her while I go patrol. I'm not a bird. I'm a vermilion bird. Vermilion bird. The little bird angrily cursed. You're the bird. Stupid bird. Hong Ke waved his hand, completely ignoring its cries, and left the office. Once Hong Ke left, the guides quickly gathered around. One of them looked at Xie Qiang with a teasing expression. Your Highness, Prosecutor Hong is really good to you. There's no chance that you two are. Xie Qiang recognized her. She was the A-level guide from the adjacent office who purified 2 sentinels at the same time. She tilted her head, somewhat confused. He is good to me? Of course. The A-level guide was surprised that she would even ask that. He not only gave you his personal vermilion bird gun for self-defense, but also sent his own spirit body to protect you. Doesn't that show how much he values you? Fearing that Xie Qiang wouldn't understand, she immediately elaborated. This vermilion bird gun is not an ordinary weapon. It's condensed from the spiritual power of the vermilion bird bloodline and can directly harm the insect race. Moreover, as long as you fire the gun, he can immediately sense that you are in danger. People in the war zone all knew how much he treasured these 2 guns. Someone once touched one hastily and was beaten up by him, unable to get out of bed for half a month. Xie Qiang didn't expect that this personal gun had such significance and couldn't help but lower her head to touch the golden gun. The bright red patterns on it flowed like flames from the wings of a vermilion bird, extremely dazzling. So, he really is good to me? Xie Qiang couldn't help but chuckle softly. Okay, I forgive him for lying this morning. The A-level guide then asked gossipingly. So what stage have you and Prosecutor Hong developed to? She winked. Are you just holding hands, or have you kissed? Or, the A-level guide's gaze subtly dropped, and the implication was obvious. Xie Qiang realized this and suddenly blushed. We're not that kind of relationship. The girl's fair and tender cheeks instantly turned as red as an apple, making the A-level guide's eyes widen in surprise. Unable to resist, she reached out to pinch Xie Qiang's flushed face, captivated by its soft and smooth texture. Your Highness, you're too cute. Previously, she had only seen her haughty demeanor and never expected the princess to be so adorably shy. Indeed, love makes women soft. What about Commander's son? Other guides also began to gossip. I heard you purified him. Has the relationship between the two of you started to heat up? Xie Qiang thought seriously for a moment. I don't know either. He seems to still resist me. The guides exchanged glances, surprised that the princess didn't refute their relationship. So did she actually prefer that fiancé? Sentinels, not difficult to chase. The A-level guide spoke cheerfully, full of experience. You just need to forcibly rip open his clothes and place your hand on his chest. That's basically half the success. Then, she paused, glancing at the other guides, who immediately understood, raising their fingers to brush over their soft lips in unison, saying, kiss him. As long as you kiss him, it's basically done. Xie Qiang's small face was shocked. This isn't difficult to chase. No, wait, what she meant was, the warmth she wanted wasn't that kind of warmth. Chapter 37. The princess will be alone for a lifetime, seeing the increasingly ambiguous looks from the guides. Xie Qiang quickly waved her hands to explain, we're not that kind of relationship. I just treated him poorly in the past, and now I want to make it up to him. Oh dear, the princess is still too young, the guides chuckled. And for the sentinels, the best way to make amends is to purify them. Of course, that doesn't just mean simple mental purification, an A-level guide added. There must be skin contact. The more area and frequency of contact, the more the sentinels will become infatuated with you and want to devote their lives to you. She smiled mischievously. If the princess doesn't believe it, she can first try with Prosecutor Hong Ke. Exactly, we could take it slow. First, touch Prosecutor Hong Ke's cheek, then his lips. If he doesn't resist, the guides exchanged knowing smiles, and naturally, it would lead to the next step. Xie Qiang blinked and fell into a subtle silence. This natural progression wouldn't mean what she thought, would it? Maybe it's better to let it go. Xie Qiang shook her head. With his temper, I'm afraid that as soon as I reach out, he'll swat my hand away. That's true. Prosecutor Hong Ke does have a bit of a volatile temperament, not as calm and collected as Commander Sinji. His Majesty probably considered this and didn't betroth the young childhood friend to you, right? If Prosecutor Hong Ke won't work, then what about the Garmoine? One guide couldn't help but suggest he seems easier to bully. Why not practice on him? Good idea. And the two of them look exactly alike. Who knows? You might even experience double the pleasure. Xie Qiang felt a bit shy. This group of older sisters was being too bold, although she understood that in this novel world, using the body to purify emotions was simpler and more direct. She felt embarrassed to practice on either Hong Ke or Mo-in. The guides quickly started discussing the upcoming battle, and Xie Qiang listened seriously as they talked about how a high-level insect tide would only occur once every 20 years, and each time it would take more than 3 months to repel the insect race. Such a long and torturous battle meant that many high-level sentinels would inevitably fall into madness and die due to lack of timely purification. It was quite cruel. After an unknown amount of time, Hong Ke returned from his patrol, glanced at Xie Qiang, and quickly looked away before walking to her side. You're back. Xie Qiang looked up at him and continued listening to the guides. A small, fat red bird from the chandelier flapped its wings and landed on Hong Ke's shoulder, ready to report, but Hong Ke swiftly caught it with a slap and stuffed it into his mental sea. Little red bird. In the mental sea, it shouted anxiously, these little perverts are teaching the big pervert how to be perverted. Stay away from these perverts. Got it, I can hear you. Hong Ke replied impatiently in his mind. pulling a chair over and sitting next to Xie Qiang, with his arms crossed and his index finger unconsciously tapping his arm. He stared straight at the door while sneaking glances at Xie Qiang. He had sat down, so why wasn't she making a move? TSK. Could it be that she's a bit slow on the uptake? Hong Kei leaned his elbow on the armrest of the sofa, his whole body slightly leaning towards Xie Qiang. Then he got closer and closer. Hong Kei, don't crowd me, Xie Qiang said, looking at the encroaching Hong Kei a bit confused. Do you want to sit on my sofa chair? I can give it to you. Hong Kei. Hong Kei's face gradually turned red. Was she teasing him? After hearing what the guide said, did she think that getting his Zhuke gun meant he liked her, so she started to take advantage of him? Or was she planning to practice on Moin? Hong Kei glared at Xie Qiang, his golden eyes filled with a biting resentment. Xie Qiang, you should know that Moin and I share a sense of empathy. So if you touch him, I will feel it too. Xie Qiang blinked, her small fist hitting her palm as she realized, oh, right. I almost forgot. Hong Kei's expression lightened a bit then. Can you feel where Moin is now? Is he in danger? Xie Qiang glanced at the door, her delicate brows furrowing slightly with worry. Although that guy is unreliable, I'm still a bit concerned about him. Onka? Idiot. Hong Kei's face turned red with anger. You might as well die in the bug nest. The young man suddenly stood up and strode outside, his fluffy red, curly hair slightly puffed up, making him look like a walking hedgehog, which was a bit amusing. Xie Qiang was bewildered. Why is he angry? The chatting guides casually explained, the mental entity can transmit what it hears to the sentinels. Prosecutor Hong Kei must have overheard our conversation and thought you wanted to practice on him, which is why he got so close to you, but you didn't touch his face, so he got embarrassed and angry. Xie Qiang's pale face, which had just returned to normal, turned red again like a ripe apple. So he thought I wanted to have a natural progression with him, and felt disgusted. So he got mad and left. The guides. Wow. The princess really didn't think that the sentinel's expressions of affection were disgust, which broke her pride and made her start to discriminate against and bully them, right? The guides affectionately patted Xie Qiang's head. If you think so, then just think so. Gradual progress, clearly isn't suitable for you. I think it's better to be forceful. Exactly. You should just go for it. Otherwise, we might really suspect that the princess will be alone for a lifetime. After Hong Kei left, he never returned. It was said that he went straight to the battlefield. The S-level sentinel protecting the guides was replaced by Moin, but Xie Qiang was still bothered by his unreliability. Even when he brought back hot little fish snacks, she stubbornly ignored him. As days passed, more and more sentinels fell into madness due to the high-intensity battles, and the front lines began to call for guides to head to the battlefield to purify these maddened sentinels faster. Sangjiu was the one taking people away. After a few days, the lazy aura around him was completely gone, replaced by a killing intent. But when he saw Xie Qiang, he immediately returned to his gentle youth appearance, rubbing against her shoulder. Princess. Xie Qiang confirmed he wasn't injured before asking, is there a shortage of guides on the front lines? Do you need to take me along? How can the princess go to such a place? Sangjiu looked up at her somewhat thin face, suddenly displeased. Isn't Moin taking good care of you? Why have you lost weight? Xie Qiang brushed his hand off her shoulder, her small face tightening. Don't change the subject. Answer me. Sangjiu hummed and then said, it's not tight. We've managed before, so one more of you doesn't matter. Xie Qiang looked at him skeptically. But the guide sisters said that there are always many. Sangjiu seemed to suddenly remember something, hurriedly looking at the time. Oh no, it's time. I have to hurry to take people away. The youth turned and ran, his silver low ponytail swaying back and forth like a fleeing fox's tail, making Xie Qiang unable to help but rub her forehead in frustration. Feeling a bit helpless, he lied to me again. Chapter 38. The combination of ink shadow and heat in the days after Sangjiu left, Xie Qiang sat in the office, watching the familiar guide sisters leave one by one, until finally, only she and Jiang Qingwan remained. She was sent back home as well. At night, Xie Qiang lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. She opened her light brain and sent a few messages to Sinji, but still received no response. Searching the Empire's media news, the reports merely mentioned that the Third War Zone was engaged in a high-level insect tide war, without specific casualty numbers. Feeling somewhat anxious and extremely thirsty, Xie Qiang closed her light brain, got up, put on her fluffy white slippers, and prepared to go to the living room to get a glass of water. As soon as she opened the door, she saw the knight, watchman Moin, clutching his stomach, frowning in apparent pain, his body swaying dangerously. Moin, Xie Qiang was startled and quickly supported him. What is wrong? Is it stomach pain? She reached out to check his pulse, but found it completely normal. How strange, no problem. Wait, could it be? Suddenly realizing, her face turned tense. Is it Hong Ke? Is he injured? Mo Yin's face was pale as he slid down the wall, cold sweat pouring from his forehead, and even his lips began to turn white. Brother, Xie Qiang, anxious, paced in place, wanting Mo Yin to take her to the battlefield to find Hong Ke immediately. But Mo Yin was in too much pain to stand up. How could he take her there? Damn it. Xie Qiang opened her light brain, dialing Sun Ji and Song Jiu one by one, but none of them answered. Seeing Mo Yin's face becoming more painful, her eyes turned red with worry, her voice trembling. Mo Yin, hang in there, don't pass out. She gently held his face, unsure of what to do, so she decided to try injecting her mental power into him without hesitation. Montak Yuan, who was on the verge of fainting, finally regained a bit of clarity in his consciousness. He raised his hand to grasp the girl's wrist, moving her hand away from his face. Xie Qiang shivered, biting her lip, her nose growing more sensitive. Moin, did he really dislike her so much that he would rather faint from pain than let her help? In the next moment, her inner questioning was abruptly silenced. Moin, without her noticing, had lifted his black bodysuit, and the girl's slender wrist was turned towards his abdomen. Her palm touched his ice-cold abs, feeling the well-defined muscles twitching slightly. Xie Qiang reacted quickly, placing her other hand on top and desperately injecting her mental power into him. Mo Yin leaned against the wall, slightly tilting his head back, his dark golden wolf eyes closed. The intense and pure mental power surged into his abdomen, purifying his frenzy value and rapidly alleviating the excruciating pain. But danger was also approaching. The hand gripping the girl's wrist was tightening and trembling slightly. When Xie Qiang realized something was wrong, her waist was suddenly circled by a fluffy wolf tail, and her forehead collided heavily with the youth's brow. Ouch! Xie Qiang gasped in pain, and when she opened her eyes, she found Mo Yin's wolf ears and tail had appeared without her noticing. The dark gray wolf tail swung impatiently, occasionally slapping against her thigh, reddening her fair skin. The wolf ears rubbed against her cheek, and his wolf-like breathing brushed against her neck, causing Xie Qiang's heart to tremble, frozen in place. Montak Yuan, she called softly, her palm pressed against his abdomen, clearly sensing the muscles beneath her hand growing increasingly hot and hard. His body temperature was rising rapidly. Xie Qiang didn't know if this was a normal phenomenon. Mo Yin's eyes were tightly shut, his expression one of extreme pain. Thirsty. Thirsty? Do you want water? Xie Qiang caught this word and immediately wanted to get him some water, but as soon as her hand left, it was firmly held by Mo Yin. Montak Yuan, you can't go. Is your stomach still hurting? Why don't you come with me? Xie Qiang tentatively asked. The young man in black said nothing, only furrowed his brow, resting his forehead against the girl's shoulder, his body trembling continuously. Water. Xie Qiang looked around anxiously, but couldn't find any nearby water source. Just when she was frustrated about what to do, she felt her cheeks being held. In the next second, her eyes widened in shock. Her lips were suddenly blocked, the little moisture inside being quickly taken away. She was left in a daze, her brain malfunctioning. She was being forcefully kissed. Xie Qiang desperately tried to push Mo Yin away, but the strength of the young man in black was unexpectedly great. His hands tightly gripped her waist, rendering her unable to move. The wolf fangs sank into softness, the sweet blood igniting the wolfish instinct from his genes. The massive wolf tail cushioned her back, and he pinned Xie Qiang to the ground, his wolf ears standing tall. Suddenly, his dark golden wolf eyes snapped open, shining even brighter than his brother's in the night. His hazy, sticky gaze fixed on Xie Qiang. Give me. Give what? Xie Qiang trembled, her blood-stained lips feeling close to panic, but she reminded herself to stay calm. In his current state, he must have absorbed too much mental power, causing him to enter a state of combination heat. To resolve this, there were only two methods: marking or mating. Marking could be temporary or permanent. The former involved the guide biting the sentinel, producing guide pheromones that quickly suppressed the combination heat. The latter involved the sentinel biting the guide, leaving a permanent mark, allowing the marked guide to control the guide pheromones to quickly suppress the sentinel's combination heat in the future. Fortunately, the memory of the female supporting character contained how to perform a temporary marking. Xie Qiang held Mo Yin's face close, urgently saying, "Mo Yin, can you hear me? I'm going to give you a temporary mark." Mo Yin's blurry gaze looked at her, unable to clearly hear her voice, but he kept rubbing his wolf ears against her neck, urging her to hurry. In the state of combination heat, Mo Yin seemed particularly talkative, his damp eyes glued to her, the large wolf tail brushing against Xie Qiang's cheek, as if urging her to be quick. Xie Qiang couldn't move the chaotic wolf tail, so she tightly gripped it, but heard Mo Yin let out a low moan, seemingly more excited, his long, hot body pressing against her. As Xie Qiang searched for a place to bite, he suddenly lunged at her, and she instinctively opened her mouth, biting down on Mo Yin's cheek. The temporary marking was completed, and she quickly pulled her lips away, leaving a distinct bite mark on Mo Yin's face. Xie Qiang felt an inexplicable sense of shame. The young man in black gradually stabilized, his scorching body temperature rapidly decreasing. Xie Qiang finally breathed a sigh of relief, intending to push him away, but found she couldn't move him. Xie Qiang. Oh no! She had to pinch Mo Yin's face. Mo Yin, wake up! Get up! But he wouldn't wake up. Just as Xie Qiang was about to cry out of frustration, a large, agile gray wolf suddenly jumped out from Mo Yin's body. It stood on his back, looking down at Xie Qiang with a commanding presence, its matching gray wolf tail sweeping the ground with the demeanor of a wolf king. However, the next second, its true nature was revealed. It stuck out its tongue and barked a few times at Xie Qiang, then jumped to the ground, grabbing the back of Mo Yin's collar and tossing him aside. The young man in black fell heavily to the ground, still unconscious, while the gray wolf leisurely approached Xie Qiang, resting its front legs on her legs, its dark golden wolf eyes glinting as it emitted a sound. "Whoa. Hi, little kitty. You are Mo Yin's spirit?" Xie Qiang narrowed her eyes slightly. What was it called? The gray wolf's gaze seemed to be enchanting, howling continuously while using its right front paw to write a character on her leg. Heaven. Xie Qiang finally remembered. The Heavenly Wolf. Chapter 39. The Danger of Hong K. Awu 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 Awu. Hearing her call his name, the celestial wolf excitedly responded, its gray tail happily swaying back and forth behind it, almost forming a blurred shadow. Haha, this is the first time Xie Qiang has seen such a well-behaved and affectionate wolf. She smiled as she reached out to stroke the celestial wolf's head, and when her fingertips sank into its fluffy fur, she couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of the novel world. Although the celestial wolf is formed from psychic energy, its texture is no different from that of a real wolf. One could even say it is superior, like a handful of crushed clouds, gently resting in her palm, evoking an inexplicable desire to bury her face in it and rub against it. The celestial wolf, feeling comfortable from the petting, couldn't help but stick out its pink tongue and rolled over, exposing its snow-white belly, letting out a series of satisfied woo sounds, as if it were acting coy and asking for more pets. More pets, more pets. Xie Qiang cooperatively reached out to rub its belly, listening to its constant hums, and she couldn't help but chuckle. You are completely different from Mo Yin. He hardly talks, but you love to hum. If you could talk, you'd definitely be a chatterbox. Right? The celestial wolf waved its tail. Oh, yes, yes. Master is so boring. After being petted to its satisfaction, the celestial wolf flipped back over, extended its tongue to lick Xie Qiang's small hand, and curiously nibbled on it, being careful not to hurt her, just playfully holding it in its mouth, its dark golden wolf eyes blinking at her. Xie Qiang seriously touched its wolf teeth and couldn't help but give a thumbs up, praising such healthy teeth. Celestial wolf. After finishing with the celestial wolf, Xie Qiang finally remembered something and turned to look at Mo Yin lying on the ground. But can you really leave your master there like that? The celestial wolf seemed to glance at him and quickly withdrew its gaze, letting out a couple of woo sounds. No problem, no problem. S-class sentinel, durable. Still need to find him a blanket. Xie Qiang felt a bit reluctant, stood up, and prepared to go to the bedroom to get a blanket. The celestial wolf hurriedly bit her skirt corner, looking at her with big, pitiful eyes, its raised wolf head rubbing against her thigh. Oh, I don't mind him. Pet me, keep petting me. Good boy, he just experienced the heat of bonding. And under the influence of Hong Kei, his body must be weak. Xie Qiang patted the celestial wolf's head. If you're bored, help me move the blanket. Oh, the celestial wolf immediately released its mouth and happily followed Xie Qiang. Xie Qiang picked up the blanket from the bed, and the celestial wolf immediately looked up, opened its mouth wide. She couldn't help but chuckle. Celestial wolf, why are you so cute? Here for you. She handed the corner of the blanket to the celestial wolf, which quickly took it in its mouth and dragged it towards the door. However, it walked too quickly and accidentally tripped over the blanket, falling in a comical manner. It quickly turned back to look at Xie Qiang, confirming she was busy organizing the bedding and hadn't seen its embarrassment, and hurriedly bit down on the blanket corner again, pretending nothing had happened as it carried the blanket towards the door. Behind, Xie Qiang struggled to hold onto the blanket corner, her shoulders shaking slightly as she tried to stifle her laughter for a while. After rubbing her sore, smiling face, she followed the celestial wolf with the blanket. Laying the blanket on the ground, Xie Qiang went to turn Mo Yin's body. Her peripheral vision caught sight of his exposed thin skin, and she couldn't help but blush, quickly averting her gaze as she pulled down his tight-fitting clothes. Then she tried hard to get Mo Yin onto the blanket, but despite using all her strength, she couldn't move him at all. She looked at her small hands with some doubt, unsure if it was her lack of strength or if Mo Yin was too heavy. He looked quite thin. The celestial wolf, squatting beside her, noticed Xie Qiang's flushed hands from exertion and raised its right front leg, placing it under Mo Yin's chest. Then, with a slight lift of that wolf leg, Mo Yin's entire body swiftly flipped over and lay on the blanket. Xie Qiang's eyes widened in surprise. Wow, celestial wolf, you're amazing. Her expression was filled with admiration and astonishment, and the celestial wolf couldn't help but raise its right front leg, enjoying the praise with a rub of its nose. Little kitty, you're also quite fascinated by this wolf, aren't you? Covering Mo Yin with the blanket, Xie Qiang sat beside him, ready to keep watch over him tonight. Her gaze inadvertently brushed over the bite marks on the face of the young man in black, and she couldn't help but recall that warm kiss earlier, feeling her face heat up as she turned away. That was her first kiss. She had originally wanted to save it for someone she liked in the future. Shaking her head, she tried hard not to remember that kiss, while keeping an eye on the light brain for Sun Ji's reply, occasionally reaching out to touch Mo Yin's forehead to ensure he wouldn't have a fever or get sick during the night. Unknowingly, her eyelids grew heavier. Oh, the celestial wolf softly growled, catching the girl's body as she fell asleep. Damn it, this group of dog bastards. Deep in the battlefield, several giant high-level insectoids surrounded a red figure. They were clearly different from other insectoids, their bodies shining silver like stainless steel, reflecting blinding white light, and their irregular compound eyes coldly fixated on the injured Hong Quebec. At this moment, two long, sharp insect blades pierced through Hong Kei's abdomen, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, drenched in cold sweat, looking terrifyingly pale. The insectoid queen actually sent out the insect king? The combat power of the insect king is comparable to that of an S-class, or even greater, but they usually only guard the insectoid queen. How could they suddenly appear on the battlefield, and 6 of them at once? What's the situation? The communicator in his ear intermittently transmitted Sun Ji's cold voice. I'm about to die. Hong Kei gritted his teeth against the pain, pulling out the insect blade covered in barbs, another mouthful of blood spraying from his throat. Damn it, the structure of this insect blade is really vicious. It nearly tore apart the flesh in his abdomen, every nerve amplifying the pain throughout his body by more than 100 times. Hong Kei collapsed to the ground, desperately using his Zhu gun to fend off the rapidly spinning insect blades. When we get here, I can't hold on much longer. I sizzle. Still need to sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Suddenly, the communicator lost signal, and 5 or 6 chaotic, piercing insectoid wing sounds echoed from all directions, sharply piercing through Hong Kei's brain, causing him to clutch his head and roll in pain. His frenzy value skyrocketed, and rage and bloodlust replaced reason and consciousness. Hong Kei's golden eagle eyes were stained with terrifying bloodshot, and his hands uncontrollably reached for the wound on his abdomen, as if wanting to hollow out the entire painful area. Hiss! One of the insect kings issued a command, and all the insect kings raised their bellies, opening their mouths to spit countless insect blades at Hong Kei. In a state of frenzy, Hong Kei was completely oblivious to the danger, his back exposed and vulnerable, forced to face these deadly threats. In the distance, on a small flying pod, Sanji quickly retrieved footage from the front. Seeing this scene, his pupils instantly constricted. Damn it, there's no time. Just as the red-haired youth was about to be pierced through by the insect blades, at the critical moment, a fierce flame suddenly ignited on Hong Kei's back. The flame split in two, forming a beautiful blood-red arc in its wake, reminiscent of the wings of the Zhuke sweeping through the air, instantly incinerating all the insect blades. The once irrational red-haired youth slowly stood up from the ground, his golden eyes shining like particles of the blazing sun, making it impossible to gaze directly at their brilliance. Chapter 40. Shared temporary mark. A cluster of scorching flames burst forth from Hong Kei's lips, and the fire wings behind him trembled slightly, lifting him high into the sky. In the next moment, flames surged around him, resembling an out-of-control falling sun, carrying the power to destroy the world as it crashed down with a thunderous roar towards the commanding Insect King. The intense heat caused the Insect King to emit a piercing scream as the vermilion bird fire frantically licked at its body. The silver insect body twisted and softened at a visible rate, as if it were a piece of metal about to melt, curling up in agony amidst the flames. This was the confidence that allowed the Vermilion Bird clan to maintain their position as the foremost family in the Empire. Ordinary sentinels only enhanced their physical strength and speed, relying purely on physical output to deal with the insect race. Only those who inherited the Vermilion Bird bloodline could use the Vermilion Bird fire against the insect race. You can die. A cold sneer appeared at the corner of Hong Kei's mouth as blood-colored flames ignited on his fist. With a sizzling sound, he pierced through the Insect King's hard shell, impaling it directly. As the Insect King neared death, it let out a reluctant wail, and nearby high-ranking insect generals rushed towards this direction. Hong Kei, unconcerned, clenched his fist, feeling a purifying power continuously emanating from his abdomen, which not only eliminated all frenzied emotions, but also rapidly healed his wounds. Ha ha ha, how refreshing. Insect Kings, here I come. In the flying pod, Sanji sighed in relief when he saw that Hong Kei was unharmed. Just as he was about to reconnect the communication to contact him, he suddenly saw Hong Kei, who was chasing after the other Insect Kings, seemingly tripped and fell to the ground. Hong Kei incredulously covered his abdomen, his entire body burning with heat. A wave of tingling warmth surging towards his limbs, and he trembled as he raised the Vermilion Bird spear towards the Insect King, only to weakly lower his arm. What the hell? How could I suddenly have a fusion heat at a time like this? His lips clearly hadn't touched anything, yet it felt as if he had pressed against something soft. He realized too late that it wasn't his own sense of touch, but that of his brother, who shared his sensations. What did Moin do? Before he could think deeper, Hong Kei suddenly felt a sharp pain in his cheek, and, in the next second, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. The fire wings dissipated, and a massive vermilion bird emerged from Hong Kei's back, its burning long tail sweeping around, creating a scorching temperature that forced the nearby insect generals to keep their distance. The flying pod hovered above, and Sun Ji jumped down, ready to rescue Hong Quebec. As his gaze fell on the bite mark on Hong Kei's right cheek, his pupils contracted. In an instant, he recognized what it was. A temporary mark. How could a temporary mark suddenly appear on his face? The vermilion bird let out an urgent cry, urging Sun Ji. With no time to think, Sun Ji quickly scooped up Hong Kei and tossed him into the flying pod. As he closed the door, the vermilion bird quickly transformed into a small red fat bird, slipping through the gap and flying into the pod. scaring me to death, infuriating me. The small red fat bird landed on Hong Kei's nose, angrily pacing back and forth, leaving behind noticeable bird prints. If it weren't for that pervert, you would be dead. Pervert? Hearing this, Sun Ji repeated uncertainly, "Who is the pervert?" Of course, that little red fat bird. It abruptly stopped speaking, then glanced warily at Sun Ji. This sentinel seems to be the pervert's fiancé. The small red fat bird turned around, presenting its rear to him. Haha, I just said that casually. I won't tell him. What if he went to complain? And that pervert stuffed it back in his chest again? It also had its bird dignity. Oh no, vermilion bird dignity. When Mo-in woke up, his face was in pain. A large gray wolf tail was rising and falling above his eyes, slapping his face wantonly. He couldn't help but grab the wolf tail and throw the celestial wolf directly away. A wolf, accompanied by the celestial wolf's furious howl. Something seemed to have fallen beside him. Mo-in instinctively reached out to catch it and felt a soft cheek in his palm. Ugh! The sudden loss of weight startled Xie Qiang, who had been asleep, awake abruptly. Rubbing her eyes, she reached out beside her but found nothing. Celestial wolf? What responded to her was the celestial wolf's suddenly cut-off howl. Xie Qiang opened her eyes to find that the celestial wolf she had been using as a pillow was gone, replaced by Mo-in, who was propping up her cheek with his hand. She quickly sat up. You're awake? Are you still uncomfortable? Xie Qiang's gaze swept over Mo-in's abdomen and quickly retracted. Do you still feel pain? If not, does that mean Hong Kei is fine too? Mo-in followed her gaze down and finally slowly recalled what had happened. Last night, he suddenly sensed his brother was injured, and just as he was about to faint from the shared pain, he felt a mental power purifying him. Then fragmented images finally flashed through his mind, and Mo-in's gaze, like a stiff puppet, landed on Xie Qiang. Fusion heat. But he felt refreshed. The wolf's eyes fixed on Xie Qiang's expression, and upon seeing her flushed ear tips and evasive gaze, the young man in black slowly realized something. She didn't want to take responsibility. Mo-in silently lowered his head. Oh, huh. Xie Qiang tilted her head in confusion, not quite understanding the meaning of this response. What does O mean? Is Hong Kei all right? Brother. Mo-in reached for his abdomen. It's all done. He should be fine. Just don't know if brother will sense everything. He fainted, and I have no feeling at all. Mo-in quickly glanced at Xie Qiang, hesitated for a long time, and finally spoke tersely. Are you tired? He fainted. She should be the one moving. Huh? Xie Qiang thought he was asking if she was tired from keeping watch, and shook her head. Not tired. I don't believe it. The guide's strength is small. His brother had said that to resolve the fusion heat of an S-class sentinel, it had to be initiated by the sentinel themselves. Looking at the dark circles under Xie Qiang's eyes, Mo-in got up and walked toward the kitchen. Eat, replenish. Xie Qiang watched Mo-in head to the kitchen, quickly getting up to follow him. She saw him take out a bag of flour from the cupboard, seemingly intending to do something, and couldn't help but be surprised. You can cook? Mo-in shook his head. Xie Qiang was momentarily speechless. She really couldn't figure out Mo-in's thought process, so she could only watch from the side, but found that Mo-in began to definitely knead the dough, ferment it, and put it into an incubator. Are you making steamed buns? She asked. Little dried fish. Mo-in squatted down, staring intently at the incubator's countdown timer. Xie Qiang also squatted down, curiously asking, those delicious little dried fish before, did you make them? No. Then, did you sneakily learn someone else's technique? No. Then how can you make little dried fish? Openly, I learned. Xie Qiang really wanted to give him a punch, silently comforting herself. Mo-in was just this kind of person. She was just about to stand up to heat some milk when her light brain suddenly vibrated. She quickly opened her light brain and saw that Sun Ji had replied to her message. Sun Ji, Hong Kei is fine. Xie Qiang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that the shared sensations were indeed miraculous. Mo-in here was purified, and Hong Kei on the other side was surprisingly also synchronized in purification. Sun Ji, however, a temporary mark has appeared on his face. Sun Ji, his spirit body, said it was marked by a pervert. Do you know who it is? Sun Ji, I don't quite understand the guide marking thing. Can temporary marking be done from a distance? Seeing these messages, Xie Qiang fell into a complex silence. The pervert, that little red mentioned should be her, right? But she also didn't know that the shared twin could not only share purification, but also share temporary marks. Wait, Xie Qiang suddenly realized a serious problem. When Moin kissed her, would Hong Ke also feel it from that side? Chapter 41, Two Feelings on the Brink of Death. Xie Qiang turned her head slightly, stealing a glance at Moin. He still wore that expressionless look, like a calm, deep pool, revealing no underlying color, as if he were indifferent to everything that had happened last night. Was it because it was normal for a sentinel and a guide? Or was it because Moin simply didn't remember? Xie Qiang cleared her throat, her small hand smoothing out her somewhat messy hair as she feigned calmness and asked, Moin, do you remember what happened last night? In the sea of consciousness, the Tianlang, which had originally been crouched, suddenly stood up, excitedly saying, answer her quickly. Moin, why? Tianlang, don't worry about why. Just listen to me, and you won't be wrong. Moin opened his mouth. I don't remember. Tianlang immediately closed his eyes, feeling as if he were about to die. He howled in frustration, you blockhead. I'm in for you to say you remember everything. Then make her take responsibility for you. It would be best to permanently mark her and claim this little cat for yourself. Oh. Hearing Moin say he didn't remember, Xie Qiang felt a sigh of relief in her heart. Then your brother, he probably won't remember either, right? She thought carefully at that moment. Hong Ke was in extreme danger and pain, so he likely wouldn't have noticed this unexpected occurrence. Moin didn't respond this time, continuing to stare at the thermal box like a wooden sculpture that wouldn't move. In the sea of consciousness, the Tianlang looked as if it had already died halfway. It repeatedly bumped its head against the wall, sadly saying, it's over, she liked your brother. Moin finally showed a slight reaction. He lowered his head and glanced at Xie Qiang. She was looking down, her pink lips slightly biting her finger joint, the small tear on her lip very conspicuous. It seemed like he was the one who bit it. Moin discreetly withdrew his gaze, his eyes landing on the reflection cast by the black thermal box cabinet door. On his face, there was a cute and clear bite mark, like a little cat proudly declaring its ownership. She bit it beautifully. His tongue slightly brushed against his wolf tooth. He lowered his gaze, realizing he couldn't create such a neat and uniform bite mark. And his brother didn't have sharp teeth. Perhaps he could. So, was that why she liked his brother? This question lingered until the dough had risen. Was shaped in a small fish jerky, fried, and eaten by the girl, yet Moin still hadn't found an answer. After sending Xie Qiang back to her bedroom, Moin stood guard at the door with the hilt of his sword at his waist. About 10 minutes later, he finally frowned and touched the bite mark on his face. It hurt so much. What illness was his brother suffering from this time? He lowered his head and opened his light brain. Moin, brother. At the battlefield base, Hong Ke stood in front of the bathroom mirror, desperately rubbing the bite mark on his face, his handsome and unruly face filled with indescribable anger. Damn, who the hell is that guide who dared to temporarily mark me? Are they tired of living? While he was rubbing vigorously, the light brain in the break room chimed. Hong Ke walked over irritably and, upon seeing the message was from Moin, his expression relaxed slightly. Hong Ke, why are you calling me brother? Moin, don't rub your face. Onke, why? Does it hurt? Aren't you fond of the sensation of pain? Montak Hong Ke, he had nothing to say. Hong Ke was pondering what was wrong with this kid early in the morning. Was he sulking because he was marked simultaneously by the shared sensation? The next second, the message sent by Moin nearly shattered his pupils. Moin, last night I was slept with. Moin, the other party is not responsible. Hong Ke, what? Who slept with his innocent and naive younger brother? How come he didn't know? He felt completely oblivious. No, he fainted on the battlefield yesterday, so he must have missed that time altogether. This was even more shocking than being temporarily marked. Hong Ke's vision darkened as he typed furiously, his fingers almost leaving after images. Who? Which audacious and reckless guide took our first time away? Moin, Xie Qiang, Hong Ke. I must kill. Wait, who did you say? Montak Hong Ke. Is it really Xie Qiang? Are you sure it's Xie Qiang? 100% sure it's her? Montak Onke Kug. No wonder I felt a continuous purification yesterday. It turns out she discovered I was in danger and came to save me regardless of everything. Onke, Tieska. Don't blame her. She dislikes me too much and had to use you to save me. It's not that she intended to be irresponsible towards you. After all, the only one she likes is me. Mo-een. Who asked? Honke. Cough, is she next to you now? How was it last night? The red-haired youth nervously gripped the light brain in his hands. Typing word by word, Didn't T say she was very satisfied, right? Mojin slowly recalled. No. Honke couldn't T help but breathe a sigh of relief. That's good. If she doesn't T like you, she must be dissatisfied. Mo-een pursed his lips, feeling inexplicably gloomy. The Tianlang was already so furious that it felt dizzy. Starting to curse. What is this red-haired bird showing off? Isn't it just that the little cat likes him? Let him know what it means to be close to the water tower, first to get the moon, and that a proud man cannot achieve mutual affection. You reply to him. Reply to him. The Tianlang stomped its wolf paw angrily. Just say this. Tianlang said a sentence, and Mo-een frowned upon hearing it. Mo-een, not good. Tianlang, say it. Say it. Don't make me kneel down and beg you. Mo-een couldn't resist the Tianlang, fearing it would howl and disturb him while he was sleeping. So he could only grit his teeth and send a message to Hong Quebec. Mo-een, but I'm very satisfied. Add a question mark. His brother was smart, so he would definitely see that he was forced to lie. Mo-een was very satisfied with this temporary lie he invented. On the other side, Honke received this message, closed his eyes, and felt as if he were about to die. He groggily put on his combat uniform, groggily walked into the military zone, and then groggily went to the battlefield. Until the day's battle ended, he went to the base cafeteria with a face full of disbelief. How could this be? How could this be? How could his younger brother be satisfied? Although Xie Qiang was indeed quite beautiful, her voice was soft now. Her personality had become kind and likable, and she was as cute and well-behaved as a little kitten when she smiled. But the brother's wife cannot be bullied. Even if Xie Qiang wasn't his wife, she liked him, and him alone. Honke anxiously stabbed the iron table with his chopsticks, his thighs shaking continuously, causing the Tsongjio, who was eating across from him, to glance at him displeasedly. Did you get scared by a few insect kings and develop hyperactivity? No. Honke irritably scratched his hair, unable to find anyone to confide in. So he could only complain to Tsongjio. Can you believe it? My brother likes Xie Qiang. What is the big deal? Tsongjio thought he was overreacting, glancing at the bite mark on Honke's face, raising an eyebrow, his tone carrying a hint of amusement and understanding. Oh, so this temporary mark was left by her biting your brother's face? He said, which reckless guide dared to mark the hot-tempered Hong Quebec. However, he didn't expect the princess to have so much fun in the combat zone. TSK, he felt inexplicably displeased. The silver-haired youth's fox-like eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of danger as he slowly stirred the soup in his bowl, seemingly casually saying, if you want to stop it, just separate the two of them. I happen to be tired lately. How about I switch places with Mo-een? Honke suddenly slapped the table, realizing, oh, right, I can call Xie Qiang over. Songjio, idiot. I mean to let me and Mo-een switch. Chapter 42, another one, is about to die. Honke couldn't even be bothered to eat, hurriedly returning to the lounge to message Xie Qiang. Honke, Xie Qiang, come to the battlefield base right now. Honke, have Mo-een bring you over. At this time, Xie Qiang had just finished eating and was snuggled in bed reading. Seeing the messages, she couldn't help but reply. What happened? Honke, something big happened. A life-threatening big deal. My brother has fallen for you. He has fallen for you. Xie Qiang's expression changed instantly, and she quickly climbed out of bed, forgetting to put on her slippers, rushing to the door. Mo-een, something's wrong. Sinji might have gone berserk, given that Honke was so panicked. It was clearly no small matter, and since he specifically asked for her, Xie Qiang could only think of one possibility, an SSS-level sentinel going berserk, posing an internal danger to everyone on the battlefield. We're going to the battlefield base. Xie Qiang quickly grabbed a medical kit from under the coffee table and strapped it on her back. Remembering something, she dashed back to her bedroom and pulled out the Zhuke gun from under her pillow. Finally, she returned to the door and swiftly climbed onto Mo-een's back. Let's go. Without saying a word, Mo-in picked up Xie Qiang and started walking. However, as soon as they stepped out, they ran into Jiang Qingwan, who had come looking for Xie Qiang. You too. Jiang Qingwan looked at the two of them in surprise, her gaze briefly pausing on the bite mark on Mo-yin's face, before shifting to Xie Qiang. Where are you going? Seeing her, Xie Qiang couldn't help but feel a bit heavy-hearted. In the novel, most of the story focused on how the female lead used her eloquence and public opinion to persuade guides, sentinels, and even the emperor to assist her in achieving her goals. She always thought the female lead was impressive, overcoming numerous difficulties even after losing her purification ability, relying on herself to achieve the ideal of improving the treatment of sentinels, which made her admire her greatly. But that day, when the female lead expressed pity for Qi Feng, who had tried to assassinate her, it truly struck her hard. Do you need something? Xie Qiang averted her gaze and asked in a calm voice. I heard that there's a shortage of battlefield guides, so I wanted to come and persuade Her Highness to go. Jiang Qingwan's bright eyes looked at Xie Qiang as she spoke softly. The princess is an S-level guide, and her presence will surely alleviate a lot of pressure on the battlefield. I'm on my way. Xie Qiang's small face remained indifferent. Has the princess agreed? Jiang Qingwan's eyes lit up, a look of joy appearing on her face. I knew it. The princess has changed a lot recently. She will definitely agree. Xie Qiang said nothing and patted Mo-in. Let's go. Wait. Jiang Qingwan stretched out her arm to block Mo-in, looking directly at Xie Qiang, Your Highness. Take me with you. It's dangerous on the battlefield, and you have no... What are you going for? Xie Qiang immediately refused. Jiang Qingwan had no self-defense ability. What would happen if something went wrong? Does the princess think I'm useless? Jiang Qingwan's face showed a hint of hurt, and she smiled bitterly, lowering her head. After adjusting her emotions, she raised her gaze firmly at Xie Qiang. I know some medical knowledge. If some guides are injured on the battlefield, I can use the medicine in the kit to treat them. Xie Qiang was swayed. She sighed gently, took off the medical kit from her back, and handed it to Jiang Qingwan. Fine, but be careful. Have Commander Sun arrange a personal guard for you. Jiang Qingwan accepted the medical kit, revealing a warm and gentle smile like the spring breeze. Okay, thank you, Your Highness. Let's go. Xie Qiang patted Mo-yin's shoulder. We will take Guide Jiang with us. Take her. Mo-yin looked at Jiang Qingwan, who was carrying the medical kit, and upon sensing his gaze, Jiang Qingwan couldn't help but smile, saying it's urgent. Could you carry me over, Sentinel Mo? Mo-yin raised his hand, reached around her neck, and grabbed the back of her collar. In the next second, he sprinted down the corridor like a prairie wolf, with Jiang Qingwan floating in the air like a kite. Jiang Qingwan. Xie Qiang was startled, her eyelids twitching. Mo-yin, don't treat girls so roughly. Jiang Qingwan. Haha. Jiang Qingwan felt like her life had flashed before her eyes. She forced a smile. It's fine. Sentinel Mo is truly unconventional. Xie Qiang watched Jiang Qingwan's neck turn red from being grabbed, her eyelids twitching even more. Don't overdo it, sister. You really look like you're about to die. Fortunately, the flight area wasn't far away, and soon the three of them boarded the flight cabin, heading towards the battlefield base. Stupid bugs. The insect race has launched another surprise attack. Hurry up and get out. In the corridor, Song Jiao shouted from a distance and hurried towards the command room. Inside the lounge, Honke hastily put down his light brain and strode out of the room towards the battlefield. This group of insect race is really annoying, coming wave after wave. And with their current combat power, they simply cannot gather a team capable of completely destroying the third battle zone's wormhole. Ultimately, all the A-level sentinels in the third battle zone have a berserk value of almost over 70, which does not meet the requirement of having a berserk value below 20 and at least 50 A-level guides as backup to destroy the wormhole. And even if you combine all the A-level guides from several battle zones, there might not even be 50. Damn it, this group of bugs is really annoying. They reproduce quickly, and they have 108 of them in one go. Honke cursed and pulled out the Zhuke gun, shooting down an insect that lunged at him. Joining the battlefield. This time the battle was extremely stalemated. The insect race seemed to sense some delicious food, even after being burned to ashes by Honk's Zhuke fire. They surged towards the base like moths to a flame. The sentinels fought hard to resist, The annoying noise of the insects' wings and cries filled their ears, along with the sounds of explosions, screams, and tearing, all stimulating their sensitive auditory systems, making them irritable and filled with a desire to destroy everything. Days of exhausting warfare further eroded their already fragile will, and soon some sentinels covered their heads, which felt like they were about to explode, letting out painful screams. Sentinel 3746. Immediately leave the battlefield and await purification. Sentinel 6836. Immediately leave the battlefield and await purification. Sentinel 9573. Immediately leave the battlefield and await purification. Sentinel, immediately leave. In the communicator, Sun Ji's calm voice rang out, notifying one A-level sentinel after another on the verge of going berserk to exit the battlefield. Sentinel 5277, immediately leave. I won't. The conversation was interrupted. In a command room, a golden-haired man dressed in a black commander uniform paused slightly, his long fingers brushing over the holographic screen in front of him. Finding the name of this sentinel, Xiao Bo, immediately exit the battlefield and await purification. Wait. You only know how to say wait. How many A-level sentinels have returned to the battlefield in the past 2 days? Xiao Bo's eyes turned red with rage, his tone intense. The purification speed for A-level guides can no longer keep up with the speed of Sentinel Berserk, right? The situation will only get more difficult. Once all the A-level sentinels withdraw from the battlefield, if the insect race does not stop their invasion, we will all die. And our princess and commander, one won't purify the sentinels, and the other is hiding in the command room, not even daring to show their faces. He roared in anger for such leaders. I'd rather die on the battlefield. Sun Ji was silent for a moment before slowly speaking. I will request support from other battle zones based on the situation. He couldn't take action. Otherwise, the Insect Queen would undoubtedly be alerted. After 200 years of warfare, he and the Insect Queen had reached some kind of unspoken agreement. Once one party joined the battle, the other would inevitably appear. Once the Zerg Queen appears, only he at his peak state can handle it. Otherwise, the sentinels and guides of the entire Third War Zone will be doomed. As for the princess, according to Imperial law, as a rare S-class guide, she has the right to choose whether to enter the battlefield. A light sigh came through the communicator from Xiao Bo. The once vibrant voice now wrapped in unshakable sorrow and the unwillingness shaped by harsh reality. This is the hero of our empire, the heir of the empire. The Third War Zone ultimately cannot wait for its own interstellar goddess. Chapter 43. Beneath the flagpole lies the heroic souls. Xiao Bo was born into a common family. The village where he grew up was not far from the Third War Zone, which served as a strong defense line against the Zerg, allowing him to grow up safely. Since childhood, he had yearned for that place. After Xiao Bo matured and became an A-level sentinel, the elders and villagers celebrated his achievement, happily proclaiming that he would drive the Zerg away for the village and the empire. Xiao Bo took this as his belief, swearing to follow the commander of the Third War Zone to eradicate the Zerg and restore peace to the empire. With lofty aspirations, he embarked on the road to the battlefield. Even when he discovered that the A-level sentinels were not as dedicated to fighting the Zerg as he had imagined. Even when he faced exclusion and isolation from noble sentinels. Even when he realized how difficult it was to achieve purification, he remained full of fighting spirit, rushing to the battlefield to exterminate the Zerg. Until that one time, when the Zerg launched an unprecedented wave of 1 million insects, the Third War Zone, devoid of S-level sentinels, was left in tatters. The Zerg breached this century-old strong defense and entered the village, wreaking havoc without restraint. He had expected that the chief commander would step in to turn the tide, but when he hurried back to his village after clearing the battlefield of Zerg, all he saw was a ground littered with unrecognizable remains. His parents, his younger sister, his neighbor grandpa, and all the villagers who had watched him grow up were dead. Everyone in the village practiced martial arts. Although they were all ordinary people, they said that if one day the Third War Zone could not stop the Zerg, the burden of resisting the Zerg would fall on them. They were not lying. On the highest mountain in the village, flagpoles were filled with the heads of Zerg, stretching across the mountain, inscribing the villagers' suicide note. They would rather stay in the village to provoke the Zerg, allowing the vengeful Zerg to slaughter them to the last person, then slowed down their invasion of other villages. Beneath the flagpoles, what accumulated was not corpses, but heroic souls. All along, that SSS-level commander had not intervened. He was confused and questioned, only to receive silence and neglect in response. Due to the high-intensity battles, he frequently neared madness, having to blend in with the crowd, waiting for that damned purification, which he didn't know when he would finally receive. Until the princess, who had differentiated into an S-level guide, was dispatched to the third war zone. That exquisitely beautiful royal lady looked down at him from the dining hall. "You, come to my room." She smiled like a blooming rose. "I will purify you completely." But what awaited him was humiliation, whipping, and the piercing mockery after delving into his mental sea. "You lowly failure. Your family deserved to be bitten to death." This was the Empire's war god. This was the future heir of the Empire. Dad, Mom, villagers. What you fought to protect means nothing to these people. I don't need a hypocrite like you to manage. In the communicator, Xiao Bo's voice was hoarse. Rather than be a coward who escapes, I would rather go mad and die on this battlefield. He directly removed the communicator, threw it on the ground, and stomped it to pieces, then charged at a Zerg, raising his arms to smash its head into the blood-soaked earth. "My life. I make the decisions." In the command room, silence reigned as they watched the green dot rapidly rushing towards the center of the battlefield on the screen. Furrowing his brows, Sun Ji decisively notified the other two A-level sentinels who were nearing madness to bring Soldier 5277 back. When the two sentinels found Xiao Bo, he had already slipped into a half-mad state, barely retaining a shred of consciousness, struggling desperately. "Let me go. I won't go back." The two A-level sentinels, already irritated by their own nearing madness, showed no leniency to this stubborn character, quickly binding his arms and legs and carrying him off the battlefield. When Xie Qiang was in the flight pod, she saw the dense swarm of Zerg on the battlefield in the distance. Many sentinels were charging in, using weapons or their fists to engage in fierce combat with the Zerg. Why do I feel like the sentinels are at a disadvantage? Xie Qiang's little face was pressed against the window of the flight pod, nervously watching the battlefield. "Don't worry, with Commander Sun here, there won't be any problems," Jiang Qingwan calmly reassured her. But upon hearing this, Xie Qiang felt like her heart had stopped. "With Sun Ji here, there won't be any problems. But the problem is that Sun Ji has a problem." In the command room, watching the Zerg's attack gradually slow down, Sun Ji finally let out a sigh of relief. Wearily sitting back on the sofa, in about 20 minutes, the Zerg would take a break. Beside him, the silver-haired youth skillfully manipulated several screens, monitoring the battlefield in real time. He lazily remarked, "The Zerg Queen sent 6 bug kings this time, clearly testing whether your 3S-level sentinel strength is still lacking. If it weren't for Hong Kei's accident, the Zerg would have probably already launched a full-scale assault, and the Zerg Queen would have appeared on the third battlefield as well. Yes, that is why I didn't request support from other war zones." Sun Ji closed his eyes, his expression weary. It had become increasingly restless over the years, clearly indicating that the food in the wormhole was running low. Sang Jio's fingertip grazed the monitoring screen, landing on a comically cute little face squeezed by the glass. "Perhaps it's time to kill it." "Kill it?" Sun Ji was unconvinced. "It's not that easy. Even at his peak, I only fought to a standstill with the Zerg Queen, unless Sang Jio suddenly interrupted his thoughts. All right, there is nothing else. I'll leave first." I'll stay here for a while," Sun Ji responded, and upon hearing the command room door close, he leaned back slightly against the sofa, closing his eyes to rest. In his mind, he speculated about the probability of the Bug King appearing tomorrow. The more he thought, the more tightly his brows furrowed. Just as he was feeling irritable, he suddenly heard footsteps running quickly toward him. "That doesn't sound like Sang Jio. Who is it?" Sun Ji was about to open his eyes when the door was suddenly pushed open, and a soft yet exceptionally anxious female voice rang out. "Sun Ji, is that Xie Qiang? What's she doing here?" Before he could figure out who called her over, Sun Ji heard the girl's heart-wrenching voice. "Sang Jio said you died. I don't believe it. Who died?" Sun Ji was taken aback and forgot to open his eyes. By the time he reacted, a soft body had already lunged into his arms. Xie Qiang's eyes were red, gripping the man's shoulders, shaking him desperately. "Wake up. Don't scare me." She had just exited the flight pod and saw Song Jio waiting for her with a pained expression, saying Sun Ji is dead. Xie Qiang could not accept this fact. She even forgot to check if Sun Ji was still breathing, clutching tightly to the man's sleeve, her arms trembling. SSS-level sentinels don't go mad for long. How would you die just like that? Chapter 44. Xie Qiang, you scumbag. As soon as she finished speaking, Xie Qiang realized something, and her nose suddenly felt sour. Her voice tinged with a sob. "You didn't commit suicide just to avoid hurting others, did you? Are you stupid? Why didn't you tell me earlier so I could purify you?" Xie Qiang felt a deep sorrow in her heart. She simply couldn't accept that Sun Ji, who didn't die at the hands of the female antagonist in the book, would die at her hands instead. Clearly, she had worked hard to ease their relationship. So why was Sun Ji willing to die rather than ask her for help? "Do you hate me more than her?" The girl sniffled, tears finally spilling from her eyes. "Did I do something wrong that made you think I'm so inadequate? Who is she compared to this trivial question?" What confused Sinji even more was Xie Qiang's reaction. Didn't she hate him? Didn't she have any feelings for him? Was purifying him merely a guilty compensation? Why was she so sad to hear that he had died? Listening to the girl's sobs, tears sliding down her cheeks and falling onto the metal pieces of his command uniform with a light sound, it felt as though something within Sun Ji was also dripping, creating waves of unrest. He couldn't help but recall how Xie Qiang had held his hand to purify him, how she had walked through the low-level sentinels to support him, and how she had shyly invited him to stay overnight, even without opening his eyes. Sinji could almost imagine her sorrowful expression over his death. He once thought that if he died, no one would be sad for him. After all, he was just a defective product, and an early death was his destined fate. The Empire would only lament his tragic and short life, not shedding a single tear for his death. But now, the person who hated him the most was actually crying for him, even as she angrily scolded and questioned him. Each trembling word conveyed deep sadness and grief. She truly didn't want him to die. Sinji had to admit that Xie Qiang had really changed. She had become someone he wanted to get close to, understand, and explore. He also wanted to stop her tears. Just as Sun Ji was about to open his eyes, he heard Xie Qiang's crying suddenly stop, and her slightly hoarse voice rang out, No, that's not right. An SSS-level sentinel is so powerful. Maybe we can still save him." She rolled up her sleeves and reached to unfasten Sinji's collar, shouting as she did, "Mo-in, come in and help. Lay him flat on the ground. I need to perform CPR and artificial respiration on him." She was unfastening his collar at lightning speed, her small hands sliding down to his abdomen. Even through the command uniform, Sun Ji felt a ticklish sensation. He finally opened his eyes and grabbed the small hands that were trying to unfasten his belt, helplessly saying, "Xie Qiang, I'm not dead. You've been fooled by Song Jio." The little person in his arms paused slightly. After a long time, she lowered her head, withdrew her hands, and stepped back a little, then quickly ran out of the command room like a little cat that accidentally knocked over a cup of water. "Ah, damned Song Jio." She went let him go. A chuckle echoed in the command room, and the golden-haired man's green tiger eyes were filled with clear amusement, wrapped in the unique indulgence of a mature man. "She's actually shy?" Glancing at the light screen and confirming that the insect race had retreated and the battle had ceased, Sun Ji finally stood up and said to Mo-in, who was about to leave, "Let us go together." The man walked to Mo-in's side, walking in parallel, and casually caught sight of something, momentarily stunned. "There's something on your face." The young man in black turned his head at the sound, and Sun Ji saw clearly that it was a temporary mark, identical to the bite mark on Hong Kei's face. Mo-in raised his hand to touch the bite mark on his face, saying, "Nice. You don't have it." "Poor." For some reason, Sun Ji read this meaning from Mo-in's expressionless face. His fingertips trembled slightly as he finally understood something. "So, it was Xie Qiang who marked you?" Mo-in said nothing and turned back to continue walking towards Xie Qiang. This attitude undoubtedly implied his acquiescence to Sun Ji's words, and a surge of indescribable emotions welled up in Sun Ji's heart. It must have been when Hong Kei was injured, the pain was shared with Mo-in, and he had always been protecting Xie Qiang closely, making it hard for her not to notice something unusual. So she purified Mo-in. But Clenching his fists unconsciously, Sun Ji averted his gaze and casually asked, "Did you and Hong Kei experience a bonding heat? She must have directly marked you, right?" The black-clad youth walking in front paused slightly before actually quickening his pace. This subtle reaction made Sun Ji instantly sense that something was off. He suddenly grabbed Mo-in by the back of his collar and slammed him against the wall. "You too, did it?" Sun Ji's voice was hoarse, his face filled with disbelief. And Mo-in couldn't break free and could only nod. Does Hong Kei know?" Sun Ji continued to press. And Mo-in nodded again. Sun Ji clenched his teeth, feeling a bit irritable, not knowing why he felt this way. Seeing Mo-in glancing towards Xie Qiang, he finally released his grip and said coldly, "Didn't he say anything?" And Mo-in thought of the long message his brother had sent back and couldn't help but feel it was a hassle. So he perfunctorily blurted out 2 words, likes. Sun Ji stiffened. "What?" And Mo-in patiently repeated, "He said likes." Sun Ji laughed in anger, not understanding why he was angry, and released Mo-in with a light snort. "Well, they're childhood friends after all. It's completely normal for a guide to resolve a sentinel's bonding heat, even if he is Xie Qiang's fiancé. He cannot interfere with her freedom in this regard. He absolutely cannot humiliate himself by questioning Xie Qiang." Sun Ji strode towards Xie Qiang, and when he saw her try to run upon seeing him, he directly reached out and pressed down on her shoulder. "Xie Qiang." Xie Qiang's shoulder trembled, and she pretended to be calm as she turned back. "What a coincidence, Commander Senator." Sun Ji lowered his gaze to the girl, his tone flat. "Why did you suddenly come to the battlefield?" Hong Kei called me here." "He called you, and you just came?" The questioning words almost slipped out, but were firmly held back by Sun Ji, his gaze sweeping over the girl's lips, where there was a clear bite mark left by beast teeth, his jaw unconsciously tightening. "Did Mo-in bite you?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted it. Would she think he was overstepping? Xie Qiang paused for a moment before realizing what Sun Ji was asking. Her face instantly flushed bright red. Do you not know how to chat?" Who asked a girl such direct questions? But she quickly realized that the man in front of her seemed to be her fiancé. "Wait." Xie Qiang stopped in her tracks, her expression cracking little by little. So her fiancé not only saw the temporary mark on Mo-in's face that she had bitten out, but also discovered that she had kissed Mo-in passionately. Just as she was struck by this realization, she saw in the distance Hong Kei, with a very obvious bite mark on his face, striding towards her, his loud voice roaring, "Xie Qiang, you scumbag." Chapter 45, If he dares to interfere. He's a jealous man, clearly. I was the one who called you here. And you went straight to find Senji for what? You didn't sleep with both of us, did you? Are you looking for your legitimate fiancé to report back? Hong Kei stood before Xie Qiang with an imposing demeanor, but when he looked down and saw her reddened eyes and tear-streaked face, his anger immediately shifted to Senji. The red-haired youth looked up in dissatisfaction and scolded Senji. "Were you being fierce with her just because you slept with her?" Cough, cough. Xie Qiang was startled and quickly tugged at his sleeve. "What do you mean slept? Don't say nonsense." Still not admitting it? Hong Kei widened his eagle-like eyes, pointing at his own cheek. "The evidence is right here. Do you still want to deny it?" Xie Qiang was completely confused. Is this temporary mark really called sleeping? But since this matter was brought up, she turned to Senji and explained this was unavoidable. The situation was urgent at the time. "The princess doesn't need to explain this to me." Senji interrupted her, his gaze flicking over the bite mark on Honk's face before calmly looking away. "This is the princess's freedom. I have no right to interfere." Xie Qiang could only respond awkwardly. "Okay." It seemed that the sentinels here really didn't care much about this. Hong Kei snorted coldly, leaned down to whisper to Xie Qiang. If he dares to interfere, he's a jealous man and not worthy of being the first national husband. Xie Qiang, is it popular here for queens to be gentle and virtuous? Well, Hong Kei paused, then changed his tone. Not necessarily. If you favor one person, the national husband can actually meddle in your affairs. Oh, Xie Qiang nodded, then turned to Senji and said, Commander's son, then you can meddle in my affairs. After all, the two would definitely get married. Instead of treating each other with courtesy, it might be more comfortable to interact like friends. Senji was momentarily taken aback. His usually indifferent gaze met Xie Qiang's serious eyes, and he subtly panicked for a moment before quickly averting his gaze. Understood. Was she promising him that he would be the only national husband in the future? A slight, indistinct curve appeared at the corners of his lips, his eyelashes trembled, and his mood inexplicably improved a lot. Honke was completely enraged, grabbing Xie Qiang's shoulders and shaking her vigorously. What do you mean? You're not planning to take any other national husbands? Why would I take other national husbands? Xie Qiang was somewhat puzzled. Then what about the person you like? Honke was anxious to the point of wanting to peck at her. Are you not going to marry the person you like? Xie Qiang suddenly realized she had forgotten about this. She quickly turned to Senji and added cough, cough. How about this agreement is valid until I meet the person I like? If you want a divorce then, I will definitely agree to set you free. All right. And purification. I will always do that for you. She hurriedly assured him, fearing he would be at a disadvantage. The slight curve at the corners of Senji's lips vanished, and he glanced at her expressionlessly. Suit yourself. He didn't care how many national husbands she wanted to marry. Their connection was based on interests. And how could he possibly hope for an impossible special relationship? I have something to do, so I'm leaving. The blond man said coldly, turning and leaving directly. Xie Qiang scratched her head and asked Honke, is he angry? Honke, I'm angry. Xie Qiang, then don't be angry. Honke, is there such a way to comfort someone? Sure enough, after sleeping together, you started to take things for granted, right? He yelled, Xie Qiang. I didn't feel anything when I was slept with. So you didn't get me at all? No. Xie Qiang was startled by his explosive roar and hurriedly tugged at his sleeve. Keep your voice down. Is this something to be proud of? Temporary marks are just temporary marks. Why do you always use the word sleep? Is it more convenient to say one word than four? But Honke was completely furious. His lips trembling, what's wrong with it? What's not glorious about sleeping with me? Explain it clearly. Glorious, glorious, always glorious. Xie Qiang felt he was like a furious schoolboy. So she could only stroke his ego with you. Sleeping is particularly glorious. I like sleeping with you the most. Humph. Honke turned his head, his tone rising. But you can't just sleep with me casually. I'm not that kind of casual man. Xie Qiang. But you keep saying sleep. It really does sound casual. She decided to change the subject. Didn't you say something big happened at the base? No. What I clearly said was. Honke paused, glancing at Moine, who had been standing behind Xie Qiang and staring at her, and suddenly felt a headache coming on. Nothing, it's all fine now. If Xie Qiang knew that Moine liked her, she would definitely misunderstand that he liked her too. I'll take you to find a room to stay. After thinking it through, Honke immediately put his arm around Moine's shoulder. It's been a long time since we've seen each other. I happen to have something to say to you. Moine, no. He was noisier than Tianlang. Plus, he had to protect Xie Qiang. The young man in black glanced at Xie Qiang, who was waiting with wide-eyed anticipation for the two brothers to catch up. Honke saw this and felt like he had been struck by lightning. It's over. His brother has already fallen in love with Xie Qiang to the point where he doesn't want to leave her side. Moine. Hong's broad and strong body enveloped Moine's lean figure with heartache. Why would you think this way? Falling in love with a guide who is destined to have a family? Moine. Crazy. Moine pushed him away forcefully, picked up Xie Qiang, and ran off. Behind Moine, Honke shouted heart-wrenchingly, You're not allowed to sneak into bed at night. Did you hear me? Moine stumbled and almost fell. What was he talking about? Xie Qiang was confused, but caught a hint of information. Moine, you like the married guide? Moine was silent for a while before speaking. No. He didn't understand what liking someone meant. Xie Qiang breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. He's already married. If you intervene, it's unethical. Moine gradually slowed down and finally stopped. But there's a fiancé? Xie Qiang thought for a moment. I think that's also unethical. But it seems like they don't care much about that here. Moine seemed to think for a moment. Brother, it's unethical. Xie Qiang's body shook, and her eyes suddenly brightened. What? Are you saying, Honke? He fell in love with a guide who has a fiancé? Who is it? Do I know them? No wonder he was so eager to ask her earlier if she wanted to marry when she met someone she liked. It turned out he himself liked a guide who already had a fiancé. This was the first gossip Xie Qiang had heard since coming here, and she excitedly leaned in closer, whispering, You tell me. I promise I won't tell anyone. The girl's soft breath brushed against his ear again, tickling him. Moine slightly turned his ear away, his eyes drooping, hiding the emotions stirring within. No, the young man in black's voice was hoarse, filled with an inexplicable stubbornness. And no matter how Xie Qiang coaxed him, he refused to say another word. Xie Qiang had no choice but to give up. If he wouldn't tell her, then she'd just have to observe secretly. Chapter 46. The Curse of Sentinels. Self-healing Imo-yin carried Xie Qiang for quite a while before she finally spoke up. Imo-yin. The young man in black continued to walk forward without looking sideways. Xie Qiang asked softly, "Are you lost?" Imo-yin's pace paused for a barely noticeable moment. Then he continued to walk expressionlessly. Xie Qiang, you seem quite confident about that, It's my first time here. The silent young man rarely defended himself. Xie Qiang couldn't help but wipe her face. Since they couldn't find the way, they should seek help. She reached out and poked the young man's nose. "What's under your nose?" The tip of his nose tickled from the poke, and Imo-yin suppressed the urge to sneeze. His nasal voice sounding somewhat cute, the philtrum. "Xie Qiang, it's your mouth. It's your mouth. You idiot." She raised her hand to call Sanji to come pick her up, but suddenly, an alarm rang above her head. Xie Qiang rummaged through her memory and recognized that it was a warning indicating a rampaging sentinel nearby. Just as she was about to tell Imo-yin to go take a look, the door of the adjacent room was kicked open. A stunning woman in a white lab coat, looking exhausted and irritable, walked out. "Damn it, which idiot sentinel has gone rampaging at a time like this?" As if sensing someone at the door, she raised her eyes, and her gaze landed on Xie Qiang, her peach blossom eyes momentarily trembling. The next second, she cleared her throat, covered her lips, and smiled. "Your Highness, what are you doing here?" Xie Qiang recognized her too. "Sister Shu, you're the guide who can purify 2 A-level sentinels at the same time. Are you going to purify that rampaging sentinel?" Xie Qiang quickly jumped off Imo-yin's back, eagerly volunteering. "Take me with you. I might be able to help." Shu Fenghua hesitated a bit, but seeing Imo-yin there, she was reassured that the princess would be safe, so she agreed. All right. She hurriedly took Xie Qiang and Imo-yin to the purification center in the base. As soon as they entered, Xie Qiang noticed that the purification center had nothing but bare walls. There were no decorations, and even the lights were absent. In the center of the hall, 7 or 8 A-level sentinels were struggling to hold down a rampaging sentinel who was screaming, while nearby lay several other A-level sentinels who had been injured in battle. They sat up with irritated faces, all looking displeased in that direction. Shu Fenghua explained to Xie Qiang, "Sentinels with a rampage value close to 89 need to rest here if they haven't been scheduled for purification, to avoid becoming excessively agitated and falling into rampage." This time, the insect race sent out high-level insect generals and the normally non-combatant insect king. So the battle was particularly fierce. Xie Qiang nodded, her gaze sweeping across the hall, estimating that there were probably over 200 A-level sentinels on the verge of rampage. They all had varying degrees of serious injuries, some covered in wounds left by the insect race, while others had entire chunks of flesh directly bitten off. Some sentinels were even holding their severed limbs, desperately trying to reattach them to their bodies, looking in pain, but too afraid to make a sound as they awaited their self-healing. Xie Qiang's mood became heavy. Even though she knew this was a fictional world, and everything was fake, seeing them pale and holding their severed limbs, waiting to face the insect race that had previously injured them again after purification, she couldn't imagine how painful that mindset would be. Having powerful, self-healing abilities was indeed a blessing, but when God also created dangerous and murderous beings for them, that self-healing ability became a curse. "I curse you to repeatedly experience death and despair." Although the world was fake, what these sentinels experienced was real and extremely cruel. "Let's go see that rampaging sentinel," Shu Fenghua said to Xie Qiang. Upon seeing a guide arrive, the sentinels excitedly got up, but when they saw Xie Qiang's face, they hopelessly sat back down. One sentinel mocked, "Oh, our noble princess, how could you bear to come to this run-down place? What else could it be for? Just to see our miserable state. If you're satisfied, hurry up and leave, lest our lowly selves dirty your eyes." The sentinels spoke harshly, clearly not welcoming Xie Qiang's presence. "Don't be angry with them." Shu Fenghua glanced at them disdainfully, then said to Xie Qiang, sentinels have been fighting the insect race for years, so their temper is inevitably irritable and their words are quite harsh. If you're unhappy, just whip them a few times like before to vent your anger. Don't hurt your own body. It's not worth it. Xie Qiang was a bit surprised. She looked at Xu Fenghua and asked, "You don't think what I did before was excessive?" "It was a bit excessive," Xu Fenghua smiled, "but you did thoroughly purify those insulted sentinels before, right? It's a fair trade. You can't say who's right or wrong." Xie Qiang was taken aback. A sharp pain shot through her temples, and a fleeting image flashed by, disappearing before she could grasp it. But she keenly sensed that she had no memory regarding the complete purification of those dozens of sentinels by the female supporting character. It wasn't written in the book either. Was it a detail filled in by the world itself? Xie Qiang felt a bit confused, shook her head slightly, and followed Xu Fenghua's pace. "I won't do that again." "That's good." Xu Fenghua smiled and then pushed aside the few sentinels holding down the rampaging one. "Let me see." The sentinels quickly made way for her, guide Xu. Xie Qiang felt subtly that these sentinels seemed to have some fear of Xu Fenghua, but more so, there was respect and obedience. As for her, the sentinels turned to look at Xie Qiang, their expressions visibly darkening, more so than a sunbathing tan. Xie Qiang, wow, she really wasn't very popular. Xie Qiang didn't seek trouble for herself. She lowered her head, ignoring the vigilant and guarded gazes of the surrounding sentinels, and looked at the rampaging sentinel on the ground. It's a familiar face. Seeing the familiar features, she was a bit surprised and called out his name. "Xiao Bo." One sentinel holding down Xiao Bo looked up angrily at her. "Who are you familiar with? He's almost dead from rampaging, and the princess still wants to mock him?" Xie Qiang pointed at herself, her little face filled with astonishment. "What did I say to mock Xiao Bo?" On the ground, upon hearing the title of princess, Xiao Bo seemed to trigger some switch and suddenly went into a frenzy, struggling desperately. "Let go of me. I'd rather die than be purified by the princess." "Hold it down," Xu Fenghua immediately ordered, then snapped at Xiao Bo. "You think too highly of yourself. Do you really think the princess wants to purify you? Look at yourself in the mirror to see if you're an S-level sentinel. If you don't have that capability, don't think an S-level guide would want to purify you." Xie Qiang, wow. Sister Xu seemed even more irritable than the rampaging sentinel. After calming down Xiao Bo's frenzy, Xu Fenghua finally reached out to touch Xiao Bo's forehead, channeling her mental power into him. But soon, she incredulously withdrew her hand. "Damn it, our mental powers don't match." Most of the mental power she had just inputted dissipated. Her mental body simply couldn't enter Xiao Bo's mental sea. Chapter 47, I don't want to repeat myself. The several sentinels holding down Xiao Bo suddenly became anxious. What about the other guides? They just used up their mental energy and started to rest. How could they recover so quickly? Xu Fenghua rubbed her temples irritably. Isn't Commander Sun supposed to call back sentinels on the verge of going berserk in advance? How could he be going berserk? The sentinels exchanged glances and in the end, had no choice but to tell the truth. He doesn't want to retreat. Huh. Xu Fenghua couldn't help but laugh helplessly. That's just what he deserves. Guide Xu. Is there really no other way? Xiao Bo used a retreat in time. I don't know why he's being so stubborn this time. The sentinels pleaded, but Xu Fenghua could only shake her head. She was indeed powerless, and the only person who could save Xiao Bo might not even be willing to help. After all, she had heard how aggressive Xiao Bo had been towards Xie Qiang before going to battle. "Let me die on the battlefield." On the ground, Xiao Bo struggled with bloodshot eyes, his fingertips almost embedding into his comrade's flesh, crying out in despair, "Dad, Mom, sister, I'm coming to find you." The sentinels fell silent, many of them knowing Xiao Bo's experiences, turning away with covered faces and sighing. Finally, one sentinel who had a good relationship with him knelt down with a thud, desperately bowing to Xie Qiang. "Your Highness, please save him." Xie Qiang was startled and quickly stepped back, realizing and going to help him up. "Don't do this. Your Highness, Xiao Bo's hometown has sacrificed everything to resist the insect race. He is the only one left. He has been loyal to the Empire and has never slacked off on the battlefield, considering he has put in hard work without any achievements, even if it's just to purify him to 89. The sentinel continued to bow desperately, and when the time comes, you can punish him however you want." Seeing he wouldn't stop, Xie Qiang had to sigh lightly. This sentinel, what you're doing now is futile. The sentinel looked up in grief. Your Highness, because I was already planning to purify him, so bowing so many times is actually pointless. Xie Qiang looked at the sentinel's swollen forehead with a bit of compassion. You really are honest. You must be a cow spirit. The sentinel covered his forehead, suddenly realizing and crying tears of joy. I really am a water buffalo spirit. Xie Qiang. She shook her head with a bit of amusement and bent down, preparing to purify the berserk Xiaobo. However, as soon as she reached out, Xiaobo seemed to have an instinctive reaction, breaking free from the restraint of 3 A-grade sentinels, and roared as he swung his hand towards her. I don't want your fake purification. Get lost, get lost. Let me die. Xie Qiang instinctively closed her eyes, unable to dodge in time. But the imagined pain didn't come. Xiaobo's wrist was intercepted in midair and directly broken by the owner of the 3-fingered black gloves. Xie Qiang glanced at Mo-in with some gratitude. Mo-in all broken? Xie Qiang. No need for that. With a Mo-in there. Xie Qiang felt more at ease and boldly began to purify. She held Xiaobo's wrist and sent her mental energy into him. But soon she frowned. He won't let me into his mental sea. Sentinels all have a barrier in their mental seas, and if a sentinel strongly resists, even an S-grade guide can't smoothly break through the barrier to purify the sentinel. If forced, the sentinel might become demented. In his berserk state, Xiaobo propped himself up, his blood-red gaze mocking Xie Qiang. He laughed grotesquely, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. I will never let you enter my mental sea again. Even if I die, I won't let you humiliate my family. I won't humiliate your family, nor will I humiliate you. Xie Qiang reassured him gently. I promise. Ha ha ha. Xiaobo's eyes were bloodshot, laughing crazily. I don't want to live anymore. The young man's eyes were filled with hatred and slaughter. I want to kill the insect race. I want to bury their lives with my berserk state. The sentinels holding him down were gradually feeling powerless. As they saw Xiaobo's berserk state deepening, Xie Qiang finally couldn't stand it anymore and turned to ask Xu Fenghua, if we knock him out, can we enter his mental sea to purify him? Xu Fenghua shook her head. A person in a berserk state cannot be knocked out, even by an SSS-grade sentinel. Xie Qiang turned her gaze back to Xiaobo, her clear eyes filled with seriousness. Xiaobo, I know you can hear me. If you still want to continue killing the insect race, open your mental sea right now and let me purify you. However, the young man only shouted in agitation. Kill me, kill me. Xiaobo, I don't want to repeat myself. Xie Qiang took a deep breath, her pink lips lightly uttering, open your mental sea. Ha ha, I want to kill the insect race. Why don't you give up? Seeing that Xiaobo had completely lost his self-awareness, Xu Fenghua shook her head regretfully. Just as she was about to say that this was his own choice, she saw Xie Qiang suddenly raise her arm. Slap! The crisp sound of a slap echoed, leaving everyone present in shock, including the berserk Xiaobo, who momentarily froze. Xu Fenghua saw Xie Qiang's lips move and thought that the princess was about to say something. But instead, Xie Qiang simply blew on her red palm and raised her other hand. Slap. It sounded like fingers snapping against paper, piercingly harsh in the ears of the sentinels. This time, Xiaobo was struck into a freeze, his gaze gaining a hint of clarity. Shaking her arm, Xie Qiang clenched her fist and punched Xiaobo in the jaw, causing his head to lift. You are your highness? Xu Fenghua's loud voice suddenly became cautious. What are you doing? Purifying. Xie Qiang's small face was filled with certainty. Didn't he say he didn't want to open his mental sea? Then we can only proceed with basic purification. Basic purification relies on skin contact for surface purification. Xu Fenghua fell into a subtle silence for a moment. Well, slapping is not considered basic purification, right? And it has a royal demeanor. In the purification hall, the sound of crisp slaps and dull punches continued to echo. Watching Xie Qiang with a warm smile on her beautiful face hitting people, many sentinels silently covered their faces and jaws, unable to bear to look. Why does it feel like the smiling princess slapping people is scarier than the cold-faced princess wielding a whip? When Xiaobo woke up, both of his cheeks were already red from the slaps. Seeing Xie Qiang, he instinctively glared fiercely. You wicked woman, stay away from me. He struggled. Let me go. Let me return to the battlefield. This empire is already rotten to the core. I would rather die at the hands of the insect race than die at the hands of a cowardly commander or a cruel and incompetent heir. Xie Qiang raised her arm. Everyone instinctively covered their ears. However, Xie Qiang gently covered his ears. Her gentle mental energy gradually dispelling the chaotic sensory perceptions from the outside world, calming his inner rage and gloom. Xiaobo, I am sorry. The girl looked seriously into his eyes. Your family, your fellow villagers, are all great and selfless. I shouldn't have said that about them. Xiaobo's eyes suddenly turned red, tears flowing out as he cried out in anger. I don't need your fake apology. Do you think that saving me can wipe the slate clean? Why is it that you can just say it will be better? And what about all the suffering I endured before? But I have to say it. Xie Qiang stared at him. I'm not trying to eliminate my own guilt, but I do not want the Empire's sentinels to die so tragically from suicide. If you must die, then die at the hands of the insect race. She released her hand and stood up, looking down at Xiaobo. Suicide is the most cowardly and pathetic way to die. If you just die like this, it would be the greatest insult to your family and fellow villagers. Xiaobo's body trembled violently, and Xie Qiang's words pierced his heart like a knife. He couldn't help but cover his face and began to cry softly. It was me who insulted them. Chapter 48. Imperial Treasury Officer Wang Yanjin confirming that Xiaobo would no longer have suicidal tendencies. Xie Qiang turned to the several sentinels beside her and instructed, "You go assess their injuries and report back to me based on the severity." Seeing the sentinels standing still, she cleared her throat. Don't make me repeat myself. The sentinels quickly reacted and turned to execute the order. Xu Fenghua was somewhat puzzled, wondering what the princess intended to do by taking this count. Of course, it's to relieve Sister Shu's work pressure. Xie Qiang smiled with her brows arched, one of her beautiful cat-like eyes winking. Is there a reward? Xu Fenghua was instantly overwhelmed by cuteness, hugging the girl tightly and ruffling her hair. Ooh, why isn't Princess a sentinel? So cute, I want to sleep. Xie Qiang. Cat body trembles. JPG, sister can't. The sentinels quickly completed the task Xie Qiang assigned. Based on the list of injuries, Xie Qiang treated the A-class sentinels in the purification hall in order. At first, the sentinels were somewhat resistant. One sentinel, Ganyu, who had his right leg severed by an insect general, had been humiliated by the princess before. Even after Xie Qiang sincerely apologized 3 times, he refused purification with a face full of hatred, yelling at Xie Qiang, "Do you think I'm a softy like Xiaobo? I don't need your charity." Xie Qiang's patience finally wore thin. Looking at him, she enunciated, "Extend your hand. I don't want to repeat myself. Never. I will absolutely not open my mental sea to you." Xie Qiang took a deep breath, raised her right hand, and pointed twice. Mo-in fan him. Ganayu. Mo-in stepped forward and slapped Ganyu's face, the sound echoing as Ganyu's head was knocked sideways, leaving a bright red handprint on his youthful and handsome face. Ganyu, covering his face in disbelief, stammered, "Why you guys?" After Xie Qiang exhaled, she turned to the onlooking sentinels with a warm smile. "I have a bad temper. You'd better not make me repeat myself." Sentinels. So scary. The princess willing to purify sentinels seems to have become more authoritarian and ruthless. The sentinels immediately became obedient, voluntarily extending their hands for purification. Once done, they respectfully exclaimed, "Thank you, Your Highness." No doctor dislikes obedient patients. Xie Qiang couldn't help but pat their exposed beast ears, softly praising, "Good. You are all excellent warriors of the Empire." Her eyes sparkled with encouragement and gratitude. "I look forward to your campaign against the insect race, restoring peace to the Empire." Sentinels. The gentle princess seemed quite tender and adorable. If only she wouldn't slap their faces. On another side, Jiang, thank you so much. In the guides' rest area, several guides held their injured limbs, looking fearful. "We've run out of the medicine we brought. If you hadn't brought the healing medicine in time, our arms would probably be bleeding uncontrollably." "Don't mention it." Jiang Qingwan lowered her gaze, wrapping bandages around the injuries. "Actually, the medicine is." Suddenly, her wrist communicator vibrated. She glanced at it, her brow faintly furrowing. "Jiang, it seems you have a call," a guide reminded. "It's fine, I'll call back in a bit." Jiang Qingwan replied softly, continuing to bandage the wounded guides, but the communicator kept ringing insistently, as if it would keep calling until she answered. "Why don't you answer it?" The injured guide reached out. "I'll hold the bandage for you." Jiang Qingwan sighed softly, stood up from her chair. "All right, I'll step outside to take it." Hastily leaving the restroom, Jiang Qingwan found an empty room, walked in, and answered the call. A sharp and cold voice immediately rang out. "You answered too slowly." Jiang Qingwan slightly lowered her eyes, her fingertips unconsciously digging into her palm. "I was busy." "Busy?" The voice sneered, filled with extreme dissatisfaction. "Busy watching my royal sister purify A-class sentinels in the purification hall. You should know that defective product has chosen to stand on her side. If she gains the people's hearts, all our plans will be ruined." Jiang Qingwan frowned. "If the princess is willing to purify sentinels, I think we no longer need to cooperate." The other side let out a mocking laugh. "You really are naive. Do you truly believe my royal sister will change for the better? She has always despised sentinels. Any momentary change is merely a disguise to become the heir." Jiang Qingwan bit her lip. "Fine, I understand. Then go stop her, tear apart her disguise, and win the people's hearts for us." The voice was filled with cold, malicious amusement. "I believe you can do it. The future of the sentinels is in your hands." The call ended, and Jiang Qingwan leaned against the wall, looking somewhat weary. She murmured to herself, "It would have been better if nothing had changed." Gathering her emotions, the woman pushed the door open to leave, completely unaware of a flash of silver hair passing by the corner. The silver-haired boy, with a light blue silk band around his chest, smiled meaningfully. "So it's him." The palace. The afternoon sun slanted into the magnificent greenhouse garden, but through the beautiful, stained glass windows. It was cut down to a large extent, leaving only a little light shining on a pair of luxurious-looking, expensive leather boots. "It seems our princess no longer dislikes sentinels," said the owner of one pair of boots in a lazy tone. "What should I do? I'm a little tempted to switch sides. After all, that's an S-class guide." The voice on the phone let out a disdainful laugh. "Do as you please. Just don't regret it if you choose the wrong side and lose." His tone couldn't hide his smugness. Once she returns to the palace, her true self will be revealed immediately. "So confident?" the owner of another pair of boots said solemnly. "Could it be that the princess has some backup plan that we don't know about?" "You don't need to know that." As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of a chair moving echoed in the greenhouse. The young man who had been silent the entire time stood up and bowed to the man in the platinum prince's outfit, with soft blue hair sliding over his shoulder. Behind oval gold-rimmed glasses, a pair of gray-blue, snake-like eyes were extremely indifferent and cold. "Your Highness, I still have official business, so I will take my leave." "Since Wan Yinjin is busy, then go ahead." The eldest prince waved his hand, not caring about his sudden departure. After Wan Yinjin left, someone couldn't help but ask, "Why recruit Wan Yinjin? He's just a treasury officer, not even a sentinel. What qualifications does he have to join our political council?" "Do you really think he is not a sentinel?" The eldest prince smiled meaningfully. "He is an S-class sentinel brought out of the imperial laboratory by our father, and he can even be considered my royal brother." The others exchanged glances, confused by his words. The eldest prince said lightly, "He carries a fragment of our father's genes, specifically cultivated by our father to be the royal consort for the princess." He let out a soft sneer, his smile tinged with mockery and amusement. "It's a pity that the princess has hated sentinels since childhood. My royal brother has suffered a lot of bullying from her when they were young. Look, in this contest for the heir, he doesn't even need to speak, and Wan Yinjin will change sides to follow him, right?" Chapter 49, This Credit is Like a Balloon. As Jiang Qingwan approached the entrance of the purification hall, she saw the scene inside where the A-level sentinels were enjoying a harmonious time with Xie Qiang. She stared blankly, watching the girl surrounded by sentinels, her figure gradually rising, her fluffy white hair transforming into smooth black, and her exquisitely beautiful face becoming mature and gentle after a moment of blur. Under the spotlight, she wore a cold and distant smile, skillfully responding to the flattery of the senior sentinels. That was her once. But Jiang Qingwan did not miss those days. What she missed was the self who could solve the problems of low-level sentinels going berserk on the battlefield. Fortunately, the young S-level guide, the princess, had gradually come to no longer hate sentinels under her persistent persuasion and was willing to be used by her. Tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, Xie Qiang stepped into the purification hall, a proper smile on her lips as she approached Xie Qiang. "Princess, how many sentinels have you purified?" Xie Qiang had just finished purifying and turned to her upon hearing her voice. 20. That many? Xie Qiang was slightly taken aback. She could only purify 10 A-level sentinels in a day before. Clenching her palms slightly, a look of relief appeared on her face. It seemed that persuading the princess to come and purify the sentinels was an extremely correct choice. The surrounding sentinels suddenly cast surprised glances. "What's going on?" The princess came to purify because of Xie Qiang. Xie Qiang's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she looked up at Xie Qiang. Xie Qiang's smile remained gentle and friendly. "Princess, you must be exhausted after a long day. Let a sentinel take you to rest." Xie Qiang said nothing, but her bright and clear eyes kept watching Xie Qiang. Although there was no questioning tone, Xie Qiang felt a sense of shame as if she were completely stripped bare. She couldn't help but look away. Turning to Mo sentinel, take the princess to rest. Mo remained motionless. However, Xie Qiang, who had been silent, suddenly smiled, her almond eyes slitting into beautiful crescent shapes. "All right, then let us go." Watching the two leave, Xie Qiang breathed a sigh of relief. Somewhat amused at why she felt guilty, she turned to the other sentinels, revealing a hint of apology on her face. "Sorry to trouble you to endure a little longer. I will have the princess come over early tomorrow." The sentinels all gathered around, surprised. "We were wondering why the princess suddenly wanted to purify us." It turns out it was Jiang Guide who helped behind the scenes. Xie Qiang smiled. "This is what I should do." "How did Jiang Guide do it?" The sentinels were very curious. "You must have put in quite a bit of effort, right?" "Not really. Maybe the princess just had a change of heart. After all, the heir's training is about to end. She wants to ascend to the throne smoothly." Realizing she had misspoken, Xie Qiang quickly covered her mouth. Please forget what I just said. If the princess finds out, I'm done for." The sentinels were not willing to let it go, questioning, "Wait, what does the heir's training mean? Jiang Guide, tell us." Yes. Unable to resist the persistent sentinels, Xie Qiang had no choice but to slowly explain. "Actually, I learned by chance that the princess came to the Third War Zone for a 3-year agreement with His Majesty. As long as she can gain the support of the A-level sentinels upon her return, she can successfully defeat the prince and inherit the throne." She sighed lightly. The 3 years are almost up. As for the rest, she didn't say, but the sentinels instantly understood. "I knew it. Why has the princess suddenly been so nice lately? It turns out she is afraid the throne will be snatched by the prince and is using us as stepping stones. Then when she ascends to the throne, we be the first batch of sentinels she cleanses. Given how much she hates sentinels, isn't that inevitable?" The sentinels all glared in anger. "Damn, we've been played." Not far away, Xu Fenghua watched everything coldly, lowering her head to send the recording that Xie Qiang had just requested. Xu Fenghua. "Princess, did you hear everything?" Xie Qiang. "Xu Fenghua. What are you sending cat emojis for? Aren't you angry?" Xu Fenghua was almost livid. She never expected Xie Qiang would snatch all the credit so easily, and even smear Xie Qiang, implying her purification was ulterior. So what if it was ulterior? Those sentinels still received a complete purification that they would never have access to in other war zones. Xie Qiang comforted the irritable guide sister. "Don't be angry. Being angry is bad for your health." Xie Qiang. "It's just a bit of reputation. Let her take it." Xu Fenghua. "Princess, you can't be so easygoing. You'll get bullied." Xu Fenghua. "I really can't help but be angry. I want to hit her. Can I just slap her?" Xu Fenghua. Princess, reply to me. Is it that I'm too irritable and you don't like me anymore? Don't ignore me. Princess T.E.T. Xie Qiang paused her typing, biting her lip. Sister Xu and Sun Ji seem very concerned about my credit being stolen. Actually, she didn't care much about this. Purifying for the sentinels also had her own selfish motives, which was to make them see her as useful enough to completely abandon any thoughts of assassinating her, allowing her to live her life safely. But if this attitude jeopardized her friend's mental and physical health, perhaps she should take action to warn Jiang Qingwan. Xie Qiang lowered her head, typing carefully word by word. Sister Shu, don't worry, she can't take this credit. After all, this credit is like a balloon. The bigger it gets, the easier it is to pop. Bang, 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 bang. Jiang Qingwan, who was in a deep sleep, was startled awake by the urgent knocking on the door. She raised her wrist to check the time and found it was 3:30 in the morning. At this time, who would come to find her? Getting up and rubbing her forehead, she opened the door to see Xie Qiang, looking energetic, smiling at her Jiang guide. Sorry to bother you. We need to go purify the sentinels. What? Jiang Qingwan was taken aback now. Yes. The girl clasped her hands behind her back, her upturned eyes narrowing into crescent shapes, smiling. There are still many sentinels suffering from impending berserk. You surely don't want them to endure another minute of pain, right? She tilted her head, looking particularly innocent. Otherwise, should I not go? Jiang Qingwan came back to her senses and quickly replied, No, we'll go right now. Then let us go. Xie Qiang turned around and walked briskly towards the purification hall. The sentinels were completely taken by surprise at their early arrival, getting up from the ground and exclaiming, Why are you two here so early? Xie Qiang arrogantly scanned them and then lightly scoffed. It's not because Jiang Guide cares about you, unwilling to let you suffer for too long. So she woke me up at 3 in the morning to come purify you. She turned her head to glance at Jiang Qingwan. Right, Jiang Guide? Jiang Qingwan was slightly taken aback, then seemed to react. Ah, yes. Chapter 50, She's Gone Mad. Thank you so much, Jiang Xiangdao. The sentinels couldn't contain their joy upon hearing this, and they all expressed their gratitude to Jiang Qingwan. As Jiang Qingwan responded, she couldn't help but look at Xie Qiang, who had already sat down to purify the sentinels. Why did she say that she was the one who woke her up? Noticing Jiang Qingwan's gaze, Xie Qiang responded with a smile and then coldly told the purified sentinels, If it weren't for Jiang Xiangdao constantly urging me, this princess wouldn't have purified you at all. She repeated this every time she purified a sentinel. Jiang Qingwan felt a bit embarrassed. Your Highness, you don't have to say it like that. How can that be? Xie Qiang said seriously. These A-level sentinels are ungrateful and foolish. I need to repeat it a few more times for them to remember who tirelessly saved them. She glared fiercely at the sentinel being purified in front of her, slightly raising her finger. Right? The sentinel trembled and lowered his head. How dare he say otherwise? If he dared to say a single word against it, this princess would directly skip him and purify someone else. He could accept that all A-level sentinels resisted purification, but he absolutely could not accept that only he couldn't be purified. Xie Qiang stayed busy until midnight. During this time, Jiang Qingwan wanted to leave, but was immediately grabbed by Xie Qiang. Jiang Xiangdao, are you leaving so early? There are still many sentinels waiting for purification. Seeing the sentinels looking at her eagerly, Jiang Qingwan could only force a smile. I'm just going to the bathroom. Okay, when you come back, I'll purify again. Xie Qiang leaned against Mo Yin's shoulder, yawned, and closed her eyes for a short rest. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't purify this group of fools. Jiang Qingwan had to leave and then come back. At 2 in the morning, Xie Qiang finally stretched and said, All right, I'm going back. Jiang Qingwan breathed a sigh of relief, hurried back to her room, and fell asleep exhausted without even taking off her coat. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Jiang Qingwan suddenly woke up, raised her wrist to check the time. 3:30? The knocking at the door persisted, and she could only get up and open the door. Who is it? Looking down, she saw a spirited Xie Qiang smiling up at her. Jiang Xiangdao, sorry to disturb you. We need to go purify the sentinels now. Jiang Qingwan. She trembled as she raised her wrist to confirm the time on her light brain. It had indeed passed a day, and she hadn't fallen into a time loop. Now, her voice trembled as well. We just slept for an hour and a half. Xie Qiang looked at her disapprovingly. So many sentinels are still waiting for purification. How can Jiang Xiangdao sleep? Or does Jiang Xiangdao think sleep is more important than purifying the sentinels? Xie Qiang frowned. Then why did Jiang Xiangdao let this princess go purify the sentinels? Let me sleep more. I'll have Mo Yin tell the sentinels not to wait for nothing. Wait a second. Jiang Qingwan was frightened and quickly stopped her. That's not what I meant. Forget it, let's just go. Xie Qiang looked at her suspiciously and then turned around, saying with little patience, fine. Upon arriving at the purification hall, Xie Qiang repeated her lines from yesterday and began to whisper in the sentinel's ears. If it weren't for Xie Qiang constantly urging me, this princess wouldn't have purified you at all. After saying that, as if she found them distasteful, she closed her eyes and started purifying. Jiang Qingwan was so tired that she glanced at the wall beside her, sat down, and prepared to catch a bit of sleep. Just as she fell asleep, she felt someone pry her eyelids open. Xie Qiang's face was magnified before her eyes, and her voice floated softly. Jiang Xiangdao, how can you sleep when I'm here? Working hard to purify? Jiang Qingwan was startled and jolted awake. You or your highness. I thought Jiang Xiangdao was sincerely wanting to purify the A-level sentinels, which is why you kept urging me, Xie Qiang said with a frown, looking displeased. You aren't just using this princess, are you? How could that be? Seeing the sentinels looking at her in confusion, she quickly stood up and waved her hand. Your highness, continue purifying. I'll be right here with you. Only then did Xie Qiang nod in satisfaction and return to continue purifying the sentinels. At 2 in the morning, Xie Qiang finished work on time. At 3:30, the knocking at the door sounded once again. Bang, 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 bang. Jiang Qingwan buried her head in the pillow, her eyes bloodshot from lack of sleep. She couldn't help but hit the bed in frustration. Was she going mad? The knocking continued, and she couldn't continue sleeping. So she had to grit her teeth and open the door, Your Highness. Xie Qiang smiled with her eyes squinted, ready to recite her lines. But Jiang Qingwan raised her hand to interrupt. I know, let's go. Seeing the bloodshot in Jiang Qingwan's eyes, Xie Qiang blinked and then shook her head with a sigh. It seems your physical condition has declined since you lost your purification ability. Once we get to the purification hall, you should find a place to sleep. Jiang Qingwan bit her lip. I also couldn't stay up late before. So she didn't understand why Xie Qiang could endure. In fact, Xie Qiang couldn't hold on either. But she couldn't resist being lazy while purifying the sentinels. The first sentinel was purified with mental power for 20 minutes. Then she used basic purification while feeling drowsy for 40 minutes. When the second sentinel came in, she first did basic purification for 40 minutes and then used mental power to purify. In other words, she could sleep for a continuous 80 minutes in between. Xie Qiang looked at Jiang Qingwan, who was completely unaware, with sympathy. All right. It seems I need to hint to Sister Shu to prepare a sleeping spot for the heroine. Otherwise, if the heroine couldn't hold on first, it would be a problem for her. On the 6th day of continuous work, after purifying an A-level sentinel, Xie Qiang stood up to take a break, but suddenly felt darkness in front of her and fell forward. The sentinel instinctively reached out to support her. But someone was faster. A long finger caught the girl's forehead and pulled her into an embrace. The sentinel looked at Xie Qiang. What's wrong with the princess? Moin held the girl tightly, forcing her face into his chest. Only then did his lips twitch, revealing a stiff and anxious expression. Too tired, fainted. What? The sentinel was stunned and, after a moment, reacted, realizing the princess had been busy purifying for a week, only sleeping 2 hours each day. Even to win back the sentinel's hearts, she didn't have to work this hard, right? The sentinel felt a bit complicated and hurriedly urged, quick, take the princess for treatment. Then he turned to find Jiang Qingwan, wanted her to follow along to see the situation, but to his surprise, he found Jiang Qingwan sleeping soundly on the prepared sleeping mat. The sentinel couldn't help but frown. What was going on? The princess had fainted from exhaustion, yet she was still sleeping?